Hello and welcome to a surprisingly dry Hooton Park, as we were expecting a lot of rain here this weekend, but so far we've not seen any on the two practice days and race day here today. It is of course round number 7, the penultimate round of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship, live here from Hooton Park in Cheshire, before we then go to that final round, the all-important round at Ella Park in a month's time. I am David Sullivan. I will be taking you through all of today's action from the Hooton Park circuit. It is, of course, championship time here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Series, with it being a 7 of 8 round championship. It is a case where drivers can wrap up the title with 1 round to spare. We will run you through all the championship permutations as we go deeper into the race day here at Hooton Park. But like I say, all of our championships can mathematically get wrapped up. Some of them slightly more of a foregone conclusion than others, but still the business has to be done on the track, and we're not going to know until it becomes down to the final as to whether drivers have picked up enough points. I've got the trusty spreadsheet ready to go. Hopefully we'll be able to bring some live championship results to you as we head towards the end of the day, and let you know of any drivers that you are watching and the results they may need when we go into the final before they go out there, and you'll be able to know as they cross the line whether they've done enough to secure the championship here today at Hooton Park. It's time to go racing then for the first time. Our first race of the day will be Honda Cadet. In Hondas today, we will have 5 heats rather than the normal 4. I'll run you through why that is later on as we go through the grid. On pole position then, the 38 of Max Housego. Alongside him on the front row is Rio Wardali, with Max Wheatley and Thomas Potter on row 2. Stanley Clark starts in 5th place. He's joined by Alfie Forrester on the 3rd row. Then it's Amy Peacock and Sam Hayes on row number 4, with Larry Price and Red Lind completing your top 10. Charlie Eibel and Riley Sims-Ezard, 2 guests there on row number 6. Jake Borey and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, row 7. Jake Cartledge starts 15th with Tom Drake alongside. Then we have Jensen White and George Ralston on row number 9. The 20 completed by Mason Webster and Ralphie Branscombe, with Freddie Walmsley and Max Borey in 22nd. Freddie Housego and Alex Lynn are 23rd and 24th, and Isaac Huburn starts in 25th place. We have 40 runners. That's not a misprint. 40 runners in Honda Cadet. That's why we've got 5 heats of action. All of our drivers will take part in 3 of those 5. The top 20 in points at the end of those 3 heats will progress automatically into the A final. The remaining 20 will go into the B final runoff, with the top 8 then progressing onto the back, taking up 21st down to 28th respectively in the Honda Cadet class on the A final grid at the end of the day. Thank you for everybody that's already joined us and that was waiting on the live stream. Thank you for those that have got in touch on the live chat, and if you do want to join us on the live chat throughout the day, do make sure that you give the Alpha Live channel a subscribe. Once you're subscribed, you're able to join us in the live chat. Let us know who you're watching, who you're supporting, or whether you're just a race fan in general, joining us on the Alpha Live channel and across social networks, as well as the drivers make their way out onto track for the first race of the day. Now, you will notice throughout the day, across all of our classes, a lot of new names to the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. That's because we allow guest drivers to join us on an ad hoc basis and dropping in. And with Hooton Park running most of the same classes that we run here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship, a lot of the local drivers, will run through a few of them throughout this first heat in Honda Cadet, have taken the opportunity to come and test themselves against some of the best drivers in the country in this Cadet Kart Championship as the drivers make their way round. Honda Cadet, of course, standing start. Junior Pro Kart later on, there'll be a standing start. Our other 3 classes in Micro, Minimax and Junior Rotax, they are all on a rolling start. So just having a quick look into the live chat as the drivers make their way round and get themselves into position. We've Got Nan and Grandad on supporting Amy Peacock. She's out in this one, going off 7th place. There she is on the inside of row number 4 with the number 17. You can just see her there with the red helmet with the checker on top. So they get themselves into position. The final runner then, I think, just making their way round and into position. Then the helpers will move to one side. We'll dip back into the comments through all of our racers and just for everybody that's showing support, and then we'll also give a few updates as to things that have happened in practice that have happened this morning. Certainly in Minimax, we'll come to that when they come out with quite a couple of interesting stories coming out of Minimax as well later on this morning. Race director just making sure we're all good to go. Points up to the right-hand side where the start lights are, and we are away and racing. It's a good start from Rio Warderley off the front row. He's on the outside, 2nd place berth, but he's got away enough to get round the outside of Housego. And the 20 of Potter is round, and Ralphie Branscombe has to take evasive action. Red Lind is across the grass as well. And the opening race of the day is not a good one for at least 3 drivers, unless they can make some really good inroads to get back. But Thomas Potter, one of the favourites for heat number 1, going off the 2nd row. Is spun at the opening corner, just didn't get away enough. There was 3 drivers into one corner, and at Hooton Park it's a very, very tight circuit, and it just did not work out for Potter. There he is at the back in the 20 coming through. He's got a new helmet on. Rio Warderley goes defensive and opens the door. The train is on the inside, and he could get hung out to dry as they move onto the start-finish straight for the first time. Over the line, Wheatley, Clark and Warderley are shown as the top 4. Or top 3 as they come over. Sam Hayes there puts his arm up in acknowledgement, although it was side pod to side pod with Rio Warderley, and I don't think there was anything too untowards there. And now the leader is Max Wheatley as Stanley Clark pops out the slipstream. Amy Peacock goes down the inside and up into 2nd place briefly. Will she have track position for the inside of the double apex left? She does, and she then holds on to 2nd place now with Clark in 3rd. Wheatley then continues to lead the way as they're still sorting themselves out into some sort of order in the background. Wheatley, Clark, and what is now, so it's going to be Wheatley leading from Peacock, and the top 4 have started to break away, with Stanley Clark and Sam Hayes going as well. Peacock drops out the slipstream as Wheatley goes to the rumble strip on the outside, which is the quickest way round this Hooton Park circuit. You use the pit exit as the entry into the first corner. Look over the shoulder from Clark as he comes to the inside to effectively defend off Sam Hayes. And when you get the move done there, you have to get down the inside, because if you don't, you leave the door open for the cutback, and Hayes is through into 3rd place on his return to the Cadet Kart Championship, having not made the trip down to Landau, and don't recall seeing him at GYG either. In the background, though, you've got Ward Ali, and then that's Larry Price in the 97. Now, right on the back of Rio Ward Ali, as Ward Ali tries to defend, and Price is through. The gap, though, back to the 4 in front may be too much in this 8-minute plus 1 lap, unless they start battling in front, which is exactly what's happening there. Clark down the inside of Sam Hayes. We'll see whether he's got the job done. He has. You can just about see it in the forefront of the picture there. So now it's Wheatley, Peacock with Clark. Hayes in 4th place. Price up into 5th in front of Ward Ali, who then goes wide and bounces over the curves with Jake Borey, Tom Drake, Alfie Forrester and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in the background. They're going to have to get into single file, because as they come through that chicane, we'll run through the layout of this Hooton Park circuit later on as we watch some of the drivers come out on the outlaps. Maybe you'll be able to see it a little bit more, because at the moment, with all the action just going left and right, as we see Charlie Eibel in the number 10 kart, the driver, there's Alfie Forrester spins, and there's contact there. That's Borey in the 44, who does well to put the anchors on, and then there's Mason Webster in the background, who splits either side. Potter's down the inside of Riley Sims-Ezard, with Alex Lynn in the mix there as well. Now Tom Drake tried to run round the outside. Ward Ali puts him out onto the rumble strip, and then that might allow Isabella Stansmore-Wilson to come through and get down the inside. Now Drake gets on the inside, takes a huge chunk of curb as well to get to the inside of Rio Ward Ali. Ward Ali's going to close the door. Can Drake make a second move into that first corner as Thomas Potter starts making his way back through the field, tries to get to the inside there of Jensen White, and has that door closed on him fairly firmly by White, as is it's White's right to do so. And now Ward Ali goes wide and allows Stansmore-Wilson to come through She's going to be on the outside though. Wardalley will get the inside of the corner, but then will potentially run wide out into the run strip. Does so, but Stansmore Wilson follows in the wheel tracks. There's contact in the background over the front of Alex Lynn and over the front of Mason Webster is the 69 of Housego. And Alex Lynn doesn't look like he's got a throttle cable, has snapped on that one. He's pumping the throttle, and it looks like Alex Lynn will end the first race of the day in retirement as Housego in the 69 car. It's Freddie is in 19th place with Webster in 20th. They drop a few places back behind as he came through there. Now they'll all come over the line again and sort themselves out, as that we see Freddie Walmsley in the 5, another guest driver behind him as well. Red Lind, who won the Hooton Park IKR here 2 weeks ago. Yellow flag is out at the double apex left where that incident with Lynn was. That's back in now though as the car is safely out of the way. And everybody is free to go racing with 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining of this opening heat of the day. And now Thomas Potter still trying to find a way past Jensen White. Tried there on the previous lap and this time does, and then moves to the inside to defend the cutback. He's now behind the 38 of Max Housego. And will Potter get the move done down into the hairpin? He does, down the inside, 2 places in 2 corners, and Potter is up from 12th and now finds himself inside the top 10 behind Charlie Eibels, number 10. I believe that should move him just there. Just having a quick look where Eibel is, because Max Housego, who they've just managed to find a way through, was classified in 10th last time, but could have dropped down, so it might not be that Potter is that high up as they all come over the line. Eibel is in 10th then, so it's Potter in 11th, although no, Potter goes down the inside of Charlie Eibel into that first corner, and he is now indeed inside the top 10. As we said last lap, he was actually in 11th, so now he's up, but now he's got a bit of a gap to Rio Wardalley as the rest of the field spreads themselves out here at Hooton Park. It's a tight, twisty circuit. Basically means that if you've got to get the job done, because if you don't, you are likely to get overtaken. Now, at the front, the top 2 have pulled away. It's Wheatley and Clark, with Hayes now in 3rd place in front of Amy Peacock. That came through on the classifications they came over. So Hayes in 3rd, Peacock 4th. Price closing in with Jake Borey, another local driver that runs really, really well in the IKR Championship here at Hooton Park. And there's been a change for the lead into the hairpin at the bottom. Stanley Clark moves through on Max Wheatley. A little helmet tap to suggest that they want to work together to move away, but they've got a second at least to Hayes and Peacock, and then a similar time back to Price and Borey. So I can't see Max Wheatley wanting to spend too much time behind Stanley Clark, because whilst you get in the slipstream, you can't pull out until you're definitely over the start finish. As Wheatley goes down the inside, Clark closes the door. I think if that was the last lap, Wheatley might have kept the foot in, but then bounces over the curbs, loses a few kart lengths, and that at the very least gives Stanley Clark a few corners of respite as they make their way into that into the right-hand hairpin for the 3rd corner here at Hooton Park. Then it's a double apex left. You don't go near the curb on the inside because that will compromise the exit round the left, which is the 2nd. Then you go through a chicane, which sorts it out into single file. And then it's the right-hand final corner. Clark, though, since he's managed to get past Max Wheatley and Wheatley took that chunk of curb, Wheatley hasn't been able to close the gap back in. And now Sam Hayes is beginning to move away from Amy Peacock. Time has elapsed, so this will be the penultimate lap of the Hooton Park circuit, and Larry Price is closing in on Amy Peacock. Peacock with a look over the shoulder, a nervous look as well from Amy Peacock. Then in the background, it's Tom Drake, a lonely 7th for him. Stansmore, Wilson, Potter and Rio Wardalley completing the top 10 as it stands. As they make their way through, they'll see the last lap board this time round here at Hooton Park. And the first race of the day will be consigned to the history books. Still though, 35 seconds of action. 42 as Wheatley comes over the line with a personal best. Borey as well sets one, but he's on the back of this train with Peacock and Price. There's your battle for the lead. There's enough, and that's the sixth. Jake Borey has spun out of 6th place. Through comes Tom Drake for 6th. Borey should recover to 7th, all being well. I don't think there's enough there, but now Larry Price is on the outside of Amy Peacock. Not sure he's going to be able to keep the foot in round there and has to slot back in. You don't go round the outside of that double apex left. certainly in Heat 1 where there's a lot of risk to be had, and now Peacock goes defensive. Stanley Clark now, he's won races here in the IKR and he's going to win heat number 1 here at Hooton Park. Holds off from Max Wheatley. In the background there, side by side, over the line. Hayes gets third in front of Peacock and Price. Tom Drake's fourth. Bory will come through, I think, to recover in 7th place, but crosses just in front of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Thomas Potter and Jensen White, completing your top 10. In front of Rio Warderley, Charlie Eyeball, Max Housego, Jacob Cartledge and Riley Sims-Ezard, your top 15. The top 20 then completed by Lind, Bory, Housego, Forrester and Webster, with then Ralphie Branscombe, who had that opening lap excursion across the grass. He's in front of Isaac Hewburn, the only driver not classified 5 laps in, Alex Lynn, part of that incident which saw Freddie Housego go over the front of him, and also then Mason Webster have to take evasive action as well. Just having a quick look at some of the live chat as our runners make their way off. So I'm just having a quick look in there. We've got support coming in for Jaden Hewitt, who did very, very well at Landau, getting himself on the podium. So we've got support coming in from his little sister Maddie. Sabrina's been on saying good luck to Ayrton Rye in the number 8 team. We'll see them out later on in this Honda Cadet class as well. Support coming in for Toby Turner as he guests in that Honda Cadet class. He'll be out in the number 16 kart later on as all of our drivers get themselves ready to go in. The reason they'll be going in there is because they'll be having the front of the karts checked just to make sure that there's no front fairing penalties. We've got questions coming in from Finn Collister saying, what's the timetable? Well, we'll run through that in a few moments because it's time to move on to our next race of the day here at Hooton Park. Junior Rotax then getting themselves into position. Random grids, remember, here at Hooton Park, so all of our drivers will get a front and middle and a back place start. Nicholas Ellis, who is still in with a shout of the championship, will run through the permutations later on, though. He's in first place with Morgan Hudson-Brown, one of our guest drivers, in second place. Jacob Duke starts third, alongside Lizzie Mentier, who you'll remember earlier in the year was racing in Minimax. She moves up into Junior Rotax for the first time in the JKC. Jaden Hewitt and Tom Holden are on the third row in front of Ollie Naylor and Harry Hurst-Grover, with Bartek Filipiak and Sam Ardolino, another returnee, starting in 10th place. Melissa Adrian and Maximus Shields are on row number 6. Then I think we did have a few other drivers towards the tail of the field, but they haven't come up. I think one of them is definitely the 38 of Sam Stoner. He's down there with the black helmet. You can see him behind the gold one of Max Shields. So when they come out, we'll have a quick look. We've got Oliver Green there as well, another returnee in the 28, and the number 13 in our junior Rotax class. I think that could potentially be, let's have a quick look at the notes for the 13. That's Jacob Stott, another driver who joins us for the first time here in the JKC. Joins us from Rochdale in Manchester, the 14-year-old looking to get to grips with the JKC and potentially join us for a full season next year in 2023. And some really exciting announcements coming out during this coming week on the social network pages regarding the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship for 2023. So keep an eye out on the Cadet Kart Championship Facebook page and on Instagram as well. Rolling start for our junior Rotaxers, so they're going to enter the tram lines now. Wait for that green flag, and away we go in 8 minutes. They're 3 wide into that first corner, and we've got a spin. The 18 of Jaden Hewitt. Tom Holden is in there as well, and the 16 of Sam Ardolino. They're going to jump out and try and free themselves as they do so, but I think at least Holden's going to have to wait as Oliver Green and that spins into the bottom hairpin, and Melissa Adrian has to take evasive action as well. Just having a quick look as to where everybody's got into position. I think it could have been a very, very fast starting Jacob Dukes from third place, who has managed to move through into the lead, and Ollie Naylor as well from 7th as the driver kicks up some of the dust on the outside. Naylor is up into second place as they come over the line. Then Maximus Shields gets through on Nicholas Ellis and demotes Ellis down into 5th place. And there's a move in the background. Sam Stoner goes down the inside of Curtis Latimer. Field spread obviously already quite large here in Junior Rotax with the opening corner and then turn 3 incidents as well. So as they make their way through, it's been a good start from Jacob Dukes. Already 1.4 seconds the gap on the opening lap to Ollie Naylor, but Naylor has chipped half a second out of Jacob Dukes in the second lap. Now, we know certainly in Mini Max, Junior Max as well, with the switch onto the Comet tyres, they are very temperamental. They don't generally operate perfectly throughout the entire race. You either go for somewhere in the region of balance, but that doesn't give you any at the start or at the end. You find most drivers, they're either quite good at the start or quite good at the end. Not many find that sweet spot where you can be good for the entire race. We'll see how it pans out as they come over the line this time. It was 9/10 of a second between Jacob Dukes and Ollie Naylor. Naylor's chipped another 3/10 out of that with Filipiak, Shields, Stoner now up into 5th place in front of Nicholas Ellis, who is down into 6th place, having got overtaken by Shields and Stoner on laps 2 and 3 respectively. Latimer 7th, Hudson Brown, Mentia and Harry Hurst Grover completing your top 10 in front of Jacob Stott in 11th place. Green in 12th, Adrian, Ardolino, Holden and Hewitt completing your 16 runners. Obviously Ardolino, Holden and Hewitt involved in that opening lap spin that dropped them all the way down. They are starting to close back in because we know that Green and Adrian had an off on that opening lap as well. So really having to try and close in. They're starting to make their way through the field now as Sam Stoner, who's had a fantastic start to this race, finds a way past Maximus Shields for 4th place. For the lead, though, Bartek Filipiak is being dragged along, and we could be having a 5-kart battle because as soon as they start battling, they're going to back themselves into Stoner and Shields. Ollie Naylor takes a chunk of curb to try and optimise the run down the start-finish straight. Jacob Dukes comes to the inside, goes very defensive. Ollie Naylor in that brand new helmet. We'll find out more about that during the lunch break paddock show, because that helmet was delivered to the circuit yesterday. So a brand new crash helmet for Ollie Naylor. And we always say it's worth a couple of tenths, and it's certainly bringing him towards the front of this pack. The top 5 have got a fairly clear gap. Then you've got Ellis, who's dropped away in front of Latimer. Hudson Brown, who started on the front row, then Mentia's right behind in 9th place. Then there's a gap back to Harry Hurst Grover to complete your top 10. Then we've got that huge gap back to all of the runners that had opening lap incidents, with Ardolino, Holden and Hewitt together in that incident, still nose to tail out there on track from 11th to 13th respectively. And wide goes the leader, Jacob Dukes, under pressure from Ollie Naylor, bounces over the curbs, then leaves the door open as well. That we were saying earlier about in Honda Cadet, if you go too tight into that first left of that double apex, it sends you wide and opens the door. But not only does it send you wide and open the door, it bounces you over the rumble strip on the outside as well, and that is naturally going to cause some issues for your handling as you head then down towards the chicane. Fastest lap of the race, though, from a charging Lizzie Mentia in 8th place. Moves through, goes sub 36 seconds, the only driver so far to do so, and by a long margin as well. Most of the other runners are 36.1, 36.2, some of them are 36.5, and that's your 2 leaders. Behind them, Filipiak. Stoner is the fastest driver of this front 4, and he's closing right up on the back. He's taken no time to get through everybody else that he's caught up to. How will he fare, though, against Dukes, Naylor and Filipiak? All of them setting personal bests as they head round turn 1 here at Hooton Park, then into turn 2, which is almost a replica but is far more important, because then it's that run down towards the hairpin at the far end of the track. Dukes defensive to the inside. Naylor tries to get the run. He's giving Dukes the hurry up. He wants to move forward. He doesn't want to be backed into this pack, but that's exactly what Jacob Duke wants, because he wants Naylor to come under pressure from Filipiak and Stoner, and that will then free him up to drive off at the front and take what would be a much easier victory than what he's going to have to do now. Look over the shoulder, comes to the inside to stop that run from Ollie Naylor into that first corner from Jacob Dukes. then it's that right-hander we spoke about. It's single file, and Naylor is right in the slipstream, but so is Bartek Filipiak, and he's coming down the inside for what could potentially be second place, but Naylor keeps the footing and runs all the way around the outside, and Filipiak now is going to struggle to hold on to third with Sam Stoner right behind in the wheel tracks as well. Shields closing in because of this battle in front. He was 2/10 quicker on the previous lap than the whole of this top four, so we could have 5 karts by the end of it. Shields has a look over the shoulder. He's got a gap back to now Lizzie Mentier, who's got past Ellis and Latimer and Hudson Brown in the last 2 laps. Although I think now with 1 minute and 40 remaining, it might be too much for her to close up, but she is the fastest driver on track. Through comes Sam Stoner. Not only has he got past Filipiak, but he also finds a way past Ollie Naylor. Naylor holds on to third, and there, as we predicted, Max Shields right back in the mix because everybody else is battling. It's not beyond the realms of possibility here that Mentier could get involved in the final lap, but might not have enough time to close and make any inroads into this top 5, although certainly the pace for the rest of the day for Lizzie Mentier will give her plenty of confidence going into heats number 2 and 3 on this random grid format. Look over the shoulder now from Jacob Dukes, and he's going to notice a distinctly black, stealthy helmet of the 38 of Sam Stoner as he makes a bit of a mistake on the way out. Ollie Naylor's going to have to try and run this one all the way around the outside and try and get the cutback, but in doing so, those two have potentially handed it here to Jacob Dukes. Through comes Ollie Naylor at the chicane, and back into the pack goes Sam Stoner. That could give Naylor enough here to hold on. They crossed the line at almost an identical time to what a lap time is. They may just about cross it to get 3 in. Jacob Dukes could do with just slamming the anchors on here for half a second, backing it up and just turning the last one into the last lap, because we know on the previous laps, as long as they're not battling, they have managed to close right up on the back of him. Although now it looks like it's only going to be Naylor who's going to have that opportunity, because Stoner, Filipiak and Shields have become preoccupied with each other, and in doing so have invited Lizzie Mentier into a battle that by any rights, where she was in 9th place 3 laps ago, she should be absolutely nowhere near. But the pace of the 50 has really brought her onto the back of this one. She's right onto the back of Max Shields, and now it's whether Shields even knows she's there because of the pace. She's going to do 2 into the hairpin at the bottom, past Shields, at least alongside Stoner. Stoner's going to get run out the corner, but Lizzie Mentier with an audacious move into the hairpin at the bottom of the track. Through she comes though, and only makes up that 1 place on Maximus Shields. Last lap as they come over the line this time. They're not, it's the last lap and it's over here in Junior Max. We had so much excitement. They did cross the line last time on that last lap that I'd completely forgot that it was the last lap as they come through then to finish. The results of Dukes, Naylor and Filipiak, the top 3. Stoner, Mentier and Shields in front of Hudson Brown, Grover, Latimer and Ellis. Your top 10, Ardolino, Holden and Hewitt recover to 11th to 13th respectively. So as our junior Rotax make their way round, obviously the field spread after that opening lap incident sees the checkered flag going all the way down as some of our runners come through to take that now here at Hooton Park. So Dukes, Naylor and Filipiak are your top 3. And then in front of Stoner and Mentier. Mentier, though, the driver to watch for the rest of the day here at Hooton Park. Not only because of the speed she carries, but the fact that she will happily go for an overtake down the inside. Certainly tried to get at least 2 into that hairpin down there, into hairpin 3. So as they make their way off, it will be time to... We'll be sticking with the 2-stroke action. We'll be sticking with... It'll be Micromax up next. We've got plenty of comments coming in, which we'll come to in a few moments' time. Next race up, though, today will be heat number 1 for Minimax. Thank you for everybody that has got in touch. I'll be dipping in and out of them live chat comments throughout the day. Nicky's been on saying great race. Stan after his Heat 1 result in Honda Cadet. Into Micromax though, another Cadet class, albeit with a 2-stroke engine. Dax Farah starts on pole position with Jack Hutchinson alongside Ella Lucia and Harry Neeson on the second row in front of Drew Davidson, a name that most of you were familiar with from racing in Hondas. He's made that switch over to Micromax. He starts next to Samuel Lowdy on row number 3. Alex Jones and James Roberts are on row 4. Jack Baker and Logan Lauder on row number 5 in front of Daniel Minto and Jos Huschke, another driver switching from Hondas into Micromax. Toby Dukes, the driver of the day from Landau, starts 13th with Aston Brown, the championship leader, alongside Caden Simpson and Logan Jones are on row 8. Hassan Khan and Ellis Child are on row number 9 to complete what is our biggest grid of Micromaxes this season in the Cadet Kart Championship. They're making their way round. And what I am doing is completing the results from the Junior Rotax opening heat of the day to be able to then feed back at the end of the day where all of our drivers are in terms of their championship chances. And Jacob Dukes, of course, has done himself no harm at all in the opening race of the day, taking the victory. His nearest championship rival, Nicholas Ellis, in 10th place, although there is a caveat to that. Ellis not able to practice on Friday or Saturday either. He's got some ribs that were damaged at Landau a month ago in the final there. Went to Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. They didn't help at all, and then he went back and has had a few weeks off for rest. So Nicholas Ellis not at 100%, that's for sure, and 10th place in that opening race of the day. Micromax, though, are away and racing as they head down towards the first corner, 2 and 3 wide. It's going to be a tight one in there as Daniel Minto takes a huge chunk of curb, but also takes 2 places as well, as there's a spin for the number 8 of Ellis Child, I believe, in the first corner, and that kart is going very, very slowly. Could potentially have a problem. It could just be that the engine has stalled. Might just need to give that one a little bit of a start. Press the button on the battery and get that kart going. But we'll keep an eye out in terms of the track position where they come through and whether he completes that opening lap. Can't see anybody in the background, so it could potentially be that we have had a retirement already. Over the line they come, though, for the first time, and Dax Farah leads from Harry Neeson, James Robertson, Samuel Lowdy, but there's movements already in the middle of the pack as Baker finds a way past Hutchinson, and that opens the door as well for Toby Dukes to come through, and Logan Lauder as well is going to get to the inside. Hutchinson's going to get hung out. There's a move down the inside by the 18 of Hasnan Khan, and then that means that then he's going to get a little bit of snap oversteer. Got squeezed out, which is always the risk when you go down the inside, particularly on lap 2 of 2 or 3 karts. When you're 2 or 3 wide, you're going to have to turn very, very tight to make that one work. And then wasn't happy that the door was closed, hence why the arm was off the steering wheel. Through they come, though, at the end of the second lap, and James Roberts moves through into second place. Dax Farah continues to lead the way, with Neeson then dropping to third, Lowdy in fourth. Daniel Minto, though, the one to watch. He's been making some good inroads in the early phases of this race, and Toby Dukes is down the inside of Jack Baker into the bottom hairpin and slides through, gets the job done by moving all the way to the outside and closing the door to stop the run down back into this left-hander. In the background, Aston Brown there in the purple and blue kart. He's the one to watch in terms of the championship. He's leading the way going into this race weekend here at Hooton Park. Farah leads, not quite sure what the indication was there with the arm off the steering wheel. We've got another retirement there. I saw a driver climbing out of a cart and walking away. We'll try and pick out which number that is, because we've got Logan Jones showing as a lap down in the 73, and it is the kart of Jones, the novice driver who would have started towards the tail end of the field, has retired on lap number 2, as there's a move now from Minto down the inside and forces Lowdy out onto the grass, onto the rumble strip, and Daniel Minto is up into 4th place. Lowdy having to bounce across the concrete on the outside there. The first bit is reasonably smooth. The bit that we saw Lowdy bouncing over, less so, mainly because we could see air underneath his kart, and that has unsettled him a little bit, because through comes Toby Dukes to move up into 5th place as well. So at the moment we've got Roberts now leading the way from Farah. Neeson is going to hand 3rd place over to Daniel Minto as they make the run down. We've had a catch up with Minto's team boss during the paddock walk, and we found out a little bit about him, but also about the team as well. So we'll look out for that one in the lunch break here at Hooton Park. So we've got a morning of race action all the way through to around roughly about 1:30, and then we'll be back at around about 2:10 for the races this afternoon. We've got 3 heats in all of our classes, 5 in Hondas, of which each driver takes part in 3, and a B final in that class as well, before we head towards the finals at the end of the day. Minto is down the inside of Dax Farah. Farah will get a decent run out though, but will be on the outside of that corner as Minto bounced over the rumble strips and got the move done. Can Farah tag on to the back of Daniel Minto and work together to close in on the back of James Roberts? The gap half a second, but we are only at half race distance as Minto runs ever so slightly wide in that final corner. It's a corner that you have to turn in for tight, but then it eases you out as you make your way round the corner, as we see drivers making their way through. That's the 30 of Alex Jones, although he then goes wide and opens the door for Hasnan Khan to come through as well. The only driver that we haven't seen on the out there on track is Ellis Child, and that's because we saw one driver at least on the opening lap rolling off and didn't make it round over the line the first time. That's why we're only showing as 17 runners rather than the 18. Logan Jones already into retirement, shown as 4 laps down there with in 17th place. We saw that kart stationary on what looked to be the outside of the first corner, although no yellow flags. That kart is quite clearly moved into a safe area to allow the racing to proceed. Roberts has opened the gap up as Toby Dukes now goes down the inside of Harry Neeson and then runs all the way to the outside. Textbook overtake then from Jacob Dukes. Doesn't matter that Neeson's got back alongside on the way out of the corner, because you can't hold all the way around the outside of the double apex left here at Hooton Park. So as everybody sort of sorts themselves out, I think we're going to have probably a bit of a lull in the action for a lap or so as everybody sort of feels themselves out. They're all getting into representative positions, although in the background we see Drew Davidson and the 18 of Hasnan Khan getting through past Aston Brown. Davidson did exactly the same as well on Logan Lauder for 11th place. Now Brown is having to defend off from Alex Jones in that run. Those two are the drivers involved in the championship, and Jones tries to get alongside that. We'll have him on the outside. We'll see them slot into view around about now, and it is still Brown in front as they make their way through the chicane. That is flat out in almost all of our classes here at Hooton, as long as it's single file, which is exactly how it should be. If you're side by side, you are going to have to relent. We saw that earlier with Ollie Naylor with that great overtake on Sam Stoner, that he managed to get the move done as the drivers move out there into the pit entrance to sort of widen that opening corner here at Hooton Park. And then it's that other right-hander in the background, the sliding Caden Simpson in the Lando Norris kart, the 77, 13th place for him in the background. Lonely though, nobody to play with unfortunately, as there's a battle going on in front of him and one behind with Ella Lucia and Jos Hushka for 14th and 15th, giving Simpson just a quiet drive to the line, all being well for him. So the top 2 and 3 have got some decent space between them. Dax Farrer and Toby Dukes are going to be the ones to watch in 3rd place as Hasnan Khan sets the fastest lap of the race, the only driver thus far to go under 40 seconds in Micro Max, and does so by a tenth and a bit. He's down to 39.894 as there's a move down the inside from Samuel Lowdy on Harry Neeson, and Neeson's going to try and get the run again, but as we mentioned, will be on the outside as the door is closed by Samuel Lowdy, and that's going to allow Jack Baker and Hasnan Khan, the fastest driver on track, to close right up on the back. This is what we're saying here about Dukes being able to attack Dax Farrer and gets the move done into the final corner. Farrer will have got a better run out of that final corner, being on the outside and being able to open it up. And now Neeson and Lowdy as well in the background. There's a little bit of contact between them. Neeson holds on. This is going to allow Lowdy to get the run down the inside, I think. And the whole train is coming down the inside of Harry Neeson. Baker is through as well. Khan is going to get alongside. He's going to be on the outside, though. Neeson could hold on here as he gets through. Hasnan Khan into the back of the 17 of Jack Baker. I'm not sure how that's going to do the front fairing any good at all, but we'll find out whether he picks up a penalty post-race for that one, although no harm done in terms of track position between the two of them, although fairly sure a warning will suffice for the 18 as they now slot in, although their battle between now has backed themselves into the rest of the pack. Last lap board is out for your leader, James Roberts. The gap a second to Daniel Minto, and then he's got another 2 seconds back to Jacob Dukes. The battle behind, though, is 8 deep as Hasnan Khan goes down the inside and forces Harry Neeson wide. Neeson, arm off the wheel, not at all happy with that one. Let's see whether Khan can hold on as well as Baker tries to run all the way round the outside. And then in the background, that looks like Drew Davidson and Aston Brown. Out of the final corner, though, comes your race leader, James Roberts, to take victory in Micromax from Daniel Minto and Toby Dukes, the top 3. In the background, they're side by side over the line. Neeson is still fuming at that one. That's dropped him all the way down into 9th place. Barrow in 4th, Loudy, Baker, Khan, Jones, Neeson and Davidson getting into the top 10 in his first race in CKC in Micromax, in front of Aston Brown, Logan Lauder, Caden Simpson, Ella Lucia, Josh Hushka and Jack Hutchinson. So we'll have a look at the opening races of the day and just go back and just run through any penalties applied in that one. Now, we had front fairing penalties picked up by Freddie Walmsley, Max Bory and Tom Drake, so that's going to have moved them down in the order ever so slightly. Drake drops from what would have been 6th place, I think, or 6th or down, I think 6th place for Tom Drake, drops him down into 9th. That promotes Jake Bory back up into the 6th place that he spun out of during that race earlier on. We've got a poll in the live chat as well, saying what year did Hooton Park open? Now, I've got it in my commentary notes. Luckily, I didn't mention it during the intro, or we wouldn't have been able to put that question in there as well. One of them is pure comedy, and I'm not sure whether it was meant to say 1612, although the fact that Hooton Park is on the site of a former Royal Air Force base, not beyond the realms of possibility, but if you'd like to have a laugh, you can pick that one. The other 3, far more reasonable dates as well. So have a go in there. We'll give it 10, 20 minutes maybe. We'll come back after one of the heats later on and dip in there, and we'll find out whether some of you know your motorsport trivia. We've got Micromax there. They've come off. We're just about to go racing then for Honda Cadet, heat number 2. Honda Cadet then making their way to the dummy grid. We've got Tom Drake straight back out, going off pole position. Red Lind alongside Charlie Eibel and Riley Sims-Ezard on the 2nd row. Harris Alley we see for the first time today. 4th in the championship coming here to Hooton Park. He starts alongside Larry Price, who in turn is 3rd in the championship, going off P6. Ayrton Ryan, Freddie Walmsley are on row 4. Alex Lynn and Freddie Housey on row number 5. Max Bory and Harry Samuel are 11th and 12th. Then we're going to have Max Lewis, who didn't have a great day in practice yesterday. We'll run through that in a few moments. Lewis Hall starts alongside. Ralphie Branscombe should be 15th, but he's not going to be. Incident in heat number 1 means that Kart is not in the fit state to come out for heat number 2. It means almost certainly Branscombe will be relegated into the B final later on in the day. He starts alongside Amy Peacock. James Fabricius and James Winstanley are on row 9. Toby Turner and Cameron Tipping complete the top 20 in front of Stanley Clark, the heat 1 winner, with Joshua Owen and Isaac Hewburn, your 23 runners. Now, you might be thinking, why have we got such a small grid in Honda Cadet? Well, we haven't. We've just added an extra heat. We've gone to 5 because of the track constraints here at Hooton Park. It means that we can only run a certain amount of drivers per class. So it was either a case of run it absolutely bang on capacity for all of our heats, or drop it down ever so slightly, add an extra heat in, give the drivers a little bit more space on track, and hopefully make for a tidier race day. So that is the reason why we've gone for 5 heats then in our Honda Cadet class. Tom Drake off the front row appears to be having a quick look at some of the lesser used areas of Hooton Park as he goes out across the grass. He will be allowed to retake that position, I think, on the front row. So that's going to see him come through. So we'll have a little bit of a delay as he makes his way back into the into position. So we'll keep an eye out on that as they make their way through. You can see the front row berth is currently empty. And Drake will find his way through. Here he is making his way down to the front of the grid. He's going to have to lock that one on and get put into position. I think his helper might just give him a little bit of a pep talk. Not quite sure where he was in terms of position. What you will notice, though, off the outside of that front row, Red Lind, the last race winner at the Hooton Park IKI. That kart parked very aggressively towards the inside. Quite clearly has a plan to get in front of Tom Drake early as the lights go out here at Hooton Park. We should have a gap in the track down the one side where Ralphie Branscombe is. That's around about for P15. That'll be on the left side of the track because, as I mentioned, that kart not out after the incident in heat number 1. We also mentioned Max Lewis in the pre-race grid as well. He had a big incident yesterday in practice. We saw some of the parts off that during the paddock walk, so stick around for that during the lunch break. Really bent track rod. The chassis not in a great way either. Track rod, steering arm, everything on that kart changed towards the front end. Lights are on red. Movement, and we are away, and Lind slots straight into second place. Comes across, tries to force Eibel, but Eibel from third place will come through into second. Lind then drops down into third. Harris Ali gets a good start as then Joshua Owen goes across the grass. Does well, though, to keep hold of that. And then slots back in as now the run down into that heavy braking zone for hairpin number 3. 2 and 3 wide in the background as Amy Peacock makes tidy moves in the 17 to get alongside, I think it's Sam Howell in the 22, and makes her way through and gains a few positions as well in this Honda Cadet heat number 2. It's Harry Samuels, the 22, as Cameron Tipping bounces over the grass, the rumble strip as well. Tom Drake still leading the way out at the front, ran slightly wide round the final corner. Charlie Eibel in the wheel tracks in second place, the guest driver, but who races a lot here at Hooton Park in front of Lind, Ali, Price, Sims Ezard, Lynn, Rye, Housego and Walmsley. Your top 10, Bory, Peacock, Samuel, Hall and Fabricius moving through into 15th. Fabricius still in with a shot in the Honda Cadet Championship. His nearest rival, Harris Roberts, not in this one. He'll be out in heats 3, 4 and 5. Later on, so it's going to be a condensed race day for your champion-elect Harris Roberts. As I mentioned, what we'll do is we'll just keep track of everything until the end of the third heats, and then as we come to the final, we'll let you know where drivers need to finish if they are to wrap the championship up with a round to spare. Drake continues to lead from Eibel and Lind. In the background, though, they're too wide into the first corner. Walmsley running right the way around the outside of Bory. Peacock in the background as well. Fabricius in the 91 is coming along nicely, makes up a few places on that previous lap, was 15th the previous way round, and Peacock down the inside of Walmsley. Walmsley runs very wide, and then the 22 of Harry Samuel getting alongside as well. They're going to be 3 wide. Samuel could have the track position here as there's a move down the inside, and there's contact. Fabricius is off. The championship vice champion at present is off and into the tyre wall. Peacock as well is off. The move down there into that double apex left, and it's Walmsley, the other driver involved, and I don't think either of them 3 was the driver that was on the inside going into that corner that forced all of the others off onto the outside as they all fall down the order. I think the driver on the inside could have potentially have been the 51 of Stanley Clark. Not sure we're going to be able to get a view of that one again, but there was at least 5 karts going into a corner that just does not go at all well at 2 and 3 wide, let alone 5. Still with 5.5 minutes remaining here then at Hooton Park. James Fabricius, who needed all the points he could get to keep his championship hopes alive, is going to struggle to finish inside the top 15 in this opening heat for him. Heat number 2 as Charlie Eibel goes wide, and Red Lind, too much curb, and Lind spins at the first corner. He's going to have to go wide then onto the grass so that he doesn't retake in front of everybody else. I don't think there was any contact there down the inside. Eibel gave him half a kart width, which was very benevolent of him in order to preserve the rest of his race. Lind up and over the curve and then into a spin and drops himself out of a very, very handy third place. Harris Ali then now inherits that third. Larry Price up into fourth place with Ayrton Rye in front of Alex Lynn, Freddie Houseygoat, Riley Sims-Ezard in there as well. That bright yellow helmet, the driver in the 43. See him there in front of one of the Bories, the 44, I think, of Max. It's Lewis Hall in the 44. It's the 444 that's 2 karts back, making the way through, which is Max Bory. Bory makes the move down the inside of Riley Sims-Ezard. Sims-Ezard gives enough of a kart width down the inside and then slots back out of the corner and does well enough there, although gets a little bit of snap oversteer into the first of that double apex left. On the back of them, Stanley Clark, who has moved away from in 11th place from Harry Samuel. And then there's a gap back to Cameron Tipping. Now there's going to be a move for second place. It's going to see Harris Ali down the inside of Charlie Eibel, and coming through as well is Larry Price. So Price in the wheel tracks, taking full advantage of Harris Ali, and Ali now going defensive, although if they work together in the same way that they have done to close up on Charlie Eibel, they might have a chance of snatching victory from Tom Drake here. But the more they battle, the more Drake is going to be able to drive away. They need at least 2 more laps of this nose-to-tail action here for Ali and Price, because I'm sure in 3 minutes' time they'd rather be battling like this for the lead rather than battling like this for second place, because if they're battling now, Tom Drake will be rubbing his hands together at the prospect of a victory just being handed to him. Not take nothing away from him, but 2 karts always go quicker than 1, and Ali and Price certainly had the pace to close up on Tom Drake. Ali there with the arm off the wheel. He's trying to ask Price to push him, but then in turn he's coming to the inside to defend. So he's obviously not that confident that Larry Price wants to work with him, because whilst he's saying work with me, he's going defensive to the inside as well. Very, very interesting dynamic between the two of them, and fair play to that, because in all honesty it doesn't look like Larry Price is that interested, because he's taking different lines, trying to find a way past Harris Ali. Needs to push now with 2.5 minutes remaining. Push, push, push down the inside. He's coming through for second place is Larry Price. Now is Harris Ali going to do the same and try and push Larry Price on to move back through, because he was in second. He could still get second if they work together to close in on Tom Drake. In the background behind this top 4, Ayrton Rye running a very, very steady 5th place, has a few kart lengths as Stanley Clark goes down the inside of Lewis Hall. That's going to move him up into 9th place, so a 1st and a 9th, and then that's going to give Clark a really, really good chance of being on the front row for the final, or being well for his 3rd heat. We'll just need to really move somewhere near the top 10 from towards the back, and he'll have a comfortable start for the final. Price, let's have a quick look at the lap times and see how they're doing in comparison to Tom Drake at the front. Price took half a tenth out. He needs more than that. The gap is 6/10. Tom Drake, though, to the inside defensive. I think he's had a difficult turn 1 and 2 for Tom Drake. So when he crossed the line, he was 6/10. The gap now a lot closer than that as they bounce their way into turn 3, the hairpin at the bottom end of the track. So we see Alex Lynn making his way through. Stanley Clark, the driver in 9th, has managed to move away now from Lewis Hall. I think he might have got past Max Bory as well, potentially, because in front of him is Houseygoat in 7th place. Clark, we'll get confirmation of that as he come over the line. We do. Clark, Heat 1 winner, is now running in 8th place. Now Tom Drake is having to go defensive, because the gap that was 0.6 of a second is down to under 2. Price is going to try and get the run. 30 seconds remaining, so they should, well, get round before this one is done. And we could get 2 more laps here, and it's allowed Charlie Eibel to close right in as well on the back of this battle for the lead. Drake leading the way from Larry Price. Price at the same corner this time, got that run on the previous lap to go down the inside. Cameron Tipping is spun on the outside of the corner, and through comes the lead. That's Tipping round at turn 4. Price is through down the inside. Harris Ali through for second place as well. Tom Drake down into 3rd place, and Larry Price, who finished inside the top 5 in heat number 1. Could well go on to win heat number 2. And this ball contact. Tom Drake up the back of Harris Ali. Luckily, that kart freed itself, because we've seen karts get stuck up on the back of each other. Then both drivers have to get out and free themselves. Very, very lucky there for Tom Drake that he didn't run all the way up the back of Harris Ali and get beached. They still live to race another corner, though, the top 4 as they were on the previous lap, with now Price leading the way from Ali and Drake, with Eibel in 4th place. Then there's a gap back to Ayrton Rye, who has been reeled in by Lynn and Clark. Housego as well on the back of that, as they head down now towards into the heaviest braking zone on the track. The prime overtaking spot into turn 3. Half a lap remaining, and Larry Price is doing himself no harm at all in getting a front row start, potentially even a pole position for the final as he makes his way through the chicanes. There is some lap traffic in front, but I don't think that's going to do them any harm. Through they come, though, for Larry Price to take the checkered flag, and victory in heat number 2 from Harris Ali, Tom Drake, Charlie Eibel very happy with 4th place, Rye in 5th, Lynn, Clark, Housego, Bory and Hall complete your top 10 in front of Sims, Ezard. And then as they come over the line, Max Lewis gets 12th. Harry Samuel not at all happy, but takes both arms off the wheel and then almost crashes into Lewis. So just something that Samuel will need to consider later on. Peacock and Fabricius, after their incident earlier on, they recover to 14th and 15th respectively, in front of Turler, Lind, Winstanley, Tipping and Huburn. Then Joshua Owen complete the 21 runners that made it all the way round. Freddie Walmsley had to retire on a lap number 3 after he was involved in that incident as well in the tyres. The kart too damaged to carry on for our driver of the number 5. So that's 2 Honda Cadet races in the bag for you. And then it's going to mean that we're going to have 3 more of those before we head towards the finals. Next race up, though, it's time for heat number 1 in Junior Pro Kart. On the front row is the all-important championship battle. Christian Oblang in 1st place with Max Shields alongside Harry Brown and Sophie Pawsey on row 2, Harrison Johns and Owen Roberts on the 3rd row. In this one in Junior Pro Kart, as long as Maximus Shields finishes within 23 points in terms of their haul today of Christian Oblang, that will be enough for the 181 of Max Shields to not only take the title this year, but add to the championship in the same class that he won last year, which will make him a double champion in Junior Pro Kart in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. So effectively that means that as long as Shields finishes inside the top 4 in all the heats and 3rd in the final, no matter what Oblag does throughout the day, it's going to be enough for Maximus Shields to be crowned the 2022 Junior Kart Champion in Junior Pro Kart. I'm just waiting for the final runners in our Honda Cadet class as Shields gets himself pumped up for this first race of the day in Junior Pro. Have a quick look at the live chat once again. Getting confirmation again that the answer for the opening of Hooton Park was indeed 2007. It took a year to get the circuit built and everything in place. Most of the people in the poll going for 1998 with 55%. In fact, 18% was the correct answer, and that was 2007. So we've been racing here at Hooton Park for 15 years. Standing start for Junior Pro. They're going to make their way round and into position for this one. I'm going to have a quick look at the results from some of the other races to see whether we've got anything coming in. I'll have a look at that in a few moments when this Junior Pro Kart, if this Junior Pro Kart race, of course, settles down. We have got some penalties coming in from Junior Rotax. So as the engine notes rise in Junior Pro, we're away and racing as Oblag bounces in the seat to try and get away. It's going to be a drag race to the first corner, but Shields moves over and slots into second place. Harry Brown and Sophie Pawsey are going to be side by side. Brown should have track position, and Harrison Johns tries to get down the inside. The 7 has taken out the 10 and the 77, and Sophie Pawsey just can't get away. There's a tyre up on the back of the 77 of Sophie Pawsey. She's going to have to get out and drag that kart back out of the tyre wall, but Owen Roberts on the inside has sent Sophie Pawsey and Harrison Johns off in evasive action as well. Pawsey into the tyres, and that kart, the tyre stuck on top, stops that kart going any further, and she has to get out and drag the 77 machine back onto track. Shields, though, leads the way from Oblang, having got past on the opening lap. Missed that off camera with all the excitement going on. Oblang bouncing over the curbs then in second place. Harry Brown is right there with as well in third place. A driver who knows his way around Hooton Park, although not seen him race the Junior Pro Kart. It's not a class that they run in the IKR here, not even off the back of the seniors that they race. So Brown, who's had some experience here in Cadet and practicing, of course, in the Junior Pro Kart, but not in race format. So as this race settles itself down, as they begin lap 2, it's Shields, Oblang and Brown with Roberts, Johns and Pawsey, your top 6. Penalties applied in Junior Rotax. Saw Tom Holden, Bartek Filipiak given 5-second penalties for front fairing, drop down, and Jacob Stott, unfortunately, excluded from the standings for being underweight in that opening Junior Rotax race. Also, report coming in out of Micromax as well. Toby Dukes, unfortunately, excluded from the standings. Another driver underweight in that class. That drops him out of what was a very, very credible top 5 finish. He's gone all the way down and will pick up no points then for that for that race. Heat number 2 in Honda Cadet is clear, I believe. That's already in the consign, so that should be good to go. So that is in. Shields has moved away at the head of this Junior Pro Kart race and will do his championship challenge. No harm at all for Maximus Shields. Oblang in second place, still coming under pressure from Harry Brown, although they appear to have the measure of each other at different parts of the track, with Brown closing in the tighter infield section and Oblang having a little bit more on the opening few corners. So if Brown needs anything, he needs to stick with Oblang in the first few corners, uses a slipstream to close right up on the 76. And will do so again if he needs that run though round the second corner. I think that's where Oblang has enough to stop Brown trying to get a run down into this right-hander, although goes very, very wide, does Christian Oblang. Brown looks across to the inside. It's going to be a brave move from Harry Brown, but if he can force Christian Oblang to the inside, could get a much better run out of this corner and line this one up for the final corner and get a run down, start, finish, because Brown closed in on the previous lap. Can he do the same this time? Oblang obviously pushing, knowing that he needs something to close in on Maximus Shields. As we mentioned, Shields only needs certain finishes. This one is the closest of all the championships in terms of being settled at the end of the day, with Shields only needing 4th place in all of his heats, then a 3rd in the final, and that is on the basis that Christian Oblang wins all the races, which at the moment he's not going to do, because at half race distance, Shields is leading the way by a commanding margin, in fact, of 3.2 seconds on the previous lap. It could be out to even further this time. Fastest lap of the race by Shields of 40.654, 4/10 of a second quicker than Christian Oblang. In fact, 5/10, half a second quicker than anybody else out there. And Max Shields has opened the gap up to almost 4 seconds. Having a quick look at the weather forecast as well, because we were expecting rain here at Hooton Park for most of this weekend. But as at the moment, on the minute cast and on the radar, it's suggesting that nothing for at least the next 2 hours. So that's going to take us through to at least the lunch break here with no rain at Hooton Park. There is spots in and around the area. So we'll keep an eye out on the weather forecast. At the moment, though, at the front, it doesn't look like anything can stop Max Shields in this first race of the day in Junior Pro Kart. And gap out to beyond 4 seconds now, with Brown still keeping Christian Oblag honest for second and third respectively. Though on the last couple of laps, Oblang appears to have managed to have found a few tenths or so on Brown. It could well be that the tyres are just about coming good for Christian Oblag in the final phase of this race. Into the first corner they go. Oblang holding on to second, but has 4.3 seconds to try and close up on Maximus Shields as they head down towards the hairpin at the bottom of the track. Through they come, and they'll be heading back up. This is a good chance here from this camera to show you where this Hooton Park track goes, because we keep cutting between the cameras. It doesn't really give you the clearest opportunity to see where everybody is on track and how it goes. But as you here at Hooton, it's the first corner is that first right. It's a right, and then you go into another right. Then you long run down into the hairpin. This is the first corner that they're coming into here then. And then it's another right-hander, which is exactly the same profile as turn one. Then it's a long run down towards the hairpin at the bottom, but it's not a tight hairpin. The first part is, and then the corner runs out wide, which is why you see the drivers then not able to get that move done, really, because the corner opens up and gives the driver at the front more of an opportunity to come all the way round. So they bounce their way over the curb on the exit of that double apex left before they head down into the flat-out chicane. The top three now then fairly comfortable, although Owen Roberts does have a little bit of pace in terms of difference to Harry Brown. Has closed up on the last couple of laps, although on that one drops down 2 tenths further on the driver in third place. There he is in the background. He has been closing in lap on Brown, but Brown has had enough to be moving away at the front of this one. 40 seconds remaining then in terms of time, so Shields will come through with enough this lap to have enough pace to get at least one more lap in, and then when they come through it'll be the last lap for Maximus Shields. So Shields leading the way by 5.1 seconds from Christian Oblang and Harry Brown, with Owen Roberts setting a personal best as Max Shields now gets past Sophie Pawsey. That will drop Pawsey a lap down, although she is recovering after that opening lap incident, which took a heavy hit to the front of that cart and then involved her getting out. So her lap times are down ever so slightly to what we'd expect for Sophie Pawsey. She's moves out of the way and allows Maximus Shields to come through and take through the victory, well, take the lead as he begins the last lap. So Pawsey not getting in the way. Shields then out onto the rumble strips here in these Junior Pro Karts. So Junior Pro Kart using the adult Pro Kart frame. The engines are the same, the engines that as cadets were using. They've got the cadet restrictor in. When they eventually do move up out of JKC into the seniors of this class, they take that restrictor out. It gives each engine around about a horsepower more. At the moment they're currently pumping out around about 8, so when they go into senior spec it's a lot nearer to 9. Out of the final corner then comes Max Shields. Does himself no harm at all. The champion-elect takes heat number 1 here in Junior Pro Kart. Pawsey crosses the line, albeit a lap down for 6th place. Oblang crosses for 2nd in front of Harry Brown, who drops away in the final few laps. So it holds on to 3rd place in front of Owen Roberts, and Harrison Johns will cross the line in around about 15 seconds time to be classified in 5th place. So we'll get to add the results in on the championship standings here in Junior Pro Kart for Max Shields and Christian Oblag. Just fill in some of the others as well, because certainly in Hondas, where we've got some drivers taking part in some races and not in others, so it's going to be a very, very interesting day until the heats are done before we head towards our finals. Thank you to everybody that's joined us for this Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. I'm going to have a quick look into the live chat as well. Support coming in there for Sophie Pawsey and as well after that incident as well. And then we've got Chelsea Timmins saying shout out for Thomas Potter, wishing good luck from Tico Clothing. It's one of his sponsors. Lucas Blanford in asking a question. Why has the Pro Kart not got a number on the Nauseo panel? I think they're talking about the red one. I think it does actually on the front. I think it's just because of the scoop on it with that opening. It's so high up that you can't see it. I'm sure it's Christian Oblak's car. I'll go out, in fact, on the lunch break and I'll have a quick check if there is something on there or whether we get a different camera angle next time. But it's always interesting to pick something out on that one. Next up, though, it's time for heat number 1 in Minimax. Finn Collister in the comments as well, as we've got a spin there for the 94 of Jack Burgess on the outlap. Yeah, Finn Collister wishing all junior pro karts good luck. He's been over in this championship earlier on in the year. Ben Horner starts the day on pole position with Taz Groom alongside. Addison Smith and James Fabricius are on the second row. Callum Foster and Benjamin Gordon are on row number 3. Then it's Zane Kuwaker and Jared Fox-Whiteley with Lewis Goff and Jensen Pritchard completing the top 10. Leon Barlow and Ben Adrian are on row number 6 with Jack Burgess, Freddie Lyons, who had a big off in practice this morning, and then Sam Flynn. They come through then to take the green flag and we're away, and I think we're rolling round. We are the front of the train, not in the tram lines, and the starter not at all happy as Ben Horner trims the grass here at Hooton Park. So drivers then will now need to make their way through and get themselves back into their starting positions. And you will have noticed in 8th and 9th place, the 2 championship protagonists going off positions quite close to each other. If you think 8th and 9th is nice and close, you wait till Heat 2 comes along when they're starting alongside each other on the front row in Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Goff. Tight in that championship. We'll keep a lookout throughout the day as to how the points sit in that one. That one may well go down to the final corner of the final round at Ella Park. Into the tram lines they go. We're away and racing, and Addison Smith is going to come through. He's down the inside, and Addison Smith will lead. Then out onto the rumble strip goes Taz Groom. Everybody else down the inside. Lewis Goff is through. Jared Fox-Whiteley on the inside as well, the orange helmet. Racing here at Hooton Park only 3 weeks after breaking his thumb at Landau as he bounces over the curbs. The adrenaline basically just running through his body and just getting him through the race day as Foster goes wide. Kuwaker in the 44 comes through down the inside as he makes his first appearance here in the Junior Kart Championship, but it's a returning Addison Smith who will lead us over the line for the first lap of 8 minutes, plus 1 lap in this opening Minimax heat number 1. Smith then leads from Kuwaker with Foster, Horner, Fabricius, Barlow, Goff, Groom, and then Fox-Whiteley in front of Ben Adrian. They're going to be 3 wide. That's Burgess, I think, on the inside in the green helmet, making the move down the inside of Benjamin Gordon, I believe. We'll keep an eye out on everybody else. So your 2 championship protagonists are still nose to tail now in 7th and 8th place in terms of track. Kuwaker closing in on the back of Addison Smith, takes 4 tenths out, and then a very late move to the inside. Smith has to be compliant and is so, and Zane Kuwaker moves through to take the lead. Smith then slotting in behind in 2nd place. Foster 3rd. Horner, Fabricius, Barlow. Then it's Goff and Fox-Whiteley in front of Adrian and Burgess. Your top 10. Is there anything that Smith can do to stick with Zane Kuwaker? At the very least, it's going to drag him along to a very, very comfortable 2nd place. If the speed from Smith to Kuwaker is anything, they can just start moving away together. Then there's Callum Foster, a driver who I've been very, very impressed with in these last couple of rounds and who's shown some great improvement running in third place and looks like he belongs there at the moment, with Horner behind, although Horner's going to get a good run round the second corner, and the move's going to be done by the time they go into the turn 3 hairpin. Foster's going to get the cut back, but then that does then put him on the outside behind Oliver Fabricius, who took a great victory in one of the heats at Landau a few weeks ago. Then it's Leon Barlow, Lewis Goff. Ben Adrian has found a way past Jared Fox-Whiteley. That's put Adrian up into 8th place, Fox-Whiteley down into 9th, and they are some 2.5 seconds off the back of this train of karts, which has now got Ben Horner leading the train from 3rd, effectively all the way down to 7th, although the gap is a second between Fabricius and Barlow, although there's contact there between Oliver Fabricius into the back of Callum Foster. Foster lives to fight another corner, but then that might not do the front fairing of Oliver Fabricius any good, and if that's dropped down, that's 5 seconds, and that is not a debatable 5 seconds either. It's not something that's up for discussion at the end of the race. If your nose is pushed in and dropped down, that is a 5-second penalty without question. Goff has found a way past Leon Barlow, and that moves him up into 6th place for Lewis Goff. Look over his shoulder, a big point forward from Lewis Goff. He wants to go forward and he wants to drag Leon Barlow with him, and will also need Barlow as well to be very compliant. Doesn't want to get bogged down in a battle over 6th place when he thinks that there's a battle for 3rd to be had with Horner, Foster and Fabricius in front of them. Then there's a gap back. It's comfortable between Adrian and Fox-Whiteley. Burgess is there as well, with Gordon, Pritchard, Flynn, Groom and Freddie Lines. This is the corner where Fabricius had it lined up on the previous lap, but then couldn't get alongside the 69 of Foster into this hairpin. Can't get alongside him either on this lap. In the background though, Goff closing in on Fabricius. On the previous lap, the gap was 0.8 of a second. Let's see what it is, because on track it certainly looks a lot closer than that, as we see the drivers in the background making their way through. The driver in the orange is Sam Flynn. Over the line they come though. This is where we need to see now. Fabricius gets to the inside of Callum Foster. That's going to be good news for Goff, because that's going to slow Foster down, and it has done. And that's going to allow Lewis Goff not only to get a good run, but he may well get a move done into this hairpin. Not quite close enough for Lewis Goff, but he's going to have that one lined up. We'll try and run all the way around the outside. Slots back in early doors though. Knows he can't run all the way around the outside of there. I wonder if we'll see a move at all today that works, that involves drivers going all the way around the outside. But that's going to allow Lewis Goff to close right up. As they went over the line, it was 0.6 of a second, and in the blink of an overtake, he was there right on the back of Callum Foster, and now moving through for 5th place. Will Barlow get through as well? He can't. He's still right on the back though, and now we'll dip out of the slipstream of Foster as they head down towards turn number 3. That, in doing so, those opened up even more of a gap to Lewis Goff, who is now on the back of of Oliver Fabricius as they head into through the chicanes. And over start finish for your leader, Zane Kawaka, with a gap of 2.3 seconds. Now Goff is going to come to the inside of Fabricius, and through goes Lewis Goff for 4th place. In front of them, Ben Horner has closed right up on the back of Addison Smith for 2nd place. And now Goff, even with a quick look over the shoulder at Fabricius, because he knows Fabricius has got the pace to stick with him, as we certainly saw at Landau when we had at least 5 drivers battling it out right at the front throughout most of the race day. We're very, very conscious as now Ben Horner goes to the inside of Addison Smith. Smith once again not wishing to get embroiled, potentially understanding here that needs the points. You don't win trophies in heats, you win them in the final, so there's no point getting involved in incidents that are going to send you down towards the back of the grid in your races, and then you're not going to have enough points to put you anywhere near the front in the final. So just sticking here with Ben Horner, the gap back to Lewis Goff is probably enough that Goff's ascension through the field will stop at 4th place. The gap to Addison Smith, some 3 seconds as Goff does it, though puts in a personal best. So the gap, when we get it confirmed on the screen, is 2.5 seconds, which in 3 laps is going to be a lot for Lewis Goff to close in. But nonetheless, his only real race out there in this Minimax class is with the driver of the 22, Jared Fox-Whiteley. They're the 2 drivers that can win the championship in this class here in JKC. Whilst they're out there racing 13 other competitors, the race is really just between Lewis Goff and Jared Fox-Whiteley, because now we're at the business end of the season where there's a championship to be won. That's all they need to be looking out for each other, and Fox-Whiteley's dropped down into 10th place behind Jack Burgess. Burgess up into 9th, Fox-Whiteley then in 10th place. So the positional swing between Lewis Goff and Jared Fox-Whiteley is at least 6 points between the two of them, from 4th down to 10th place as it is at the moment. Kuwaker, fastest lap of the race with a 36.8 as he begins the final lap here of Minimax Heat number 1. The gap back to Horner, 3.6 seconds. Then there's a bit more of a gap back to Smith. Now Lewis Goff is having to go defensive because Leon Barlow has found a way past Oliver Fabricius, and now Barlow, who was with Lewis Goff in the early phases of this race, now smells a 4th place. Out of the final corner, though, will be your race leader. He's so far down the road, we've only just caught him taking the checker. Here's Zane Kuwaker. Horner's going to get second from Smith. Goff looking over his shoulder all the way down the straight to make sure that Barlow isn't going to get the run. Then as they come over the line, it's going to be Fabricius, Foster, Adrian Burgess and Jared Fox-Whiteley completing the top 10 in front of Benjamin Gordon, Jensen Pritchard, Sam Flynn, Taz Groom and Freddie Lines in 15th place. So just plugging in the results into the calculator for the end of race day results here, and we'll be able to see which races, which championships are still with us and which are going to get wrapped up early on in this series. So as they make their way into the pit lane, your next race of the day will be race number 7. It will be heat number 2 for Micromax. Grid is up on your screen then. Jack Baker will start on pole position with Logan Lauder alongside Daniel Minto and Jos Huschke on row number 2. Toby Dukes and Aston Brown, the championship leader, on row 3. Caden Simpson starts 7th with Dax Sparrow alongside Jack Hutchinson and Ella Lucia. Complete your top 10 with Harry Neeson and Drew Davidson. Complete the top 6. Then Samuel Lowdy and Alex Jones are row 7. James Roberts and Ellis Childs, row 8, with Logan Jones and Hasnan Khan, your 18 runners in Micromax. Just having a quick look once again at the live chat comments. Somebody has been on saying good luck to Callum Foster, and then support as well from Maisie Creed coming in for Ben Horner. Well, the support was justified, and he did you proud in heat number 1. Micro are making their way round. As you can see here at Hooton Park, the initial track layout was the first hairpin that was a lot closer to turn 2. That's the cut through there on the left-hand side of your screen. It was extended then to add the what we call turn 3 now, which would have been turn 3 back there. The track just extended round the bottom end of the track. Back end of the field will need to tighten up here, which is what the bottom corner marshal there is instructing them to do so, and they have complied with that instruction as they make their way into the tram lines here. Micromax heat number 2 is away and racing. It's a good start from Baker. Dukes is as well going to get the inside, I think, of Logan Lauder, although slots back into 4th place. So Toby Dukes, who was excluded from the first heat of the day due to being underweight. There's a little bit of contact there in the background. You saw one of the drivers' heads bob forwards and background. I think that was the head of Dax Farah. There's a little bit of contact in the background, but Daniel Minto is up into 2nd place. Driver that has done a fair bit in Micromax here in the IKR Championship is moving through into 2nd place from that 3rd place start. So as they come over the line, then for the first time, it's Baker leading the way from Minto, Dukes, Lauder, Brown, Simpson, although there's a move in the background there from Khan, and he's gone very, very wide in doing so, and will have to hand the place back to Alex Jones. So that's 13th place. It's Simpson in 6th, Hushka, Farah, Neeson and Lucia complete your top 10 in front of the 31 of Jack Hutchinson. Then it's Roberts, and then that battle between Khan and Jones that we saw on the previous lap. Minto closing in on Jack Baker, a lot closer than he was on the previous lap. And we know that he loves that move into the first corner as well. And a quick look, opening lap, is that Drew Davidson lost a number of places. We'll see whether he comes through. He's back up to 17th place as he comes through in the middle of the train, but lost 6 places on the opening lap. Minto in the slipstream and pops out of the slipstream and up into into the lead as Toby Dukes comes through for 2nd place as well. That drops Jack Baker down into 3rd. Then there's a gap back then to Logan Lauder and Aston Brown. Minto still in with a shout of this championship, although has missed 2 rounds. So whilst it's mathematical, one of his drop score will be the 0, and then he will have another round where he scores 0. Out of the slipstream though comes Toby Dukes down the inside in the 39, and for the first time where he hasn't started on the front row, Toby Dukes leads here in the Cadet Kart Championship. The driver continually improving, leads with a great move into the first corner in front of Daniel Minto. Minto though down the inside into the double apex left as he gets a good run out of the hairpin, back up into the lead, and it's nose to tail pretty much from 1st all the way down to 15th, and then maybe even a little bit further as well with Hutchinson, Child and Jones. The field spread only 6.5 seconds between 18 runners. Dukes in the slipstream once again, elects not to pop out this time. Further though in the background, that's the 2 of James Roberts trying to get alongside Harry Neeson. Neeson not allowing the move to be done though and closing the door, although being very respectful in doing so and giving a little bit of track position at the same time. Dukes back up into the lead on Minto. This time the move done into the 3rd corner rather than the first one, and he will lead over the line I think this time, unless Minto can come through. So on the last lap, whilst Dukes got the move done at the first corner, it never showed up that he was classified as actually in the lead. This time Toby Dukes crosses the line and is at the top of the pile in front of Daniel Minto and Jack Baker, although Baker goes for a move, doesn't work out, and that's going to back him into the rest of the pack. Aston Brown now right into the slipstream, the championship leader up into 4th place. In the background there's a move there from James Roberts and Hasnan Khan down the inside. Alex Jones is going to get the run, the cutback on the outside, but as we've mentioned lots of time, he's on the outside, and it's a long way around the outside of that double apex left. And once again, we see the driver having to slot back in because you just cannot hold it round the outside of there unless it's something special. The top 4 breaking away ever so slightly, potentially dragging along Logan Lauder with them. Then there's Caden Simpson coming under pressure from James Roberts for 6th and 7th respectively. The rest of the field though blasting through the shot. Now we're going to get Minto down the inside. Dukes is going to have the cutback, but Minto will have track position, although Dukes finds his way back into the lead. Good run there from Toby Dukes into the out of hairpin 3. Farah bounces over the curbs and then could potentially lose a place because of that to Harry Neeson. We'll see whether Neeson gets the run out of the corner. In the background behind the top 2, we find Aston Brown and Logan Lauder have both found a way through. Hasnan Khan to the inside of Jos Hushka. Hushka's going to lose 2 places because I think Alex Jones is going to come through as well. That's going to drop Hushka down into 12th place. Dukes has a gap of 4 tenths, at least over the line on the previous lap. Aston Brown on the back of Daniel Minto. Could Minto become preoccupied with Brown, although Brown really just needs to pick up some healthy points in this one. Alex Jones, his nearest championship challenger, is down in 12th place, so Aston Brown doesn't need to do anything silly. 3rd place will be a good result, because I think even in the first one, as Hasnan Khan gets down the inside, in heat number 1, he was 11th, Jones is 8th, so this one will redress the balance and give him a few more points. Minto down the inside, and Brown's coming through as well on Toby Dukes, although there is contact between Brown and Dukes. Dukes is going to live that battle out and holds position and stays in 2nd place, so only 1 place lost for Toby Dukes. Minto with a look over the shoulder. The top 5 still nose to tail, then there's a gap back, and it's the rest of the field then from Baker, Simpson, all the way down to Alex Jones, who now has 0.4 of a second, to Jos Hushka with 2 minutes remaining. And once again, Toby Dukes to the inside of Daniel Minto, and Aston Brown could come through as well, although has to drop back into his comfortable 3rd place. And now that has backed the top 5 into the rest of the field, and now we've got a top 10 all running nose to tail for the lead here, all the way down to the 30 of Alex Jones. That's in 11th place. So just one overtake backs the entire field into each other. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, separating Toby Dukes from a maiden Micromax victory in the Cadet Kart Championship, but behind him a plethora of talent in Minto, Brown, the championship leader, Jack Baker, then Caden Simpson in the background there, Logan Lauder. There's a move down the inside from Jones, who moves up on Dax Farah. That's going to put Jones up into 9th place, so he's closing in and trying to sort of gain a few more points. Move down the inside once again from the 18 of Hasnan Khan. This time it's on Caden Simpson. That's going to give Alex Jones a good run round the outside. And now there's a move on the inside. That's the 2 of James Roberts up into the top 5, and now up into the top 3, in fact, because he forces his way, muscles past Aston Brown. Brown still in 4th place though, and still in position to pick up a healthy chunk of points, but Alex Jones is starting to come through. In the background, Hasnan Khan and Logan Lauder. Through he goes into the right-hander. Khan slowly moving up, lap on lap, just taking chunks places as well. As then also looks like Alex Jones is going to come through. Moves down the inside, and Minto is forced out on his contact. Jack Baker's up in the air. Minto's out onto the grass, and James Roberts from nowhere leads as the timer elapses down to 0. And they'll get the last lap board when they come through. James Roberts down the inside of Daniel Minto, force Minto wide. Minto's going to drop at least another place here as well, behind Hasnan Khan, who's moved up inside the top 3. Last lap board is out then. Roberts leading the way from Dukes. Khan up into 3rd place. Minto down into 4th, and now looks like that Kart not handling at all well. Looking over his shoulder as Logan Lauder tries to come to the inside. The battle for the lead though between Roberts and Toby Dukes will likely go down to the final corner. Logan Lauder inside Alex Jones. That's 5th and 6th place respectively. James Roberts, who was down in 5th place 2 laps ago, comes through the chicane for the final time. And unless Toby Dukes can get a really good run out of the final corner, not sure he can. And James Roberts takes victory in Heat 2 from Dukes. Khan in 3rd place. Minto, Lauder, Jones, Baker, Farah, Neeson and Davidson. Your top 10. A great effort from Davidson. He was down in 18th place on the end of the opening lap, having lost 6 places. So he moves all the way back through, up inside the top 10. Just having a quick look at penalties applied in Junior Pro Kart. They've gone to Owen Roberts and Harrison Johns. I think that might have been on the for the opening lap incident on that one. So as Micromax make their way round to go into the pit lane here at Hooton Park. We've got 5 or 6 more races of the morning. Let's have a quick look. So before we break for lunch, we've got heat number 3 of Honda Cadet, which is up next. Then we're going to have Junior Max Heat 2, Mini Max. Then we're going to have another heat of Honda in heat number 4 and Junior Pro Kart heat number 2 before we break for lunch. We are running roughly to schedule, around about 7 minutes behind, which we should be able to close up before the lunch break. So we should be there or thereabouts for lunch at around about 1:20. Then we'll be back for the afternoon's action at 2 o'clock, taking us all the way through to gone 4 o'clock with the finals. That's your holding area as they make their way off track, which means that it's almost time for heat number 3 in Honda Cadet. Max Lewis then will start on pole position. That's him in the orange helmet on the left-hand side. On the right, Jacob Cartledge. Then it's Freddie Housego and Alex Lynn on the second row. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Lewis Hall on row number 3. George Ralston and Max Greatrex, row 4. Alfie Forrester and James Winstanley on row 5. 11th, Joshua Owen. He starts alongside Riley Blakemore, with Ralphie Branscombe and James Fabricius on row number 7. Rio Wardalley is 15th, with Max Williams alongside Toby Turner and Harris Alley on row number 9, with Thomas Potter and Sam Hayes in 19th and 20th respectively. 21st, Jack Collinson. 22nd, Max Housego. Then it's Larry Price in 23rd, with Max Wheatley in 24th. And for the first time today, we see our championship leader in Honda Cadet, Harris Roberts, starting from 25th place. Looks like Alfie Forrester there is facing the wrong way on the grass. So he's going to have to clean his tyres off and get himself into position on the grid. Luckily, it's a standing start, so he'll be able to make his way round and find the gap where his kart should be. And that will be allow him to take up his position on track. Start line marshal, just making sure everybody is in position. Helpers as well are all in there, just having a little pep talk with their drivers. A quick look up, telling them to have a look at the lights, focus on that first corner as everybody gets themselves into position on track. Just got to find a space for Alfie Forrester. There's the space for Alfie Forrester as he slots the 79 kart into position. Gets that kart straightened up by his helper. Everybody is into position and looks like we are ready to go racing here then for heat number 3 in Honda Cadets. After this one, 4 more races in the morning session before we break for lunch. I'll keep you up to date throughout then as we have a look at heat number 2 for this one. The heat that preceded Honda's saw Harry Samuel pick up a 5-second front fairing penalty as well. Keep an eye out as well for some other classes in Minimax. Penalties applied to Ben Adrian and Freddie Lines for front fairing issues. That drops Ben Adrian down into 11th, promotes Jared Fox Whiteley up into 9th place, so another point gained for Fox Whiteley in that quest for the championship, although has handed 5 points over to Lewis Goff. At the end of the day, Goff needs to have finished within 11 points of Fox Whiteley to keep the championship alive going into Ella Park in a month's time, the first weekend of October. Lights out though in Honda Cadet. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Alex Lynn in the 6th, and he's going to try and move through from the outside of the second row into 3rd place. He does. Can everybody get round that first corner? Stansmore Wilson has had a good start as well in the 88. Has to drop in though behind Max Greatrex. Now, this is the thing with it being a 3 from 5. Some of these drivers, this is the first time they've been out on track since the morning practice. For some of our drivers, Larry Price, for example, this is his 3rd one. Max Lewis from pole position, spins at hairpin number 3, arms off the wheel. The suggestion there then, that he's had some help going round into that first corner. We'll see where everybody is when they come over the line for the first time, but frustrations for Max Lewis in the 46, the young driver from Stoke-on-Trent in Staffordshire. But as they come over the line then for the first time, it's Alex Lynn leading the way from Freddie Housego and Lewis Hall. It's then as Max Greatrex, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, George Ralston, James Winstanley and Alfie Forrester complete your top 8 in front of Riley Blakemore and Jacob Cartledge, with Rio Wardalley and Toby Turner, the 2 drivers just on the periphery of the top 10. As they make their way into that double apex left. Alex Lynn leading then in the top 3, beginning to break away as the rest of the field make their way through. Fabricius, who had the off in his previous heat number 2. Now we see Housigo getting a good run on Alex Lynn. Slots back in the slipstream. Will he pop out into the first corner? He doesn't, as they head down towards the first corner. Just on the outside of the top 10. Rio Warderley has moved up into 10th place there. Now it's that Riley Blakemore going very, very defensive on Isabella Stansmore. It's Max Gray-Trek, sorry, going very, very defensive on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. It's very early in the race at 2 minutes to be defending so hard when you could be pushing further forward. And we know Max Gray-Trek has got decent pace. Stansmore-Wilson has managed to find their way through and moves up into 4th place. The gap, though, now over a second to the leading trio. I think Toby Turner's had a bit of an off. He was in 12th place on the previous lap, now down in 24th. He lost 10 places on the lap preceding this one. Sees him down off the tail of the field as well, and that lap on the previous lap was 50 seconds, so lost around about 8 seconds. Alex Lynn has handed the lead over, though, to Freddie Housigo and Lewis Hall, who won the shortened 3rd heat at Landau, and now he moves through to take the lead from Freddie Housigo. In the background, we see Rio Wardley. He's moved up into 9th place, with Riley Blakemore dropping down into 10th. Harris Alley, who had a strong outing in his previous heat, up into 11th, with Sam Hayes in 12th place, with Jacob Cartledge, James Fabricius and Harris Roberts making his way up into 15th place, as Fabricius finds a way past Jacob Cartledge, and Harris Roberts is going to do the same as well, I think, into the right-hander. And there's a spin there, I think, for Cartledge in the 73 kart. In the background, as Ralston goes very, very wide into the turn 3 hairpin as well. Hayes is on the inside of Harris Alley, and he finds a way through. He's on the right, on the back now of Rio Warderley in the 7 kart. At the front, though, now, looks like Alex Lynn has managed to find a way back in front of not only Freddie Housigo, but also Lewis Hall. From 3rd place to 1st goes Alex Lynn, and he is leading the way. As Warderley is to the inside there, Ralston on the inside of Sam Hayes. He's going to come through. Hayes is going to bounce over the rumble strip. Now he's going to need the run down that back straight into the hairpin, and Hayes does have the move done as well. Harris Alley's going to come down the inside, I think, as well as George Ralston. Ralston could well lose 2 places, as now Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is up inside the top 3 for the first time. Half race distance, Alex Lynn leading the way from Lewis Hall and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. The top 5 have got a little bit of a gap, then back to James Winstanley and Rio Warderley, who won Driver of the Day at Landau in Honda Cadet, is up into 7th place. Behind him, Alfie Forrester, Sam Hayes. Then there's contact a little bit behind with George Ralston, losing a bit of momentum in doing so. Could have lost a place there to Harris Alley, but doesn't, as they move to the inside. And Sam Hayes with a late move down the inside of Alfie Forrester. He's got through as well. Forrester's then had to run wide. He's lost a place to Ralston. So they all settle themselves down. Max Gray-Trek is back in front of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. That's her down into 4th place again, I think. Could potentially even be 5th as they sort themselves out. The top 5 battling as well. That's going to allow James Winstanley to close back up, as Stansmore-Wilson is down into 5th place. Gray-Trek's down the inside of Freddie Housigo for 3rd place. And Alex Lynn with 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And Gray-Trek's once again, as soon as he gets to the front of a train, super defensive. There's Harris Alley, George Ralston, and then here Harris Roberts trying to find his way through. Larry Price as well in the background. Both those drivers, with Price this being his 3rd heat, Roberts being his 1st, just need clean races, particularly Larry Price, as Roberts goes down the inside of George Ralston in a move that can only be seen as quite desperate, as he bounces over the curbs and has the door closed. Roberts knows that he needs points, having seen a few drivers do quite well in the opening few races, with Price being 3rd in the championship. He still has a mathematical chance of taking it, but at the moment it really is between Fabricius and Roberts as Housego is forced slightly onto the grass by Stansmore Wilson. The top 6 nose to tail, but if they keep battling, they're going to back themselves into Warderley, Hayes, Harris and Fabricius, the remaining runners inside the top 10. Stansmore Wilson back up now into 4th place, having been down into 5th. Alex Lynn, though, still leading the way from Lewis Hall and Max Gray-Trex, and Hall gets a good run out of the final corner as Sam Hayes just slides into shot, facing the wrong way round the final corner. Not sure what caused that, but Sam Hayes is out of what was 8th place as Fabricius comes down the inside of Rio Warderley, and Warderley is off onto the grass as well. Fabricius forces him wide. There's contact between Fabricius and Potter as he rejoins the circuit. Collinson is through down the inside, and now on the back of James Fabricius is Harris Roberts, his nearest championship challenger. 1 minute to go in heat number 3 for Honda Cadets, and it's been an intense one from start to finish. Alex Lynn leading the way. Hall, though, gets a good run over start finish as they head towards the first corner for what could be the penultimate time. And Lewis Hall leads the way now with Alex Lynn in 2nd place. Max Gray-Trex defends once again to the inside as James Winstanley tries to get past Freddie Housego. In the background, though, closing now is Harris Ali, and he's going to be right on the back of this one, and he is. He crossed the line almost 7/10 off the back of Winstanley, and he is right on the back in 7th place for this battle for to get inside the top 5. 22 seconds remaining as they come over start finish. We're going to have 2 minutes remaining. Now Stansmore Wilson, 2 laps remaining. Stansmore Wilson gets to the inside of Gray-Trex in the same way that Alex Lynn in the similarly liveried Kart has found a way past Lewis Hall for the lead. Time elapses. To the inside comes Stansmore Wilson, although not quite as much as Gray-Trex was on the previous lap. In the background we see Harris Roberts as well trying to get to the inside. Potter's on the back of this one. He's closed up as well, as has Harris Ali. As we say, the time has elapsed. When they come round this time, it will be the last lap board. Anyone really of this top 4, potentially even the top 10 if there's enough battling going on, could take the victory here. Stansmore Wilson gets a good run out, but then scrubs off a bit too much speed on Lewis Hall. Last lap board is out, and Max Gray-Trex comes now to the inside of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Will she get the cut back into the 2nd corner? She does, but Gray-Trex runs all the way around the outside, holds on, and he's going to have enough now. Lewis Hall to the inside of Alex Lynn. Lynn runs round the outside and holds on to the corner. They're still battling 2 and 3 wide in the background. Half a lap remaining for Alex Lynn to hold on from Lewis Hall. Bouncing over the curbs, as is everybody else. They're 2 and 3 wide still round the double apex left. Alex Lynn and Lewis Hall. Who's going to get the run out of the final corner? Alex Lynn in the 6 is going to win for the first time in CKC. Takes heat number 3 from Lewis Hall and Max Gray-Trex. Stansmore Wilson, Housego, Potter, Collinson, Price in 8th place. Winstanley and Harris Roberts complete your top 10 in front of Harris Ali and James Fabricius. Ralston, Williams, Blakemore, Wheatley, Forrester, Warderley, Hayes, Lewis, Cartledge, Housego, Turner and Owen complete your 24 runners in Honda Cadet for heat number 3. So in terms of the championship in that one, Roberts with a 10th place, Fabricius with a 12th. They still have at least 1 more heat in the case of Fabricius, 2 more for Roberts. Price, who has finished his 3 races so far in 5th, 1st and 8th place. An average finishing position of 4.6 is going to be very, very difficult to beat in terms of getting himself the pole position for the final. Larry Price certainly going well here today at Hooton Park, and could be on for a maiden final victory here at Hooton if he can, if his final is anything like his 3 heats have been, which has been formidable so far. 4 more races then for you today in the morning session before we break for lunch. Next up, it's time for Junior Rotax. Harry Hurst-Grover will start on pole position then with Bartek Filipiak alongside. Sam Ardolino and Melissa Adrian row 2. Max Shields and Curtis Latimer are going to be on the third row in front of Sam Stoner and Nicholas Ellis. Morgan Hudson-Brown and Jacob Dukes with Lizzie Mentier and Jaden Hewitt on row 6. Tom Holden starts 13th alongside Ollie Naylor with Jacob Stott and Oliver Green completing your runners. Having a quick look into the live chat comments. Thank you for everybody that has got in touch in the last 10 or 15 minutes. We've been commenting in there as well with a little bit of trivia regarding Hooton Park and its original uses before they decided to put a kart track on it. Formerly RAF Hooton Park. So they make their way round then in junior Rotax. Hurst-Grover leading them round in the 14 kart. Rolling start, they'll come through. All about getting round the first corner, which was a bit of a problem in junior Rotax last time, as we had at least 3 drivers facing the wrong way. Ardolino, though, off the second row, gets a good start, and I think we're having a roll round at least if Max Shields is there, if we're going to believe him, and it does pop up at the top as a false start, and we are going to give that one another whirl. So Ardolino is going to have to do it again as he allows one driver through. Hurst-Grover's going to have to try and find a way through the rest of the pack here. And the problem is, obviously, when you've got to predict the driver in front, also you can't risk running into anybody, because even if you get a drop down in terms of your front fairing pushing in on the rolling up lap, it still counts at the end of the race. You can't stop and put it back into position or anything like that. So you don't want to have any issues on this rolling up lap. Through they come, though. They seem to be much tidier in terms of being in the tram lines. Away we go, and Ardolino once again tries to get to the inside, although this time can't move through. We've got Jaden Hewitt bouncing over there, and when the field reappear behind the dust cloud that he's kicked up, we'll see that he's dropped right the way down towards the tail of the field. Jacob Dukes finding a way past Maximus Shields and up into 4th place, I think. It's the rest of the field. Nicholas Ellis is out there on the grass, and that's going to stop Lizzie Mentier from moving through to the inside. So as everybody settles themselves down, it normally takes a lap or 2 in the Rotax classes for everything to be everything to settle itself down. Hurst-Grover leads over the line, but Ardolino finds a way through at the first corner with Filipiak, then Dukes and Max Shields in front of Latimer, Stoner, Adrian Holden, Naylor, Hudson-Brown, Mentier, Ellis, Oliver Green and Jaden Hewitt in front of Jacob Stott. They are your 16 runners in this junior Rotax heat number 2. 3 heats and a final. Ardolino leading now from Harry Hurst-Grover. Jacob Dukes up into 3rd place in front of Bartek Filipiak. Then Max Shields. Then there's a gap back. Tom Holden trying to find a way past Melissa Adrian. That's for 9th place, although he can't get through and has to slot back in to position. That could allow Ollie Naylor at least to come down the inside. He gets the job done 2 or 3 corners later, and now Melissa Adrian gets forced very, very wide by Morgan Hudson-Brown. And then Lizzie Mentier's getting involved there as well. There was a little tap on the back from Mentier. Don't know if it's going to be enough to cause the front to drop down on Mentier. So they make their way up and over the line to commence heat number 3. Ardolino now with a gap of 0.4 of a second to Jacob Dukes, who's found a way past Harry Hurst-Grover. This is the move once again from Tom Holden, this time down the inside of Curtis Latimer. That moves him up into 8th place. In front of him now appears to be Ollie Naylor. It is there, driver of the 85 car. Ardolino continuing to lead the way and opens up the gap ever so slightly to Jacob Dukes. Morgan Hudson-Brown down the inside of Latimer. Latimer's going to go wide. Mentier looked like she was going to get a run, but then there was snap oversteer. Once again, Mentier, the fastest driver on track, though having to come from deep in the field. Gets 1 overtake done down the inside and 2 on Morgan Hudson-Brown. And Lizzie Mentier with a double overtake moves her up from 11th into 9th place. The Kart coming good with 5 minutes remaining. The gap, though, at least 4 seconds to the lead, and she's got overtakes to do as well in the middle of this race. And she's got a good gap, though, now to Curtis Latimer, I think, or to Tom Holden. So you're going to need a couple of good laps to close up that 1.7 second gap. The leading quartet, though, from Ardolino down to Filipiak, fairly balanced at 7/10 between them. Then there's a second back to Maximus Shields in 5th place. So we see Naylor on the back of Sam Stoner with Tom Holden, the top of the sandwich, in 8th place. Keep an eye out on whether Mentier's closed up. The gap was 1.7 on the previous lap as Naylor pops out. Personal best as well for Mentier, Hudson Brown and Latimer on that previous lap. Now Tom Holden will come to the inside. Stoner to the inside of Max Shields, who's fallen back into the clutches of this 3-kart train. Lizzie Mentier only takes a 10th out of the battle in front, but now that battle in front is becoming a proper battle. As we saw in the final last time, it really does allow her to close right up if those in front are battling, and she closed up at a rate of almost a second a lap in the previous race. Stoner then up into 5th, Shields down into 6th, Holden makes up a place as well, he's up into 7th place, with Naylor down into 8th. You see Shields coming to the inside, defending a little bit to Tom Holden, carrying the speed. Ardolino then still leading the way from Jacob Dukes, with Hurst Grover and Bartek Filipiak the top 4. Then it's the 4 behind of Stoner, Shields, Holden and Naylor. Then Lizzie Mentier trying to close up, but dragging Hudson Brown along as well. Is closing up. It's 1.5 now. I think it's going to be about a second as she sets another personal best with a 35.7, as does Nicholas Ellis, although he is down in 13th place, struggling, as we mentioned at the start of the show, as we've had a change for the lead now with Jacob Dukes down the inside of Sam Ardolino into the hairpin, and Ardolino is off on the destination tyre wall, unfortunately for Sam Ardolino. Wheel on the grass, and it just wasn't stopping. He feels he was forced onto the grass by Dukes on the inside, and Sam Ardolino, who's led most of this race, is off into the tyres and will drop all the way down, I think, to at least 14th place when he comes over the line. Dukes, though, leading now from Hurst Grover and Filipiak. It's a 1-2-3 with Stoner. Then Holden has found a way past. Lizzie Mentier's down the inside of Max Shields, who was strong in the early phases but has been dropping back ever since around lap 5, and will drop now outside the top 6. Mentier down the inside. Hudson Brown looked interested as well in finding a way through. Over the line with sub 2 minutes now. Ardolino did indeed drop down into 14th place, just in front of Jacob Stott. And off we've got there Hudson Brown, I think, and he's off into the tyre wall as well. Another driver there that was forced off the track and just couldn't stop as he got onto this very, very dry grass. And Morgan Hudson Brown, at least by the time he got to the tyre wall, he was going fairly slowly. But that's going to drop him out of 8th place. Dukes continuing to lead then from Harry Hurst Grover and Bartek Filipiak. That is Hudson Brown, who's just managed to find his way back out of those tyres, rejoined the circuit. The leading trio, though, will be coming through in a few moments to find a way through the lap traffic in front. With 55 seconds remaining, so they will come through. They're going to get at least 2 more laps in here in Junior Rotax. We're down to 45 seconds as they make their way through, and Hudson Brown does indeed peel into the holding area at the end of the lap. 30 seconds for Jacob Dukes. I think they may well even get round to add 2 more laps onto this one. Stoner in 4th. Mentier has come through up into 5th place. That kart handling very, very well after the first few laps. It comes good on sort of lap 3 for Lizzie Mentier. It's going to give her a lot of confidence going towards the finals, because
they are an extra 4 minutes. It's a 12-minute final as she comes down the inside of Sam Stoner. Stoner with a look over the shoulder to the right twice. And Lizzie Mentier moving through from her 11th place start up into P4. 4.5 seconds or so behind the leading trio. So we're not going to have her challenging them as they are the time at the top elapses. And the last lap board will be out when they cross the line this time. More lap traffic in front, but I'm not sure they're going to catch it in the midst of this race. Confirmation on the screen then that Mentier and Stoner have swapped places. She'll come into shot in a few moments' time in the background, that mint green car. Dukes with a quick look over the shoulder, but in all honesty now, Hurst Grover looks more preoccupied in defending that second place to Bartek Filipiak, and does so into the chicane section. Filipiak not close enough to make a do-or-die move into the final corner. Out of the final corner, though, comes Jacob Dukes. He crosses the line to take victory. Jacob Stott moves out of the way and allows them to come through. That's going to save him doing one more lap because he's taken the checkered flag. Dukes with the victory then from Hurst Grover and Filipiak in front of Mentier, Stoner, Naylor, Shields, Latimer, Ellis and Tom Holden. Was supposed to be coming through, but he's dropping away all the way down the order. Ellis in 9th, Hewitt 10th, Adrian Ardolino up into 12th place. Tom Holden in the number 87 kart. Where is that machine? It's been shown as one lap down as everybody else comes through to take the checkered flag. So either we've not had a transponder pickup, we'll keep an eye out for the 87 coming through, or we've had Tom Holden retire on the final lap here at Hooton Park in heat number 2 for junior Rotax. Try and keep an eye out for him to see if he's still moving out there on track at the moment. Can't see him in the queue, so not sure whether he's come in a lap early or whether he's had a problem out there on track and we need the kart collecting. We'll keep an eye out in the holding area as to whether he's down there or not. Can't see him, so it could well be that that kart is out on the track and is needing to be recovered. As we see some of our camera crew from the Driven Dreams docu-series, which will be out either the end of 2022 or in the early part of 2023, following some of our drivers through their 2022 campaign here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Next up, though, we're sticking with some two-stroke action. It's time to go racing again for heat number 2 in Minimax. See Minis there, this time gridded up on the dummy grid on the outside, and it's a mouth-watering front row between championship leader Jared Fox-Whiteley and his nearest challenger, Lewis Goff. They share the front row. Behind them, Jensen Pritchard and Leon Barlow, Ben Adrian and Jack Burgess are on row number 3. Then it's Freddie Lyons and Ben Horner, Taz Groom and Addison Smith on row 5, with Oliver Fabricius and Callum Foster on row 6. The remaining runners, Benjamin Gordon 13th, Zane Kuwaker 14th and Sam Flynn in 15th place. Kuwaker, of course, the Heat 1 winner, this one being his final third start. He'll have to come through from 14th place. So I think the reason we are being held, I think we have got a recovery out there of Tom Holden's kart, wherever that may be. They are set on their way then here at Hooton Park as they leave the dummy grid holding area and make their way round to try and get as much heat as they can in those tyres in their rolling up lap as they make their way down into the hairpin bottom end of the track. Fox-Whiteley in the orange helmet, Goff in the bright yellow. they entered this round, between the two of them, there was not many points at all in the championship battle between the two of them. It was a 15-point swing at the start of the day, but then Goff had a 6-point swing in heat number 1. We're away and racing. Goff's on the outside and could well get hung out on the outside, and does so by at least 2 drivers. Leon Barlow is through up into 3rd place. In front from the 35 is Jensen Pritchard, so Goff down into 4th. Plenty of time though as Addison Smith gets crossed up, takes a bit of curb on the inside. That unsettles the 15, though he does live to fight another corner. Kuwaker in the 44 is coming through from his 14th place start, and he's on the back of Fabricius at the moment, so the time begins to elapse, and Leon Barlow down the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley into the final corner, and Lewis Goff is going to come through as well, and Fox-Whiteley will drop down into 3rd place, and immediately Goff is through on Leon Barlow for 2nd place. Barlow has to drop back in then. Fox-Whiteley is now going to try and get the run down onto Leon Barlow into hairpin 3. Ben Adrian's coming down the inside as well on Barlow and forces his way through. Pritchard isn't going to give up on a top 5 finish either, although just has to slot back into 5th place, as we see in the background. Kuwaker then on the back of Ben Horner and Addison Smith, so that's going to move him up well inside the top 10, potentially I think into at least 8th place, could be 7th over the line with Addison Smith, and that's Jack Burgess bouncing over the grass on the outside. He's got his arm up, so doesn't look too happy, thinks he's been forced out as well. Quaker is indeed up into 7th place as the top 4 bounce over the curbs on the outside, and Ben Adrian is up into 2nd place. Fox-Whiteley then dropping down into 3rd. He's going to have track position on Leon Barlow. That's going to drop them in, but Lewis Goff out at the front, having started on the front row in 2nd place. So Goff leading the way then from Ben Adrian and Jared Fox-Whiteley, although Fox-Whiteley doesn't look like that cart's handling overly well. Struggling to get it turned in fact, into that final corner, as Zane Kuwaker finds a way through on Jensen Pritchard. Goff with a look over the shoulder. In the background, that's Ben Horner going across the grass. He's going to drop it in right behind Taz Groom. Sam Flynn, I think, is going to come through as well. So the entire field will find a way past Horner. That's going to drop him down into 15th place. Goff then leads from Ben Adrian. Jared Fox-Whiteley in 3rd place in front of Leon Barlow, but now Zane Kuwaker is right on the back, and once again it looks like Jared Fox-Whiteley struggling to get that 22 cart turned in. Double look over the shoulder on Leon Barlow, who is then overtaken by a charging Zane Kuwaker. Fabricius tried to do the same on Pritchard, but couldn't get it done and almost lost the place to Addison Smith at the same corner. Kuwaker is through. That's Taz Groom in the 36, who's had a bit of an excursion. That's going to drop him down into 15th place. So Kuwaker now up into 3rd, sorry, with Fox-Whiteley and Leon Barlow 4th and 5th respectively. They'll make their way over start finish. We're still only 3 laps into this, so 3 minutes into this 8-minute plus 1 lap heat, as Fabricius gets down the inside of Pritchard, but then gets some snap oversteer, and that's going to allow Addison Smith to get through. Will Fabricius then get the move to the inside? Does. So struggling to get past Pritchard at the moment is Fabricius, as Fox-Whiteley holding on there into 4th place as we wait for the field to come through, with Pritchard, Fabricius, Smith, Burgess, Gordon and Foster down to 11th place as Smith finds a way past Fabricius. Kuwaker's coming down the inside of Ben Adrian, and Adrian then gets forced out onto the rumble strip. Look over the shoulder from Lewis Goff with Zane Kuwaker behind. We mentioned in Heat 1, Goff's only real battle out there, other than individual races in terms of championship, is with Jared Fox-Whiteley, and whilst I'm sure he wants to win the heat, with Kuwaker guesting here at JKC, Lewis Goff doesn't want to defend too much on Zane Kuwaker, and I'm sure that the sensible head in him sees the championship battle is more important than a single place, and Zane Kuwaker moves through from 14th place at the start to lead us here down the back straight, as There's a move in the background. Foster and Benjamin Gordon having a battle down into hairpin number 3. 3 minutes remaining then, as Addison Smith now has found his way past Jensen Pritchard, having got past Oliver Fabricius on the previous lap. Kuwaker leads and has opened up a gap. 36.9, the fastest lap of the race so far for him. Fabricius finally getting past Pritchard down the inside. Pritchard up and over the grass and keeps his foot in. Uses the smoke screen to hold on to the top 10 position in front of Callum Foster. Two and a half remaining. Pritchard then gets his head back down behind the steering wheel. Currently holding on to that position inside the top 10. Fox Whiteley under pressure from Leon Barlow, with Barlow in the slipstream. Fox Whiteley, who did one test session yesterday morning and has pretty much kept it limited in terms of track time here at Hooton Park this weekend due to that injury sustained at Landau, and that's going to have really hampered his preparations for the race day here at Hooton Park. In the heats, it's only 1 point difference between most of the positions, with the exception of the top 3. You get 35, 34 and 33 for winning, finishing in the top 3. Then it drops down to 30 and then sequentially for the remaining places. But Goff has been reeled in here by Ben Adrian, Jared Fox Whiteley and Leon Barlow, and Lewis Goff is going backwards into the pack. Not sure whether he's got a problem or a mistake, but he's lost 0.4 of a second. Ben Adrian out and onto the grass, bouncing onto the thing, and he's going to lose at least a couple of kart lengths now. Whilst Kuwaker is 1.3 seconds down the road, the championship battle is nose to tail on track, with Fox Whiteley and Barlow right on the back of Lewis Goff. Ben Adrian's lost a couple of kart lengths back to Addison Smith, who's coming through quickly as well. On the previous lap, Goff lost 0.4 of a second to Fox Whiteley. On that lap, it was a little bit more stable. In fact, he was slightly quicker than Fox Whiteley and Leon Barlow. Ben Adrian, he will come under pressure in a few moments' time, I think, from Addison Smith, another driver whose kart seems to be focused a lot more towards the end of a race. 40 seconds remaining. We'll get 2 more laps in as they'll get round before the time elapses. And the lap after that will be the last lap board. Kuwaker once again 0.4 quicker than everybody else out there on track. Over start finish for what will be the penultimate time. Last lap but 1 then, with Kuwaker leading the way from Lewis Goff and Jared Fox Whiteley as they head down that back straight towards the turn 3 hairpin. None of them close enough to make a move. In fact, Barlow probably the closest, but he's just pushing Fox Whiteley along at the moment because wants to turn this into a 3-kart battle for second place rather than a 2-kart battle for third, and also conscious that behind he's got Ben Adrian and Addison Smith. Not too far back, and makes a nice clean move, does Barlow, down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley into the final corner. Fox Whiteley into the slipstream of Barlow, and Addison Smith through as well on Ben Adrian into the first corner. Last lap board is out as Kuwaker has a look over the shoulder to see where his nearest rivals are. The answer 2 seconds back is Fox Whiteley and Barlow. Still battle it out over third place, although there's a bit more of a kart width between them. Addison Smith has inserted himself right into this battle with Fox Whiteley as well as they head towards the final corner, and Smith is down the inside of Fox Whiteley. There's going to be a drag race to line. I think Fox Whiteley might have enough, but Kuwaker takes the victory. Goff will be second in front of Barlow. Fox Whiteley, Smith and Adrian 5th and 6th respectively. Fabricius, Burgess, Gordon and Pritchard complete your top 10 in front of Callum Foster, Ben Horner, who had that trip across the grass earlier on, and then we await what is still going on as a battle between Sam Flynn and Taz Groom. They'll come through in around about 10 seconds time or so to see where they are, and it's Flynn on the final lap in front of Groom. Freddie Lyons not taking the checkered flag, retiring with 2 laps to go and classified in 15th place. So it's Goff in 2nd place and Fox Whiteley in 4th. They're the 2 important ones for the championship in this class. We'll add them into the calculator as well. 2 more heats for you before we break for lunch here at the Cadet Kart and Junior Kart Championship. Round number 7 from Hooton Park. The penultimate race of the early session will be heat number 4 for Honda Cadet. Sure, it should be Harris Roberts on pole position, but we still await the arrival of his kart. Riley Blakemore then will start alongside on the front row. Joshua Owen and Max Williams on row 2. Jensen White and Jake Bory are on row number 3. 7th is Mason Webster with James Winstanley sharing row 4 with him. Sam Hayes and Cam Tipping complete your top 5. Max Wheatley and George Ralston are on row number 6. Then it's Jack Collinson and Ralphie Branscombe with Ayrton Rye and Max Housego on row 8. Thomas Potter starts 17th with Isabella Stansmore Wilson in P18. Lewis Hall, Max Greytrex, Rio Warderley, Harry Samuel, Alfie Forrester and Charlie Eibel is 24th. And then we have Red Lind in 25th place. As we just await a few karts being dropped into position, we are still awaiting what should be our pole sitter and championship leader, Harris Roberts. The 45 kart, not in position at the moment. And he will know that he's needed because he didn't do heats 1 or 2, which means he's definitely got to be out in 3, 4 or 5. So I don't know whether he's had problems in heat number 3, although he did finish and was classified in 10th place. Don't know where he is at the moment. Keeping an eye out in the background to see whether the kart is going to be making its way up into position on a trolley. But at the moment, cannot see the 45 of Harris Roberts, and the field is being sent on its way. It looks like, as it stands, the pole position berth, which should be occupied by our championship leader, is going to be left vacant here in heat number 4. And what that will likely mean as well is that Roberts is going to have to go into the B final unless we see a kart appear miraculously out of the dummy grid in the next 5 seconds. So Riley Blakemore then will effectively take over pole position, being on the outside of the front row, with P1 being vacant. It's not like we're not going to move everybody up. That berth remains clear in the lead. So Blakemore then on the outside in a clear pole, effectively clear second place. Behind though the 24 of Max Williams. That kart pointed towards the inside, and out on the back of the field there comes Harris Roberts. Now makes his way right the way down. So them tyres are going to be very, very cold for Harris Roberts, having not done the rolling up lap. He's going to slot into that pole position berth. Roberts then being rolled into position. As we mentioned, those tyres are going to be incredibly cold, having not done a rolling up lap. So let's see whether he can get that 45 kart stopped at the first corner. As Marshall makes his way down the grid. Everybody is clearly into position as he makes his way back up the field. I think we are good to go. Just going to wait for track clearance. And the penultimate race of the morning session should be good to go here in Honda Cadet. Just waiting to listen out of the commentary box windows for them engine notes to begin to rise here in the Honda Cadet. Drivers being kept on the grid for a while, and as anybody that's got a child between 8 and 13 years old will know. They don't do a lot of patience, and they're being kept waiting out there on the grid for clearance. Green flag at the back. We are good to go then. The engine notes do begin to rise. Lights out, and we are away and racing. And Roberts on the inside. It's a good start from Blakemore then on the outside, as Joshua Owen also runs around all the way around the outside in the 57 and almost grabs second place as they head into the first corner. Round the first two, and we're nice and clean, and Blakemore moves into the lead and closes the door then on Harris Roberts. This moves further down the field. We'll wait until they sort themselves out, and everybody is nicely round hairpin 3 as well, as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, though, is on the outside. She'll not want to be there as they head towards that double apex left, and everybody really sorts themselves out into a nice single file, with the exception of Max Gray-Trex, who in the background bounces up and over the curbs. He moves down the inside there as Mason Webster gets hung out on the outside and loses a couple of places. Collinson as well slots into position as they make their way towards the first corner. Ayrton Rye comes through as well down the inside. Roberts then leading the way from Blakemore, Williams and White, the top four. This is a move there from Sam Hayes down the inside of James Winstanley into the hairpin at the bottom of the track, and he gets the move done, moving him up into 6th place behind Jake Borey. Then we've got George Ralston, Joshua Owen and Cam Tipping completing the top 10. As Tipping goes wide out onto the rumble strip. Not for the first time, he's had a bit of a trip down there at that corner. And then looks like that's Potter in 12th place. We just saw him there making a very, very late run at Max Wheatley, I think, into the final corner. It could have been on Cam Tipping, as Wheatley's dropped a few moved up into 9th. Everybody else slotting nicely into position. That's Potter down the inside of Cameron Tipping into the hairpin. Straightens the wheel up, forces Tipping wide. And with 2 minutes, that's moved him up. Jensen White down the inside, I think it moves him up into 3rd place. Williams, that's Ralphie Branscombe, going very, very slowly. Looks like he's had a bit of an off somewhere out on track. Could have been down there at hairpin 3 for Branscombe. He's down in 23rd place on the previous lap. That's going to have dropped him a few more places. As this Blakemore takes a huge chunk of curb. That unsettles the car. Almost speared him into Jensen White there. White did really well to take evasive action, and Blakemore did even better to stop that kart from spinning round. Blakemore getting very, very lucky there not to be involved in a very, very big accident as Cameron Tipping and looks like Jack Collinson run side by side into that double apex left. They're currently battling it out just outside the top 10. At the front now, Harris Roberts is moving away at the front with a commanding lead. There's still a battle going on. Looks like Jensen White could well be breaking away from this one, although Blakemore will be looking to stick with. The mistake on the previous lap cost him at least 1 place, but could have been a lot more in the grand scheme of things. So, Housey-Goer and Borey. Colour schemes very, very similar in 4th place in front of Max Williams. Sam Hayes running well in 6th place in front of Winstanley, Ralston, Potter and Wheatley. Although that battle from Winstanley down is much further back. I think Winstanley's actually dropped down a few places as well, as this time Borey gets a good run on Blakemore. Blakemore's going to try and squeeze him to the inside, but Blakemore's going to get forced out here as Sam Hayes comes through as well. Not sure what Riley Blakemore's upset about there, because the gap just opened up and allowed everybody to move through. So as in the background, Thomas Potter goes out onto the grass and bounces all the way off to the onto the green stuff. Sam Hayes then now up into 3rd place, having crossed the line in 5th on the previous lap. Got past Blakemore. There's moves in the background. Now we've just caught sight of Mason Webster battling with Joshua Owen. And Sam Hayes comes to the inside. Borey's going to try and run all the way around the outside, but he's not going to be able to hold on to that one. Look over his shoulder because he sees Riley Blakemore coming with Max Williams as well. In the background, they've got Max Wheatley, who's going to join this one. Then we've got Collinson, Rye and Potter down into 11th place. Though Rye has dropped outside the top 10 now, with Potter and Tipping up there as well. So it looks like Potter has inserted himself into the top 10 after that excursion across the grass on the previous lap. 3 minutes remaining in this Honda Cadet. Heat number 4. One more heat for Hondas before we go to their B final later on in the day. And Sam Hayes once again taking that line is very, very effective for him. Let's see whether Bory, there's anything he can do to find a way past Sam Hayes. In front of them, Jensen White just driving away into a comfortable second place. Hayes once again to the inside. Bory will try and get the cut back, but that's going to put him on the outside. If Blakemore was a little bit closer, he'd be straight into that gap that wouldn't allow Bory to come back through. But on the back now, Max Wheatley's closed right up with, I think then we're going to get Jack Collinson trying to close right in on the back as well of this one. Quick look, it's the fastest driver. Wheatley is the quickest driver on track. The last lap, some half a second quicker than everybody else, as he closed right up on this battle that is being led by Sam Hayes in third place, with Bory behind, and Hayes now comes to the inside to defend. Does so. Bory gets the run once again. This is what I meant last time about Blakemore being close enough, is if he can get just the nose down the inside, then Bory's not going to be able to get back in the train. And in the same way that Blakemore got hung out a few laps ago, the same is going to happen if Bory doesn't keep the door closed. However, in the background, you've got Jack Collinson and Thomas Potter looking to join onto the back of this. It's a nervous look over the shoulder from Max Wheatley, who had the pace to close right up on this battle, but hasn't been able to make inroads. And now, once again, Sam Hayes to the inside. Now Bory slots back out onto the outside. Blakemore's going to try and get the run again. In the background, though, keep an eye out for Collinson and keep an eye out for Potter, because they're right on the back of this one now. It's third down to ninth, as Collinson and Potter have got themselves right. And some Blakemore's going to be out on the outside here. Collinson is through. Potter's going to be through as well, although that's going to lose him a little bit of momentum because he was the last one to get past Riley Blakemore. And through they come. Potter's going to then have to keep it pinned on the outside. He's going to have to be brave as Potter, and he is so. Runs all the way around the outside of Riley Blakemore and drops up into sixth place. Hayes then continuing to lead this battle, moving more and more towards the inside as the timer elapses down to 0. We're going to get 2.5 more laps, I think, because the leader is some 5 seconds down the road from this battle. And we'll be able to cross the line comfortably before the timing at the top of the screen elapses. Hayes in third place then, behind White, who is 2.5 seconds down the road. There's your leader coming over the line, with White through as well. Then it's Hayes, Bory, Williams, Collinson now in front of Potter, with Wheatley and Blakemore behind them. So Collinson and Potter, who've moved through the field together, and now heading towards the top 2. And let's see whether there's anything you can do about Max Williams, who has a look over the shoulder. Potter is through then on Collinson down into the hairpin. And now it's just a flash of green from Bory all the way down to Collinson in 7th. All the green carts behind the blue one of Sam Hayes. And there's Potter down the inside. Collinson's going to get in the gap as well. Last lap board out then for your leader, Harris Roberts, with Jensen White in 2nd. Hayes 3rd with Bory. Then it's Potter and Collinson, who've worked together in tandem to sort of get through everybody that was in front of them as they closed up on the back of this one. Are they going to be close enough as they head down towards the hairpin in the final corner at the very least to try and get past Jake Bory? As now they're 3 wide as they head up towards the double left. They slot back into single file as they head down towards the chicane. Your race leader, though, already out of the final corner. Harris Roberts comes through. Pole position to checkered flag to take victory in heat number 4 for Honda Cadet. White's going to get 2nd place in front of Sam Hayes for P3. He's happy with that. Then it's Potter in front of Collinson, Wheatley, Blakemore, Williams tipping, and Rye, and dropping all the way down the order is Jake Bory outside the top 10. He crosses the line in 11th place in front of Samuel Hall, Ward Alley, Winstanley, Ralston, Webster, Greytrex, Branscombe, and Forrester. Your top 20 with Eyeball, Housego, and Lind in front of Stansmore Wilson and Joshua Owen. And in Honda Cadet, there is Owen coming through to take the checkered flag. All of our 25 runners in heat number 4 then taking the flag. So we'll add into the results Harris Roberts' first place from his heat. He'll be back out in heat number 5, which will be the first race after our lunch break here at Hooton Park. Having a quick look at previous races. In heat number 3, Jacob Cartledge picked up a 5-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. And in micro, I think they were clear with the exception of Harry Neeson, who picked up a 5-second penalty. That's dropped him down from 13th place into 15th in that class. We're fairly clear at the front of Mini Rotax. The heat number 2 I don't think has been published just yet, so we're still waiting for confirmation of that one. And obviously Honda Cadet has just finished as we see your race winner and champion-elect Harris Roberts just taking his helmet off down there. The kart and driver will be Wade. I think he has a quick chat with Jensen White. Fist pump for the top 2, and I think Sam Hayes is going to get one as well. The top 3 there, all in one camera shot. And mutual respect all round from Harris Roberts, who is now on the left, Jensen White in the middle, and Sam Hayes on the right, your top 3 in the Honda Cadet heat number 4. Most of those karts will be off, so the next one up will be your final race before we break for 40 minutes of lunch. It will be heat number 2 in Junior Pro Kart. There they are then, ready to go racing. Sophie Pawsey on the left and Harrison Johns on the right. That's your front row with Owen Roberts and Christian Oblag on the second row. Maximus Shields and Harry Brown complete your runners in Junior Pro Kart. So as long as the track is clear, we should be good to go racing in this one. Final few words of advice down there for Christian Oblang from his dad. And, there is indeed a number on the top of that Nauseo panel. It's just that it's the panel that they've got with that opening at the front, and the fact that the number is on an orange background, which is then black, and the actual race car is red, means that it doesn't show up overly well, but the number is definitely there. And I'm sure it was there earlier on when I spoke to Christian during the paddock walk, which is something that will be coming up just after we break for lunch. We'll go straight into that paddock walk, which we pretty much, well, I say pretty much, we walk from one end of the paddock to the other and then back up the other side again here at Hooton Park. It's a long but very thin paddock, which is great for a paddock walk because you're just pretty much walking in a long straight line, and every driver that you encounter you can talk to, which is fantastic. You don't have to weave in and out of anything or then cut back in and potentially miss anybody out. We just walked all the way down and then we cut through onto the grass, walked up and then finished the paddock walk. Just speaking to some drivers that were about to go out for their practice sessions this morning. All of our drivers getting the obligatory practice session before we go into our random grid formats here at Hooton Park for CKC and JKC. And we'll then look later on to go to the positions from the points accrued from their 3 heats to go into the finals here at Hooton. That's when we'll be putting drivers into their orders. We've got another poll going out in the live chat asking how long the Hooton Park circuit is. Now on this one, I don't actually know the answer, so I'm hoping that James, our producer, does, because it will mean that during the lunch break I'll have to head out and figure it out. So, but at least apparently one of us in here does, which is handy. Sophie Pawsey leads the way then in Junior Pro Kart as The 7 comes through, and Shields and Oblang already side by side, and Max Shields from 5th place forces his way through into 3rd place and in front of his nearest championship challenger. Owen Roberts is going to lead though into the hairpin as he gets down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. Shields is going to get alongside the 77 as well, but will be on the outside. Pawsey then will have track position and holds on to 2nd place, although then runs slightly wide, and Shields goes up the back of Sophie Pawsey. She goes wide out and onto the rumble strips, and still Shields and Pawsey are side by side. Pawsey relents though into the bottom corner. Shields though runs wide, and Christian Oblag is through. Arm up off the wheel from Max Shields. Although I will be fair in saying there that most of that opening lap incident there with Shields down the inside, particularly into that last corner, was probably caused by Shields having a little bit of a run into the back of Pawsey into that double apex left, and him not getting the run that he was looking for. But now Pawsey off, and Pawsey off once again with contact. This time it's with the 10 of Harrison Johns, and Sophie Pawsey, not for the first time today, is into the tyre wall here at Hooton Park. She's been pulled out by one of the marshals down there. And now she's on the tarmac. She's going to be able to rejoin the track as she spins the 77 kart round, but she's disillusioned at the very least for Sophie Pawsey there, being forced off the track now. Shields gets down the inside of Oblang. Oblang gets the cut back and gets down the inside of Shields. They're side by side as they run down the back straight into the hairpin. Oblang's going to try and keep this one pinned all the way around the outside, but Shields being very forceful. Now he's giving it the come, and I'm not sure Oblang's going to let him have that one, because really, whilst they do want to take the outright victory, the battle for the championship is right here, ladies and gentlemen, between Christian Oblang and Max Shields. The driver with the best seat in the house at the minute, Harry Brown in the 47, watching the championship battle unfold right in front of his eyes. As now Shields is right on the back of Christian Oblag once again as they head down towards the hairpin at the bottom. He pops out of the slipstream, has a bit of a think about it. Shields and Oblag. Has another think into that double apex left. Shields, who only needs to finish within, I think it's 20 points of Oblag at the end of the day to win the championship in Junior Pro Kart and make himself a double champion. Let's see in terms of timing whether, now that they've really sort of slowed this one down in terms of overtaking each other, are going to start then trying to reel in that 2-second gap that Owen Roberts has at the front of this race. Shields is thinking about it once again down the inside of Oblang. It's 2 seconds is the gap to your race leader. They took 3.5 tenths out on the previous lap, so at that sort of rate it's going to take them 6 laps to close back that 2-second gap, which they've probably got just about enough time if they work together to close it up. The top 3 though, there's only 1 point between each of the point paying positions in the top 3, and then there's a 2-point gap then before you drop down into 4th place, which is currently being occupied by Harry Brown. Now Shields once again gets the run, this time on the inside of Oblang. Oblang comes across to defend the corner and then slots back into the lead. They took 6 tenths out of the lead of Owen Roberts on the previous lap, whilst not really making too stringent attempts to overtake each other, although Shields did have a couple of thoughts about it into the first corner and then down into hairpin 3. They could well turn this one into a 4-kart battle for the lead. But now Shields is to the inside of Christian Oblang. Oblang's going to turn in, and then he's gone wide out onto the rumble strip. Max Shields is down the inside. Shields was alongside there and had every right to take that corner, in my opinion, with Oblang then deciding to turn in and defend. I don't think there was actually any contact between the two of them. Oblang just had to run all the way around the outside and slot into 3rd place, though did take a huge chunk of grass in doing so on the outside. You saw the dust flick up as he went over there. Now the gap down to 1 second on the previous lap. Let's see with that overtake as to whether Shields has been able to close the gap to Owen Roberts. But it's only a fraction, by 1.5 tenths, but now with 3 minutes remaining, and he's starting to open the gap up to Christian Oblag. Oblag feeling the need to look over his shoulder at Harry Brown in the 47. The driver that we've seen make sporadic appearances in the JKC throughout the year. He was at Fullbeck, we saw him as well at Rowra. He's here as well at Hooton Park, this being his local track. The driver from Denton in Manchester, running in 4th place at the moment, only 1.6 seconds off the front of this race. The gap down by another 6/10 between Max Shields and Owen Roberts. Shields is closing in on the front of this one. Roberts, though, leading the way in that 7 Kart, also sporting the number 7. The 7 Kart being the chassis. It is underneath him, his engines and his seat. He is leading the way. There is some lap traffic coming up with Sophie Pawsey having rejoined the race, having been off into the tyres, and Shields gets the run out of the final corner but had to go tighter, so it'll be interesting to see whether he's got the horsepower into the first corner. And Max Shields moves through on Owen Roberts for the lead, and Christian Oblag as well, now looking interested in that 2nd place. The top 4 though split by less than a second over the line on the previous lap. So head round that double apex left, 1.5 minutes remaining. Lap time's 40 seconds, so if they cross anything less than 1:20, then that's going to give us an indication of how many more laps we're going to get here as Pawsey moves to the inside, allows the rest of the field to come through. Good awareness by the driver of the 77, although in all honesty she doesn't have to move out of the way of them. It is the driver behind's prerogative to find a way through. That's how karting works. It's slightly differently to cars. There's no blue flags and you don't have to move out of the way. If there is a blue flag, it's just to give the driver an awareness that there is a faster kart approaching. The driver is not obliged to move off the line and is often advised, unless it's clear and easy to do so in the way that Pawsey did, that the driver maintains his line, his or her line, so that it is predictable for those drivers behind in finding a way through. 25 seconds remaining means that next time round will be last lap for Maximus Shields. Personal best for Christian Oblang on that last lap, but it's still 2/10 slower than Max Shields, who sets the fastest lap of the race with a 40.226 at the front of this race. And it means that Shields will be heading, as long as he finishes here today at the Junior Kart Championship, for the championship in this class. A quick look at the potential permutations for Shields now, if he manages to hold on and finish where he is, where he finished the races at the end of the day. Shields, Oblang, Roberts, Brown, Johns and Pawsey are your top 6 runners, with Pawsey now being shown as a lap down after Shields found a way through. Shields then on the last lap and making his way round that final corner. Hasn't been an easy one for Shields, but since he's moved to the front there, the relief as his head rolls back off his shoulders as he takes the checkered flag, with Christian Oblang 2nd, Roberts 3rd, Brown in 4th, with Harrison Johns will be classified in 5th place in front of Sophie Pawsey, who crosses the line. Now shown there as 1 lap down for Sophie Pawsey. Just having a quick look at, before we break for lunch, Minimax heat number 2. The classified results are in. Jensen Pritchard given a 5-second penalty in that one. We're still waiting then for for Honda Cadet heat number 4 to come in, and obviously Junior Pro Kart as well, which is just finished. So we will wait for those to come in after your lunch break. We will break very, very quickly now, because we've got a 40-minute paddock walk to get through before we are back in at around about 2:10 for the racers here in our junior and cadet kart championship. We'll be back. We'll be starting with heat number 5 in Honda Cadet, and we'll see you in around about 40 minutes' time.
Welcome to the paddock here at Hooton Park for our paddock walk show, which will be going out during the lunch break. I'm joined by Josh Husker, who will be racing in Micromax for the first time. Josh, how's the practice gone for you in the new kart?
It's gone very good.
Well, let's have a walk. Let's go and have a look at it, and you can tell us a little bit more about your new machinery, because you've been in Honda for most of this year in the Honda 200 class. What's been the change? Why have we decided to go into Micromax?
Just the speed and the way it handles is just better than Honda.
So, talk to me a little bit about your machine then, which is being expertly spanned, not by your dad. He's left it now. He's found somebody who knows what he's doing with one of these karts. So, what's the sort of change? What's different about this to the Honda?
The Honda, you know, it has a different chassis. It's got like a 900. This one has a 950. Then you've got like a lot of different things. Like this is a Tony kart instead of Project One, and Project One don't do these.
So is this you move full time now into Micro? Are we not going back to Honda?
Full time.
Wonderful. Let's go and have a quick chat with you. Josh, thank you very much. All the very best for the race day. Dad, let's have a quick question. Your call to go Micro or Joss's?
Bit of both, really. He was really excited. He just wanted to change, and yeah, went for the Micro. I think it's going to be a good class this next year. So
yeah, it's all of a sudden it's been bobbed along for like 3 years. I was speaking to somebody earlier on, and we just basically said, I think with the changes coming at a higher level, everybody's sort of seen, well, the Honda side of things a little bit in abeyance. Micro's going to be a definite class next year, and we've seen loads of people migrate to it early. Yours being one of them.
So yeah, we're going to get this year in it ready for next year, basically. So getting the setup ready for the car, because it's completely different to the Hondas.
Yeah, it will be his first race, of course.
This is his first race here, yeah. And he seems to be doing well. He really likes it. So no, good things should come, hopefully.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Right, let's continue the walk. We'll find some people that are a bit smaller than Mr. Husker. Let's come and have a chat. Introduce yourself, lads.
My name is Zane Quaker. Jensen Pritchard.
Take the microphone, pass it down. It's too far away.
Jensen Pritchard. Hasnain Khan.
Wonderful. Pass it back. Fantastic. Zane, we'll start with you. I've turned up in the paddock this morning. The paddock chat is that you were rapid in practice yesterday.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, wonderful. He's confident there in his ability. Expectations for today? I assume we've been to Hooton a few times. Are we looking to be challenging right at the sharp end come the end of the day when we're dishing trophies out?
Yeah, one of my local tracks. Should be quick in the heats to get at the front.
Wonderful. Jensen,
Yes.
are you fairly new to this game, I believe?
Yes, I started in February in micros, did a few months in that, and I've just moved into minis. This is also my local track, so hoping for a good result today.
Wonderful. We'll make it easier. I'll come round and crouch down next to Hasnan now because it's a lot easier. How's practice gone for you yesterday?
Good. What's it called? We were at top, and then yeah.
Wonderful. Expectations for the race day?
Yeah, at the top.
Yeah, at the top. So we expect it. Are we taking a trophy home?
Yeah.
There we go. Well, that's a prediction. We'll find out whether it's a spoiler in a couple of hours' time when it comes to dishing some trophies out. We'll keep our walk down the paddock going here at Hooton. It's a long paddock, not very wide, which basically is perfect for a grid walk, and because we can just pop straight in, such as like I could just dive straight over here and find a driver. Driver, introduce yourself to the camera.
My name's Oliver Green. I drive Junior Rotax, and
We saw you at the start of the year. You were at fullback.
yeah,
Yeah, we've not seen you since. What have you been doing with yourself to keep yourself busy?
I've been doing a lot of practice.
Good. How did practice go for you yesterday?
Pretty good.
Good. Is there anybody? Oh, the mechanics in the back of there. We don't trouble mechanics whilst they're looking for bits, do we?
No.
No. Wonderful. All the very best to you for in race day. There's another kart in there. I think that is that Taz Groom's kart next to you.
Yeah.
It is, but I don't know where he is. Oliver, all the very best. We'll catch you later. We'll just keep ourselves walking down here and see who we can find. It's easy because it's like car, drivers. Let's go and have a chat. Wonderful. He's out of his seat already. He knows I'm coming for him. Harrison Johns, how's practice gone for you?
Been going good.
Been good.
Yeah.
You've been getting better all through the year from when we've seen you. So the progress is coming, and then you're starting to get a lot closer to that front pack. Are we sort of looking at? How old are you now?
I'm 13.
So you can never tell these days because some 13-year-olds are this big, and some of them we need a taller awning. You know, you've got at least 4 inches there on your dad at least. So we've still got plenty of time in junior pro kart for that progression, with it being a class you can run through until you're 15 and 16. So are we looking to come back next year and have a real challenge at getting into that top 3?
Yeah. Hope so.
Wonderful. Harrison, thank you very much. Tom Drake, get yourself in. You can't hide in the corner. I'd get the cameraman. I'd get him crouched down there just to come in and chat. Tom, you've been a steady competitor, challenging the top 10 for most of the year in Honda Cadet 200. What's your sort of experiences here at Hooton Park? We've been here a lot.
No, I've never been here.
No, we find with Hooton, where it's located in the country, that everybody that's sort of in this sort of side has been here loads. They come and do the club meeting, and then everybody else, so the only time they get to come is part of this championship. Pretty much like we saw similar with Lid, with it being on the extremities. So with you not having much experience, what are the expectations this weekend?
I'm just hoping to stay on the track.
Wonderful. Well, to be fair, it's the only place you can take wins, because you can't win it on the grass unless you're rallying or something like that. So yeah, just keep it. It's really, I think for Honda most of the year, it's sort of get through the heats, maximise the front start, do what you can, and as long as you're sort of in the top 10 for the final at the start, you've got a decent chance of the podium.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Just a quick one. You've got an eyelash on the side of your face. That goes in the eye. You've got no chance of winning. Wonderful. Nicholas Ellis, you did no racing at all yesterday, from what I'm led to believe.
None today or Friday.
None today. Are you racing today? I assume you've got the suit on. You've not put that on to keep warm, have you?
No.
No. So let's find out why you've done no practice Friday or Saturday.
So about a month ago, I hurt my ribs at Landau. We took about a 2-week break up until Wilton. We went to Wilton, and then it hurt even more in the final. And really, I've just been recovering all week.
So. You'll be doing practice this morning.
Yeah.
After that practice session, will you make a decision then as to whether you race, or have you made the decision in your head already that you're going to race?
I made the decision in my head I'm going to race.
Wonderful. Well, hopefully we'll see you out all day. If you don't appear for a heat or the final, I think we probably know why. Yeah. But if that is the case, feel free to pop in the com box and we'll have a little chat about it.
Okay.
Wonderful. Nicholas, all the very best. Hopefully you stay in one piece. Be really good to see you out there all day.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Right, let's keep the show going. We'll keep the pace. You may also notice from, if you saw me on camera at Landau, that I am actually managing to walk properly now, because I've had the massive moon boot taken off my broken foot. Oh, we've got a learner driver come in. We don't want to get run over by anybody. Let's see if we've got any drivers in here. They're all on a track walk, and I'm not walking all the way around the track, so we'll just have to keep it going down there. Looks like most of them are all also on a track walk as well, so we will just keep it going until we find an awning with a driver in it, because it really does help if we get to speak to people, because if not, you just get to listen to me for 35 minutes. Let's pop in. I've found a driver. There we go. Introduce yourself, young man.
I'm Logan Lauder.
You are Logan Lauder, because this is your machine, the number 33. We've pretty much been asking a lot of people, what's your sort of experience here at Hooton? Because we find generally if you're quite local, you come here a lot, and if you're not local, you come here once a year.
I've been here a lot. It's
So
my
yeah,
local track.
this is local track. We find out a lot of people. There's quite a northwest sort of contingent coming for CKC and JKC. Practice yesterday, I imagine that it was just sort of about dialing the kart in. You must have had a base setup if you've been here a lot before, so you must be expecting to be running right at the sharp ending. What is going to be a very big class this weekend in Micromax?
Yes, there's going to be 17 of us, so that's going to be a lot of hard work this weekend.
Yeah, the biggest turnout we've had for Micromax all year. So, with it being a random grid, that one where you're coming from towards the back, there's going to be a lot of work to be done in that heat, and probably a lot more difficult than what we've seen all year. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that I'm going to win all the heats.
Wonderful. Well, that's a bold statement, certainly with 17 to win all the heats. You're certainly going to be in with a shout from your front and your middle, because we've seen you throughout the year being right up there. If you can win from 17th, I'll sort you out a prize from myself for that one. If you win your back one, I'll sort you out a trophy just from me for that one.
That would
be great.
Cheers, mate. Logan. Thank you very much. Let's keep us moving round the paddock. Bring yourself in. You've turned up just at the right time. Probably the smallest Minimax driver we've got on the grid, actually. How are you?
I'm alright, thanks.
Wonderful. You're with Kart, which means that you probably live local, which means you've probably done a huge amount of time at Hooton. We've found everybody sort of in this sort of area. So, a lot of experience at Hooton?
Yeah, I do quite a lot. I do the IKR here.
Yeah. So was that last weekend as well?
The
Weekend before. How did that one go?
It didn't go the best.
But seat time, innit? Yeah. And it's gearing up for today, the big one.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Expectations? Where are we sort of hoping to be?
I'm hoping to be top 3, but I'll be happy with top 5 this weekend.
Wonderful. Jack, thank you very much. Catch you soon. Nearly walked into a door. That would have been bad for morale. Let's see if we can keep going down. There's one or two drivers that I do want to sort of find as we go down. There's one up there that I know that I definitely need a chat to. So I'll just pop round here. I've got no drivers at all, but in fact, I'm going to come round here and speak to this gentleman here. He doesn't know it yet, but hello.
Hello.
Your driver won the Clark's Driver of the Day, which we handed out at for GYG, which we handed out at Landau, but you were at Rye that weekend because it falls on the wrong weekend. You must be very happy for him.
We definitely were. I spoke to Rory, who he obviously got it for, and apparently it's because he held to come back on track and then didn't hold up anyone else. So he's just here. Do you want to say anything, mister?
Oh, he's not going to get a choice. I'll have a chat with him in a minute.
No, fair enough. Yeah, no, so yeah, definitely chuffed. I know he's been struggling this year, so it's quite nice to get something out of it.
Yeah, the acknowledgement's there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's been noticed, and that the back markers aren't just in the back, not being seen.
But he's had a consistent improvement. Whilst you say that he's struggled, he has got better round on round, which is the main thing. It's one of them in karting generally only one driver gets to win the race.
There is,
but everybody gets, everybody has an opportunity every hour to go out and improve.
Yes. Yeah, no, definitely. And the trouble is, it's quite a tough competition here. To be fair, when you're looking at the timings, it's quite hard, but half a second even can push them from top 5 to back markers.
Yeah, it's big. It's tight, isn't it? Certainly, you look at the top 10 are very close, but then even from 11th to 30th, there's hardly any field spread.
No, it's definitely good, definitely good.
Wonderful. Well, I'll ask you to step aside. I'll go the other way, and we'll have a quick chat with the driver. How are you? Good to see you back after a round off where you were down at Rye. Yeah. Are you feeling good for today?
Yeah.
Wonderful. So you had that round off at Landau because it clashed with your club meeting down at Rye, because normally we race the first weekend of every month, and that was the second weekend of the month because of track logistics. How did Rye go for you?
Personally, it went pretty good. I think I got my fastest time there.
Wonderful. So continuing to improve at Rye as well. We've seen you throughout the season here in CKC, just moving closer and closer to the pack. So you're really happy with your progress?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Joshua Owen, that's his cart there. Hi lads, how are we? Good. Let's have a quick chat. I'm going to take a seat up here. I don't see why I'm standing up when there's a perfectly good metal frame for me to sit down. Apparently it's not very stable, which is his way of saying that I'm a little bit tubby and I should be careful. Lads, how are we?
Good, thank you.
Good. How was practice yesterday?
Very good. Very good.
Very good. What's your sort of experience here at Hooton? Have we been here a lot, or have we first time?
Second time.
Second time. We did it last year at CKC, but that didn't go too well for both of us because he was involved in the red flag last year.
We don't want any of that today.
No, and I just didn't have a very good race.
He flipped.
Well, yeah, we definitely don't want any of that today. All the very best for your race day, lads. I'm going to try and have a walk down here because I need at some point to catch hold of Max Lewis, who had a very, very difficult day. Ollie Naylor, hello. How are you? You're going to look a little bit different today because you've got a brand new lid.
Yeah, it's very nice. It took us 5 months, but it's good.
SJD did it, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did ours as well for my lad, and they've done a great job with it. We're really, really happy with it. Like you say, it took a while, but you can't rush perfection.
Yeah, they're really good because it's just come yesterday. They delivered it here, and it looks brilliant.
Did you know you were getting it?
Yeah, because I saw my mum put all the RI visors in the bag,
Ah, so you knew you were getting something, but you weren't quite sure what the design was?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Ollie, all the very best day. We'll keep an eye out for that new helmet. We'll just keep the walk going. I definitely want to get down to Max Lewis, have a quick check of the time. Oh, we've still got plenty, which means that you've got at least another 20 minutes of listening to me, which for some is fantastic and for some is not. I was told you were out walking around the track, Stanley. No? No? Well, none of you were in the BSR awning when I got down there. Oh, you were on a track walk. Right, let's have a quick walk in here. I'm told that this has seen better days.
It has. It's better now.
It's better now. Well, let's come round. What happened to it and what have you done to fix it?
So, on the in-lap, there was a backup of karts. Another kart spun because it locked up, which then Max had to lock up as well. But all the impact hit here. So the stub axle was completely twisted round and snapped into the corner as well.
Ooh.
The track rod end is completely snapped off. The track rod itself was completely bent. And then obviously we noticed that was slightly bent. The kart was actually twisted at the front, so it had to go onto a jig to be straightened. So it's all been straightened. He's had 2 new stub axles on it, new track rod and 2 new track rod ends. It's been straightened, been jigged, been lasered. So hopefully it's all back straight.
Wonderful. Well, this will give us an opportunity. If we can bring the camera in here, just to have a look how karts generally work. You can have a look at the steering wheel here. Is it when you turn the steering wheel this way, the outside wheel barely moves, but the inside has got a really big angle to it. And then when you do the same there, you can see it's because the Ackerman here on the steering is the steering is directly fastened to the wheels through these track rods. The track rods move ever so slightly, which you need because when the steering turns either way, you need that sort of play. And what's happened yesterday here is the track rod has taken the track rod snapped. We've had a bendage there. We've had a lot happen down this front end, which you can see on the kart there. But so we'll keep an eye out on Max throughout the day and see how he's going on and whether the kart is working for him. Have another quick chat down here to a driver that's moved classes as well. In fact, I'm fantastic. We've vacated a seat. That man knows I've got a poorly foot. How's the move gone?
Good.
Good. What made you switch? Because you've been running really, really well in Honda at tracks throughout the season. What do you just wake up one morning and think, I fancy a micro?
Yeah.
Yeah? Or did you wake up one morning and it was your birthday and there was one sat there waiting for you? Yeah, I know the story. So basically it was Dad's call and it goes quicker, so you're happy?
Yeah, I'm really happy.
Wonderful. Let's have a quick chat with Dad as well. Micro.
Love it.
Love it?
Love it.
Love it.
Love it. No, it's just Drew's always been a really smooth driver. And I think in the Hondas, he just had didn't have the aggression, I think, to challenge right in. He was getting there. Obviously, he's only 8, so he was still learning, but I think the right move for Drew was to go to micro.
The difference between the two, obviously, is in micro, with it being a 2-stroke class, as soon as you press the pedal, you get that immediate burst of power, which when you're really smooth, works really nicely. With the Honda, with it being a 4-stroke engine, you put the throttle down and it takes a little bit of time for that engine to give you the output. And then with the 200s as well, that first 1,000 RPM is a big burst of power before it starts to narrow out. That's the difference, obviously, between the 160 and the 200, is that first 1,000 RPM of power is where it's at. And obviously, if you're quite smooth, that can give you a bit of a burst, which then obviously gets you in that sort of snap oversteer.
And I think also the vibration through the whacker plates, we call them, obviously, I think it was quite sore on Drew with his age, because he's small. So I think the Micromax just been a smoother delivery of power. He just can seem to drive it better. He seems to be doing pretty well. Being his third weekend, he's gone good pace.
We have mentioned that before on other track walks that we've done further, that he's a Bambino in a Cadet, because of his, like, we interview him next to other Bambinos and they're bigger than he is. So, you know,
he's got a fair fight for his age, but he enjoys the fight, so he's definitely enjoying the Micromax more, I'd say, than the Hondas.
Wonderful. We're just going back to where we were in a minute, but Mr. Lewis has raided the scrap bin, and we'll take that one. That's reusable as a spare, I can assure you. That'll straighten out. This, however, won't, because that has that's the best way of, well, that's an 80 quid cry about, isn't it? No, split there. You've actually bent the spindle as well, so there's absolutely nothing straight about that at all. Toby Dukes, how are you? Good. Driver of the day in Micromax at Landau, and I can't say I'm surprised by it. You were fantastic.
Thank you.
Wonderful. You've really come on as well throughout the year. Are we sticking with micro next year, or are you up to mini?
I'm going up to Inter.
I thought I'd seen you out. You did a race here in mini 2 weeks ago, was it? Yeah. Just to sort of test the water, but you seem to be going on really, really well now.
Yeah, it's just mini's a lot harder with handling and everything. But
you can do it. We've seen you throughout the year. You've progressed really, really steadily in the in mini max. So in micro max, you've got a good chance of challenging right at the front again, as you were at Landau. So you must be really confident going into a race day.
Yeah, I was pretty quick yesterday, so I'm hoping for at least a podium today. So.
Wonderful. Toby, thank you. I'm going to keep walking because somebody started revving an engine and we don't want that in the background. I feel like the Pied Piper at the minute because I've just got loads of followers. I've never had such a fan base and probably never will again. So we'll just keep it walking. Mr. Forrester, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Keep walking. Whereabouts are you where are you pitched up in the paddock? Up there. So you're literally you're just following me for camera time, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. How's the day gone so far? I mean, obviously you've been and done a few track walks this morning. I assume practice all day yesterday. You practiced Friday as well?
Yeah.
Wonderful. How's that gone for you?
It's been alright. I mean, I've not been at the front, but I've not been right at the back, so.
Ah, no problem at all. Thank you very much. Enjoy your race day.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Let's have a quick walk down here. There's a young man that I'd like to have a little chat to. Is the young man here in black. Riley, how are you?
Good.
Good. How's practice gone? I know you've been to Hooton a few times, but this will be your first outing in CKC?
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's just move over because Connor's over there with a wheel gun causing us no end of trouble. So we'll move over here and stand next to a generator. So we're not really winning, are we? How did practice go for you yesterday?
Good.
Good. I know you did all right in the IKR 2 weeks ago here at Hooton, so you must be confident. Obviously, it's a big grid, and it's going to be random grids as well. I know I was speaking to your dad last week, and he said to you, do you want to sign on as a novice because it's your first CKC, or do you want to go right into the mix? And you went, I'm going right in the mix. So do you know where you're starting your first heat? Are you at the front, the middle, or the back?
I think I'm in the middle. Yeah, I'm in the middle.
Good. So I imagine just get round that first lap and try and pick a few off.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Riley, all the very best. Look forward to seeing how you go throughout the day. Max, you step in here only because big day today, but also potentially as well a big day at Ella as well. We know obviously with it being a championship where we can drop one round that you can take the championship today if the points go right for you, and the positions go well. So is it a case today of sort of trying to get things wrapped up and go to Ella pressure free, or do you just going out to just enjoy your race day?
It would be lovely to win the championship here, but I'm not going to pressure myself so much to the point of I've still got another round to do it. Why risk it all and die a zero or rise a hero? Yeah, so it's not worth killing it for that one place. But do you know where you've got to finish the heats, or are you just going to go out there and just see how it goes? We'll just see how it goes today. Wonderful. A very relaxed Max Shields there. Probably not quite as, I imagine, not quite as relaxed. There'll be his dad over there, or his mechanic who's been roped in as well for a bit. Obviously, we know that you've run 2 karts, Barry, at a race weekend. We run the Pro Kart and we run the Rotax as well. Yeah. It's not easy. So when you've got a spanner man who lives half an hour down the road, it's always good to bring him in, isn't it?
It made a bit of sense, yeah. As you say, it's a big weekend for Max. I want him to do it. He doesn't know the places he's got to come, so I just thought I'd leave it to him. And do you know what? In a race day, anything can go wrong. So it's supposed to be.
We both know where he needs to come, though, don't we, Barry?
We do, yes.
We do, don't we? I've got the laptop as well, so throughout the day I'll be trying to break it down as to sort of where we're going with those. With the championship permutations. We've got all of our championships can mathematically be sorted today. Some are very, very unlikely given the drop score provisions that we've got, with it being 7 rounds from 8 possible, so you take your best 7. Let's have a quick go in here. I do love it. I'm coming this side and we'll work round the fact that we've got a message on the underside of the Alfano here. Or the Micron 5, other lap timers are available. Just a quick one. I imagine that's a message that you've not put there yourself. I imagine it's come from this man here. First of all, introduce yourself.
My name is Sam Ardolino from number 16 in Junior Rose Ox.
So we've seen you once already this season at GYG, and you were rapid. Yeah. So are we expecting similar today at Hooton? How's practice gone yesterday for you?
Yeah, practice yesterday went all right. Started off well, but dropped off the fish slightly towards the afternoon. But yeah, excited for today.
Wonderful. Well, let's have a quick chat with Bono here, who's good with messages. What's the thought process behind it? Does he take a lap or two to turn it on, or does he have a lap or two in the middle where he just drops off that we have to remind him to get beans?
He's just that's basically just saying stay focused all the time. Don't go to sleep halfway through the race. Try and get the best start you can. Stay focused all the time. That's just a little reminder for him.
Wonderful, thank you very much. That's 100% Ardolino later. We'll keep an eye out for him during the race day. As I said here at Hooton, it's a long paddock and then it's not very deep. It literally just goes to the caravans over there. So we'll have a walk down and we'll come right back up the other side, because by the time we get up there, first practice will have started. We'll try and get some reaction from some of the drivers that have been out first thing and seen how they've gone. Let's have a quick chat in here with these young men. You can run, but I can run quicker than you, even with a damaged leg, because your legs are little and mine are not. Good to see you've come back and seen sensors. Harry Neeson, how are you?
Very good.
So, you had a very, very strong outing at Landau. Yes. Couple of wins. Yes. One that you got to keep, one that you didn't. But nonetheless, it was you still took the victory on track. Are we confident of another victory today?
I wouldn't say victory, I'd say maybe top 5.
Nice big grid of micros though, isn't it? And you must be looking forward to testing yourself against such a deep field.
Yes, very.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to that young man down there, who I don't know whether he's tried to escape or not, but bring yourself in, grab yourself a chair. Grab yourself a chair. It makes things much easier when you're comfortable. Here we go. It's like Mastermind now. 60 seconds and some questions. How are you, young man?
Good.
Good. So throughout this year, we've seen you make steady progress all throughout. You've won a driver of the day as well earlier on in the year. So you must be really, really happy with your progress and how you've come on throughout 2022.
Yep.
So, expectations for today? Is it just keep it on the black stuff and get it round that first lap and then see how things pan out after that?
Yeah.
Do we going to answer any other questions with anything other than a yeah? You should go with no. No, he's going to say no. I knew he would. That sort of teed it up for him just to go yes, 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 and then a no. Jack, thank you very much. All the very best for your race day. Let's have a quick wander down and we'll spin it round. Let's sort of have a quick check on the time. We've got about another 10 minutes for me to do some talking. In fact, Riley's here. Riley, your first outing here at CKC, but you do a lot of racing here at Hooton as well. I'm trying to figure out here whether it's best to put the microphone under there or just put it straight through there. So we'll figure it out in a few moments. I'm sure that it's not going to take too much off your voice. But
I'm going to do like the bestest I can do today, and I hope my friends and me win.
So I know you missed the last IKR because you were on a beach somewhere, I believe. But how's the season gone for you here at Hooton up until now?
Really good, thank you.
Wonderful. And how do you think we're going to do today in race day?
Really good.
Really, really good. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Riley. All the very best. Let's have a wander. We'll have a chat with you as I walk down there to talk to somebody that definitely knows how to handle a steering wheel. How's practice gone for you yesterday?
It was very good.
Good. Which class are we in? And introduce yourself to that man there with the camera.
I'm in Honda Cadet, and I'm Jake Bory. My name's Jake Bory.
You are. It's just a lot of the time I only recognise people if they've got an helmet on their head, and you haven't got an helmet on your head yet. So wonderful. You do quite a lot here as well at Hooton in the IKR. You run generally. Let's be honest. You're generally good for a podium.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you think you're going to do on random grids here? Because it's normally qualifying in the IKR here at Hooton. How do you think you're going to do on them random grids and then obviously a big grid as well each time?
Well, I'm hoping just to make my way up the grid and get a higher place than I actually started, so I can start high in the final and hopefully make it to the A final.
Thank you very much. Well, I've seen one of your karts go that way, because I know there's you and your brother. Your kart's gone that way, so I don't know if you needed, but I'll let you go anyway, because we've got some Honda Cadet practice going on. Where's your driver gone? To be fair, last time I got Maltesers off him. It's too early for that now. Let's see whether he's... He can't be shy, but Mr. Hunter, come and have a chat. Because it doesn't matter, I would have ploughed straight in, if not anyway. In fact, I'll come up here because it's easier, because we'd be a similar height. You've got Mr. Minto with you here this weekend. We know the lad can pedal, because we've seen him at numerous rounds, not just here in CKC, but all around the country, and certainly I saw him coming through Hondas as well when he was in 200s. Are we predicting him to be right at the front today?
I would hope so. We've put a lot of effort in, so has he, so I can't see why not. Yeah.
So let's not talk about your drivers, let's talk about Hunter Motorsport. It's a fairly new entity in terms of actually getting karts on the ground, spawning obviously out of you and your brother being fairly decent wheel attendants yourselves. How's things going, and what are the long-term plans?
I think it's going really well. Obviously, we've got a good few mini kart drivers. Obviously, Daniel. We've got a good selection in junior and senior. Well, like in the British and UKC. So I think it's going well for a starting up team. I would say me and Reece know what we're doing by now after all the years. But yeah, we're still learning, so we're still progressing. Hopefully, well, obviously Daniel's got a ticket to Portimao to the World Final. So we're just trying to break into the international level later on and see if we can progress that way.
Decent place to introduce yourself at Portimao?
Yeah, great place. I think he'll do well. Obviously, he's very new to it. It's only his first or second year into it, so he's very inexperienced in that side. But yeah, he's learning very quick, so can't ask for any more.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I'll be steady getting down here on the dodgy foot, and we'll make our way back through the paddock. We've got around about 5 minutes left. Christian's left the van now, so we can have a little bit of a chat with him. Christian, you're right up there in Junior Pro Kart. It's pretty much between you and Max for the championship throughout the day. Is it just a case that you know, we know the permutations? I don't know if you've looked at it, but you know, I imagine it's just the same with any other race day. Is you've got to go out there and try and beat him, I guess.
That's not set it perfectly, to be fair. There's nothing really else. It's just being faster than him, hopefully. Just overtaking, even though this track is quite hard to overtake on. Just hopefully get that one perfect line, outbreak, and hopefully just get in front of him.
It is one of them tracks where it does have a decent flow to it, but it is quite point and squirt in terms of, like, you go round a corner, then you've got it's not a short straight, but it's not a long straight. It's not enough really where you can tow up. You get there, but there's not. You need another 20 metres to sort of put the overtake in. That's what makes Hooton so tough.
Exactly. It's constantly just like it's brake, accelerate, brake, accelerate. There's no thinking time. It's just you got to do everything perfectly. We just fall out the track.
Wonderful, Christian. All the very best. There's going to be an intense battle between Christian Oblang and Max Shields in Junior Pro Kart throughout the day. I think with 5 minutes left, I'm going to sort of like meander my way through and see if we can get away from noisy Micro Maxers where they rev the engine to warm it up, and then we can we'll try and head through the gap on that awning there, and then what I'll be able to do then is show you sort of where everybody will be gridding up for the race day here at Hooton. And if practice has commenced, which I think it may well have done, then we'll be able to maybe grab the views of some drivers that have been out there. Obviously the track's going to be quite cold. If you look up at the sky, there's going to be very, very little sunshine today. Mind that tow bar. Don't want anybody as I gleefully then walk into the side of that awning. So I'm going to climb that because I can do, because I'm not holding a camera. Let's see whether... Oh, Danny's made it look easy. It's like he's done this before. So what we'll do is we'll actually come trackside, because we've got one of our Honda Cadet practice sessions. Now, in the practice sessions in Hondas, we split them between odd number karts and even number karts. So basically we get a field spread, because normally there's around about 40 of them, which is why today you'll see 5 heats, and then each driver will take part in 3 of those heats. So this is the final corner here then at Hooton Park, as James Fabricius and George Ralston make their way round. You'll then see, as you head up the start-finish straight, is that the karts then, they come to the inside and then migrate back to the outside, because whilst it is a straight, the final part of this final corner goes all the way up and round onto the track. So you'll find later on in the day a lot of drivers will come to the inside, almost skim the grass on the inside before then heading back out onto the outside. So we have got a few drivers that look like they're making their way, getting ready for their practice session. Like I say, we split Hondas in half, so they're going out. In fact, we'll have a chat with this man on the way up to give us something to talk about on the way up. Mick Barlow, your lad Leon, he's had an up and down season, we'll say. He's had the pace pretty much at most rounds to run right at the front. Obviously we've seen him throughout the year, not quite had the look, not quite had the engine bolted on at times either.
That's a no comment.
So obviously, you'll remember from watching Landau, if you joined us, if not go back, Leon was running up there and had a problem. Now, I can't give you too much grief because my lad was racing and he had a problem as well at the same time, so in his heat, so it happens, doesn't it?
I think the heat got to us all a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just getting reports in that he lost a wheel yesterday.
That wasn't me though, that wasn't me.
That wasn't me. He put his own wheels on, does he?
No, the wheel didn't come off, they come together, he ripped it off. He went over the fence.
Have you managed to claim it back?
Yeah, one of the lads drove round and got it. Yeah, but he struggled with pace when he moved to Minimax because of his size. We got a new chassis, got the 22X Kart chassis, it made a massive difference to him, and winning at Super World gave him massive confidence boost, just believing in his own ability really.
So, what's the plan for next year? Is he on his way up to junior?
No, it's too light. He won't be legal, so he'll be 5 kilos under at the moment for junior. So we'll have to do a year in Mini to do IKR, so we'll do this again.
To be fair, we saw it when he was in cadets as well, is that he was so tall, but wasn't even on weight, you know, and then had to move up because of his age. So as we see most drivers move up because of weight, he moved up because of age.
End of the scale, which is not, it is obscure, but he's 14 years old and only 37 kilos. So unfortunately, we can't drop down to the new interclass, and we're too light for junior. So we'll do Mini again next year.
You considered feeding him, Mick?
He eats well. He eats well. He does eat.
We see that loads, though. Like some people say, oh, we shovel it in them and they just don't add weight. And
He's an athlete like me and you.
In different sports, obviously. My sport being sumo wrestling. So, Hondas are making their way around. They're going to get their morning practice session. It's around about 5 minutes just to make sure that any overnight changes have got themselves all sorted and that everything's bolted on nicely. So, as you can see, we've got Rotax here waiting to go out. And then I'll deviate over here and absolutely mug Melissa Adrian. There we go. You've just moved up as well. You've gone out of Mini into Junior. How have you found the transition?
Well, there is a big speed difference, and it's more technical on your arms because I have so much weight on my car that it's hard to turn than a Mini, because Minis are, I only have like 1 or 2 kilo on my Mini, so it's easy to steer, and also because there's so much speed, the back end also spins more quicker, so you have to control it with the throttle, so it's just a bit more technical.
Yeah. So what Millie, I'm just going to come round, what Millie was saying there actually about weight is that all of our classes run to a minimum weight, so what you find here is drivers, that's a 4 kilo block that's bolted on with 2 bolts. There'll be others when we've got one down here behind the fuel tank as well, is that to get all of our drivers up to the minimum weight, they have lead added to the cart, so you'll see it on pretty much all of the carts round here. You can see it on this one here on Tom Holden's, that there's 5 kilos bolted to that. That's the maximum amount you're allowed on a 2-bolt fixing. So everybody gets up to the same sort of weight, which keeps everybody nice and fair. Tom Holden, you were very, very good at Landau, and we know that this isn't your first time at Hooton, so you must be very, very confident that you can get on the podium.
Yeah, I'm quite confident, and I think I can do quite well here.
Wonderful. So you've obviously done a fair bit here. This isn't going to go out to lunchtime, so you're not going to be giving any trade secrets away, but where's the main place to look for overtakes here at Hooton Park?
Most likely to turn 3, it's a nice hairpin, and if you get a good run on it, then it's...
Yeah, got to get turn 2 right though, haven't you, to make any chance of that?
Yeah, definitely.
Tom, thank you very much. We'll look for all of your overtakes into that hairpin later on. As you can see here at Hooton, there's a big bank where everybody sort of watches the practice sessions, and then you've got all of our dummy grid here, so you'll have the class that's about to go out sat waiting. We've got then the next classes that they're going to come through as well. So what we'll do is, whilst they're waiting to go out, I'm just going to go and I'll get in right down here and have a quick chat with the driver. Jensen, we're about to go out for your first practice session on a race day. What's the sort of thought process when you're going out there? You know you've only got 5 minutes. Is it just go out, make sure everything's fine, or are you going out to try and put a marker down and set your fastest possible time?
Probably just warming up the tyres and brakes and all that stuff.
So we know throughout the year we've seen you consistently in the top 10 here in CKC. Are we hoping to be right up there again come the end of the day? I know you've took trophies home, it'd be nice to add another one.
Yeah, it would.
Jensen, all the very best. I'm going to move out of the way because I think they're about to go out, and that is around about 35 minutes done. So we'll throw it back into the commentary box where you'll hear my voice once again, and we'll get ready for the final few heats of the day and the finals here from round 7 of CKC. Hello and welcome back to Hooton Park for the afternoon session here at round 7 of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. And in our quest for fantastic camera shots, we've sent a man up to the top of a chimney to see if we can get an overview of the Hooton Park circuit. Obviously, there's a little bit of humour in that, but hopefully later on we might be able to get the drone up and see the full extremities of this Hooton Park circuit. I think we might have zoomed in on one of the refineries that's right down on the far end of the circuit, in the background there of the dummy grid, to find that gentleman whose job, I hope for his sake at least, he gets paid danger money for going all the way up there, because I don't think that you could pay me enough to go out there. Certainly when you zoom out into this one and you think that he's up there catching planes, isn't he, on the way into Liverpool, John Lennon. Nonetheless, we're back for at least 5 more heats, 1 B final and then an A final. So we've got 11 more races for you here today in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship from Hooton Park. We had a poll in the just before we went out to lunch regarding how long the Hooton Park circuit is. I'm still on a quest to find out how many metres that Hooton Park circuit is in terms of miles. I'm going to take a guess at 0.9, and I'm being told that my guess is correct. So before I'm done on the live chat, I'm just going to click my own vote in there just before it gets closed at 0.9 of a mile. A lot of people are going with 1.1, but the answer is definitely 0.9 of a mile. Just having a quick look at the some of the live chat comments as well coming in whilst we're out on lunch. So we are obviously back for our live action here of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. We're just having a quick look, and we've had a comment in from Tim Winters saying good work to all involved running at Hooton Park. Proper racetrack with lots of grass runoff and reasonable curbs. And just having a quick look as well. Apparently it's the S's and not a chicane, but if you can tell me what the difference is, Tim, feel free to let me know. Anyway, first race up of the afternoon session. It's time for Honda Cadet, heat number 5. Grid will be up on screen, but it will be Ralphie Branscombe, who's had a bit of a busy day in all accounts, with some incidents earlier on, or some of them off track as well. But he'll start on pole position with Toby Turner alongside Jack Collinson and Harry Samuel on row 2, Max Bory and Cameron Tipping on row 3. James Fabricius starts 7th with Freddie Walmsley alongside Max Greytrex and Mason Webster. Complete the top 10, Stanley Clark and Harris Roberts are 11th and 12th. Then we've got Amy Peacock alongside Harris Alley, with Jensen White and Ayrton Rye sharing row 8. Jake Bory is 17th with Max Williams in P18. Then Jacob Cartledge and Tom Drake with Riley Sims-Hazard and Maximus Lewis, and Riley Blakemore and Isaac Hewburn completing your 24 runners. Now, just having a quick look as we wait for these karts to go out. The Junior Pro Kart race in the previous one had just had a slight amendment to the results, with Sophie Pawsey now classified in 5th place. Harrison Johns, the driver who was involved in the incident that took Pawsey into the tyres, given a 1-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. That drops him from 5th into 6th place. We are still waiting for a couple of racers out there to still be classified from the morning session pre-lunchtime. So we've got race number 9 we are still waiting for, which is Junior Rotax heat number 2. And we are also waiting, I think, for Honda Cadet heat number 4 to be classified as well out there on track. So there's things that are still going on off track in the steward's office as we await this heat number 5, the final race heat for our Honda Cadets, before we go out, before we then start collating the numbers. The top 20 then will go straight through into the A final. The remaining 20 will go into the B final, with the top 8 in that B final being promoted into the A final to make a 28 kart final grid in our Honda Cadet class. All of our other classes, those drivers go straight into their final, into the positions based on their heat points. So those drivers that score the most points, they'll go off pole position in the final, and then so on further down the order. I think the track is clear. We're just waiting for confirmation that we can go racing once again here at Hooton. I think we are just about getting the go-ahead out there as the next class behind has their karts wheeled into position. That, I think, will be Junior Rotax heat number 3, as we see Max Shields Cutter 181 being wheeled into position on the trolley, being pushed by his dad. So Honda Cadets are back out onto the circuit then here at Hooton Park. We'll just have a quick look at the minute cast for the afternoon in terms of the weather conditions, as we were expecting earlier on there to be some rain, but at least for the next 2 hours it says we are clear. So that should see us through to the end of the race day. Dry here at Hooton Park. As our runners make their way round and into position. Remember, heats are 8 minutes plus 1 lap. The finals later on in the day, they will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So Honda's making their way through. Need to be keeping an eye out really here for Harris Roberts. A 10th place in heat number 1 and a 1st place in heat number 2. He goes off P12, needing to get up, in my estimation, to at least 3rd to go off the front row of the final. So we'll find out how he goes on. Just getting karts sorted and into positions further down the order. The 22 in the background, once again in 4th place, but that kart of Harry Samuel, the kart aggressively pointed towards the inside line. Isaac Hooton just having his kart sent onto the outside. The 24 kart grid, he being in 24th, that gives him the even side of the grid. That puts him on the outside. So we've got Branscombe on the left, Turner on the right-hand side. Here from the back of the grid, we are not quite as high as that chimney was, but we're not on the ground. The drone in place. Engine notes are going to rise as they look towards the right, and we are away and racing. Branscombe with a good start. Collinson's going to slot into the wheel tracks unless Turner can hold this one out right the way round the outside. Fabricius bounces over the curbs, but all of our field makes it round the first corner at the first time of asking, although we are wide. It looks like that's that Stanley Clark, is it, or Jensen White? White, I think, is potentially off on the outside. We've got a spinner in the background as they go down the back. It's not, it's Clark, is it? No, let's have a quick look. It's the 51 or the 58. They're both very similar in numbers. We'll find out. I think that could have been Jensen White, who is off on the grass and beating the steering wheel. We'll get confirmation when they come through. Over start finish at the end of the first lap, because there'll be at least one driver well down towards the tail end of the field. I think it certainly is Jensen White. We'll wait as he confirms. No, he's over the line in P14. It was Stanley Clark. He's going to come through right the way down in 23rd place. Riley Blakemore was the driver that we saw spinning as well down into 24th place. For Blake Moore, they're 3 wide, and Fabricius is down the inside with Ralphie Branscombe being forced wide. Harris Alley's on the outside as they head down towards the double apex left. They're still 2 wide. Fabricius is going to have to keep his foot in and does so. Doesn't gain a place, doesn't lose a place. Then we saw Harris Alley going wide out onto the grass on the outside. They make their way through the top 10. At the end of the first lap was Branscombe and Turner leading the way. Now it's Collinson from Borey, Samuel, Turner in 3rd place, Greatrex, Fabricius, Peacock, Roberts, Tipping and Walmsley in front of Branscombe, White and Webster, with Williams and Rye completing the top 15. Fabricius down the inside of Toby Turner into the hairpin at the bottom of the track. Peacock, the run is balked for her, and Harris Roberts comes through down the inside. He slots into position now in front of Amy Peacock. That's going to put him up into 7th place, I think. So good opening couple of laps there for Harris Roberts. And Roberts now gets that run down the inside of the yellow helmet of Toby Turner. Turner, though, has enough speed to slot in, and then Roberts then comes back to the inside. Turner closes the door. That's going to balk Roberts' cornering exit speed, and that could give Peacock a good run as we see Greatrex holding off Fabricius for 4th place, defends to the inside. Now wide goes Turner in that yellow helmet. That's going to allow Tipping to come right the way around the outside potentially. Slots through. The 5 of Freddie Walmsley as well is into position. We've got Jacob Cartledge there off the track into the tyre wall. That's at the outside of the double apex left. And unless they can get that cart moved, we're going to go to a waved yellow down there on that corner as Fabricius finds a way past Max Greatrex into turn number 1. And then in the background, you've got Peacock and Harris Roberts. Peacock is through. Roberts shakes the head, but Peacock was on the inside. And in the background there, Jensen White is getting down the inside of Toby Turner. And they're going to be 3 wide. Do we have waved yellows as we head towards that corner? Everybody slots into single file. Let's have a look for the marshal's post. No, the yellows are in. So drivers do have the opportunity to overtake as Ayrton Ryan, Jake Borey, who's going to blink first into the chicanes, or the S's, depending on who you're talking to in the live chat comments. So just let us know in the live chat comments whether you're a fan of the drone shots here as well at Hooton Park, as we see Harris Roberts and Cameron Tipping there. I think it was Tipping actually, Roberts is a little bit further forwards, but Tipping now. And then in the background, we see Ralphie Branscombe getting down the inside of Cameron Tipping. There, the 96 Kart. As then wide on the outside is Jensen White, bouncing along the grass. You don't get quite as much grip out there as you do on the tarmac. And White then loses a place to Branscombe. And now Branscombe comes down the inside of Toby Turner. Turner's going to have track position. And then Jensen White could potentially here run all the way around the outside of Ralphie Branscombe, who's going to get the better run as they come up over the line. 3.5 minutes remaining, and now down the inside goes Branscombe on Toby Turner. White as well, but has a look over the shoulder. The swarm of carts behind. Harris Alley, the driver there, moving to the inside. And Freddie Walmsley at the front though. Jack Collinson leading the way from Max Borey. They're still 2 and 3 wide further down the field. So Collinson, Borey, Fabricius, Samuel, Greatrex, Peacock and Harris Roberts. Then there's the battle behind, which was led by Toby Turner, but now it's going to be Ralphie Branscombe with Jensen White behind. Fabricius, fastest lap of the race with a 41.7. And now you've got Harris Roberts to the inside of Toby Turner. Turner's having none of that and closes the door. Runs all the way around the outside in that 16 kart. And then uses the hand signal to try and force them, everybody into a nice straight line. Peacock has found a way past Max Greatrex on that previous lap. That promotes her into 5th place. She could soon become 4th as she's on the back of Harry Samuel. And in fact is on the inside of Harry Samuel as they head down the straight towards the first corner. And Peacock has the move done before the apex. And she is up into 4th place. Good pace then from Peacock with Roberts behind, not being able to close in at the same rate and come through with Peacock. Peacock got past 2 or 3 laps ago, and now Harris Roberts down in 7th place, struggling to get past Max Gray-Trex. Into this double apex left, the second left being a much tighter one. Hence why I've been saying earlier on about not being able to run all the way around the outside. Harris Ali has finally managed to find a way past Toby Turner on that previous lap. Moves him into 10th place. Turner down into 11th. Stanley Clark has recovered well from being down in 23rd. He will cross the line in 11th place now, with Jake Borey behind him and Toby Turner. There's now Max Gray-Trex defends to the inside of Harris Roberts. And then Roberts managing to find a way through at the apex of the corner. Freddie Walmsley on the outside there, getting forced wide by Max Williams, and Mason Webster having a look down the inside as well in the 2 in that new race suit for him. They make their way through the S's and round the final corner. Your race leader, Jack Collinson, being chased down by James Fabricius, who's taken a couple of tenths a lap out of him, but the timer at the top of the screen continuing to elapse and make it difficult for anybody to sort of like make inroads at that sort of rate of knots, because they're going to need half a second as Ayrton Ryan, Tom Drake on the back of Toby Turner trying to find a way through, as Mason Webster has managed to get past Cameron Tipping on that previous lap, but now Tipping looking to come back down the inside of Webster. Door closed and they run wide in the background. Ayrton Rye is going to be on the outside of Toby Turner. And they all slot back into single file, which we've mentioned before is very, very necessary around that corner, unless it's on the first lap and the speeds are a little bit slower. So Turner made a move to go down the inside there. That could have ruined the exit speed for Toby Turner. On to the last lap, but next time round for Collinson. Let's see whether Turner loses 1 place. He does. Williams is then forced to the inside. Turner wide and then bounces back onto the track in front of Max Williams as they come through. Then we've got Max Lewis in the background now in front of Cameron Tipping. That's for 19th and 20th. That overtake happened on the previous lap. Round the final corner comes Jack Collinson. Last lap board is out and James Fabricius is closing him in. 4 tenths on the previous lap. Now getting into that slipstream territory, but might have needed 1 more lap. James Fabricius to try and close in. In the background you see Peacock. Harris Roberts has managed to find a way past Gray-Trex, and Harry Samuel moved up into 4th place. Round that double apex left they go. Through the S's for the final time comes Jack Collinson. Fabricius closing in the final couple of laps, but maybe needed 2 more to put a move on Jack Collinson. Happy enough though with second. Collinson takes victory in Heat 5 with Peacock in 3rd place, Roberts in 4th, Gray-Trex, Samuel, Borey, Branscombe. Then it's going to be Stanley Clark recovering well to 9th place in front of Jensen White, with Harris Ali, Jake Borey, Tom Drake, Ayrton Ryan, Max Williams completing the top 15. Turner, Walmsley, Webster, Lewis, Tipping, Sims Ezard, Blakemore and Hooton, your runners that take the checkered flag, with Jacob Cartledge retiring on lap number 3. Having a look at some of the results from the previous heats. Rotax heat number 2 has now been classified. The only penalty applied, the 5-second to Jacob Scott for a front fairing penalty. Looking as well to see whether heat number 3 for Hondas has been declared. That one hasn't. We still wait a classified result from race number 11 of the day here at the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Next race up though, it's time for heat number 3 in Junior Rotax. Ollie Naylor then will be on pole position. Sam Stoner alongside on the front row, with Tom Holden and Curtis Latimer sharing row number 2. Jaden Hewitt and Maximus Shields on row number 3. Lizzie Mentier will start 7th. Melissa Adrian alongside Jacob Dukes and Sam Ardolino complete the top 10 in front of Morgan Hudson-Brown and Bartek Filipiak. Then we've got Nicholas Ellis and Harry Hurst-Grover, with Oliver Green and Jacob Stott completing your runners. We rate all of our runners. I think we're just waiting for the collection of the 73 cart of Jacob Cartledge before we can go racing. So there is a gap in the tyre wall halfway down the straight, so you are able to take a trolley through there and up and collect it, but still have to walk the cart on the trolley and then walk it all the way back into the paddock. So the cart for Jacob Cartledge in the 73. Damage on that one, meaning that he's not going to be able to finish that race, and then we'll drop into positions further on for this means he's going to drop into the B final, unfortunately for Cartledge, having picked up no points because he didn't make it through to half race distance for Jacob Cartledge, unfortunately. So we'll wait for his cart to be retrieved. So Junior Max making their way out. We've got a cart at the back there. I think that's Jacob Stott, and we saw one of the parent helpers, I think we saw Lee Mentier running over there to assist in trying to get that cart back, get that cart out, because as the field moved away, Stott didn't join them. So we'll keep an eye out there as to whether that cart rejoins on the way round. Worst case scenario, if they can get it going, it would be that he waits in the holding area and then just joins on at the end of the first corner. And that way, at least, he's not having to play catch-up for the entire lap if they can get that cart back out onto track. So we've got Oliver Green as well going slowly in the background. We'll keep an eye on that cart, make sure there's no problems as they make their way round the final corner. It looks like Jacob Stott has rejoined. He's half a lap down, but at least he's going to get some vital track time out there as they come through over start-finish. And in what I think we might have had a roll round there, we have, and that is going to play right into the hands, in fact, of Jacob Stott, who's going to have the opportunity now to close right back up on the back of the field here at JKC. So the time at the top did stay that we were starting to race. It's then now gone to a false start. There is Jacob Stott coming round in the 13 cart, so he'll be coming through to join on in this junior Rotax grid. Also got Morgan Hudson-Brown in this race, who makes his first JKC appearance of 2022. Out of the final corner they come. Let's see if the second bite of the cherry can be more fruitful than the first one. Into the tram lines, and we are indeed away and racing. And Ollie Naylor from pole position, not put off by Sam Stoner's early turn in twitch, moves through into taking the lead. Everybody else makes it round the first couple of corners, albeit some in different fashion to the other as they bounce up and over the curbs. And then we've got Jaden Hewitt going out onto the rumble strip. He's not had the easiest, and there's Nicholas Ellis and the 8 as well of Bartek Filipiak. And Nicholas Ellis, who was second in the championship going into this round, looks like he could be retiring from heat number 3 down there at hairpin number 3. And that is going to put a real dint into his championship challenge here in JKC. Tom Holden down the inside of the 38 of Sam Stoner. Ollie Naylor, though, continuing to lead the way, but now it's Holden up into second place. Dukes right in the background. That looks like Jaden Hewitt facing the wrong way. On the outside, he's put his arm up to allow the other drivers to come through, as well as there's a yellow flag. It's almost certainly out down there at the turn 3 hairpin. Now Sam Ardolino bounces his way through, gets past Maximus Shields. Still got that cart stationary down there on the outside of 3. Radiator adjustment for Sam Stoner as Jacob Dukes comes down the inside. As they head down towards that turn 3 again. Looks like the kart's been moved, as there's a move down the inside there by Harry Hurst-Grover on Curtis Latimer. And now this time, once again, Ardolino, at the same place as he got past Shields on the previous lap, has found a way past Sam Stoner to move himself up into 4th place. With Stoner having already handed 3rd over to Jacob Dukes. Naylor continuing to lead the way then with Tom Holden, and now Jacob Dukes split by half a second. Dukes right on the back of Holden. Keep an eye out in a moment as they head down towards her hairpin, because through goes Jacob Dukes for 2nd place. Holden's going to try and run back through on the outside, but can't do so. And Jacob Dukes is through and up into 2nd place. Over start line they come then. 2.5 minutes into this one. Naylor on the outside. Dukes from a mile back comes through to take the lead into the first corner on Ollie Naylor. And Jacob Dukes is through and into the lead. Naylor in 2nd then, with Holden, Ardolino, Stoner and Shields. Mentia in 7th place. Getting into that area where on the previous lap, or previous races, her kart has started to come good. So let's have a quick look at the lap times if we can, and just see how she's sort of comparing to those in and around her on the previous lap. She was 2/10 up on Max Shields as they come over the line. Holden's down the inside of Naylor. Naylor's going to get the cut back though, and will hold on to 2nd place, albeit briefly, because then Holden's going to get the cut back on Naylor, and he will come down the inside into hairpin number 2, into hairpin 3. She's at turn 3 here at Hooton. And Holden then now up into 2nd place. Ardolino the one to watch behind Shields and Mentia. The gap, Mentia was 2/10 quicker. The only driver out on track at the moment quicker than Lizzie Mentia is Jacob Dukes at the front of this race. And there she is now, right on the back of this train, which has got Shields in front of Mentia, then Stoner, then a short gap back now to Ollie Naylor, who's dropped behind Sam Ardolino as well, having run well and led the early laps in this race. Rejoin the circuit with the extension. Let's see whether Mentia gets the run on Shields out of the final corner. Shields, of course, in 2 classes in this junior championship, as he gets down the inside of Sam Stoner into the final corner. Shields is through on the inside. Mentia's coming down the inside as well of Stoner, who's going to lose 2 places after that run into the overspeed into that final corner that allowed Shields to get to the inside. So get hard on the brakes, throw the kart sideways into the hairpin at the bottom of the track, and back up into this double left. At the front, Dukes moving away from Holden and Ardolino, with Shields in 5th place. Now probably the nearest championship challenger with Nicholas Ellis, shown as 2 laps down. I think whatever problem he had, I think they managed to get that kart going again, which means he's going to pick up points, albeit will be down in 16th place for Nicholas Ellis. As there's a move now with Mentia down the inside of Max Shields. Shields almost loses 2 places to Sam Stoner, but Stoner can't get the move down the inside before Shields can close the door. Shields then holding on to 5th place, which will become 6th as they come over the line, because Mentia has moved up a place. You get confirmation on the screen there as it goes green for Mentia. There's Morgan Hudson-Brown behind Harry Hurst-Grover, 8th and 9th in their battle in the background. Before then there's a gap back to Latimer and Melissa Adrian. Hurst-Grover goes slightly wide round the hairpin. And will now drop a few kart lengths on Morgan Hudson-Brown. 2 minutes remaining as they come over the line. Lap times in Junior Max around about 35 seconds. So We're going to get 4 more laps in here, I think, of this heat number 3. With Dukes comfortable out at the front. Behind, there's a decent battle between Holden and Ardolino. Naylor's dropped into no man's land in 4th place off the back of that, but then behind that we've got Mentia and Shields, with Stoner keeping both of them honest. Minute and 20. Dukes continuing to push at the front then with the fastest lap of the race, a 35.422 for him. 2.3 seconds quicker in terms of track time than Tom Holden, who's coming under pressure from Ardolino. Ardolino, though, not showing a huge amount of interest in getting through at the moment. Maybe saving the attack for a minute's time when they're on the last lap. Behind them, we've got Naylor with Mentia, Shield, Stoner, Hurst, Grover, Hudson Brown and Latimer, your top 10. With Latimer under pressure from Melissa Adrian. Out of the final corner they come. Looks like there's some lap traffic in front of Jacob Dukes. It could well be Nicholas Ellis running 2 laps down in 16th place. There's Holden and Ardolino. 2nd and 3rd place at the moment. The gap's still 2.4 seconds. In the background, though, we see Ollie Naylor has been reeled in by Lizzie Mentia and Max Shields for 4th place. The time elapses down to 10 seconds. Through comes Duke, so we're going to have 2 more laps here then in junior Rotax. And there is the move by Lizzie Mentia down the inside of Ollie Naylor. Maximus Shields comes through as well. As Mentia punches the hole down the inside, through comes Max Shields to take full advantage and drop Ollie Naylor from 5th place down into 7th, which brought Sam Stoner back into play as well. And we've got Harry Hurst Grover, Morgan Hudson Brown and Curtis Latimer, the top 10. Last lap board out then as Jacob Dukes comes over the line. 3 seconds is the gap as the train behind come up to some lap traffic. They're going to all move down the inside as they do, and Shields is going to try and get past Lizzie Mentia. Sam Stoner gets through on the 13 of Jacob Stott, as does Harry Hurst Grover, who's moved away from Morgan Hudson Brown. Those two were pretty much nose to tail earlier on. Out of the final corner and to take the checkered flag with the fastest lap of the race as well. Here's Jacob Dukes from Tom Holden and Sam Ardolino. Mentia gets 4th with Naylor, Stoner, Shields, Hurst Grover and Hudson Brown in front of Curtis Latimer to complete the top 10. So there then is your junior Rotax classification here in the Junior Kart Championship. We've got a couple more heats for you before we head towards the B final. We've got Micro Max coming up, then Mini Max and Junior Pro Kart before Honda Cadet have their B final. So next up for you then here today, it's time for Micro Max heat number 3. James Roberts then will start on pole position. Caden Simpson alongside with Alex Jones and Aston Brown on row number 2. Samuel Lowdy and Toby Dukes are on row 3. Then it's Drew Davidson and Jos Huschka on row number 4. Then we're going to have Harry Neeson and Daniel Minto to complete the top 10. Ella Lucia and Logan Lauder are on row number 6. Then it's going to be Jack Hutchinson and Jack Baker with an all-Jack row number 7. Dax Farah and Hassan Khan are on row number 8. Ellis Charles and Logan Jones complete your runners in our Micro Max class. Micros then will be sent on their way, I think, in around about now's time, as they make their way out onto track, and then the helpers make their way across to watch. So just having a quick look at some of the races now and where drivers need to finish to win the championship. Certainly with Nicholas Ellis having issues in junior Rotax, it's really opened the door for Jacob Dukes to get this one wrapped up early in that junior Rotax class. Could potentially win the title if he finishes second behind Ellis or Shields. If he finishes in front of Ellis or Shields, the championship goes to Jacob Dukes in junior Rotax. So that will be one to look out for in our standings. The Junior Max being the first of our finals after the Honda Cadet B. Then we go Micro, Mini Junior Pro and Honda Cadet for their final at the end of the day. Over the line they come then for Micro Max, and we're away and racing. It's a good start from Roberts. It's a good start from Jones, who's through down the inside of Caden Simpson, who's forced out and will drop down into 4th place, having started in second. Aston Brown with a good start, and then we've got Toby Dukes down the inside as Hasnan Khan carries too much speed into the hairpin and then spins and rejoins over the grass. We've got Kart off on the outside. That's a 17 of Jack Baker as well here in Micro. So Khan going down the inside, hard on the brakes on cold tyres. And the driver who's won the last 3 rounds of the Hooton Park IKR series. And he's gone very, very well earlier on in the day. He's going to have his work cut out here then in heat number 3, as there's a bit of contact there between Caden Simpson and Toby Dukes. Dukes tried to get to the inside of Simpson. Will do so again now out of the second corner. Down the inside as well comes Drew Davidson, and Drew Davidson is tipped into a spin. The Kart halfway alongside Caden Simpson. The door closed then on Drew Davidson, and Davidson gets tipped into a spin. Be one of those that is put down there to a racing incident as the door closed on Drew Davidson. And as the front gets tagged, the rear goes light and the 70 spins round. The leading trio have moved away ever so slightly, with Roberts, Jones and Aston Brown now having a bit of a gap back to Toby Dukes, who's found a way past Caden Simpson. Can Dukes do anything to close up on those in front of him? Minto, who's done well as well so far today, is in 8th place as Ella Lucia loses a place to the 33 of Logan Lauder. Drops her outside the top 10. Over start finish they come then, with James Roberts still leading the way from Jones. And there's going to be a move from Dax Farah down the inside of Ella Lucia, and Farah was coming in there very, very hot, and he loses a place to the 8 of Ellis Child. That moves Childs then up into 12th place. And the white helmet with the red stripe down there in the background. We see Jack Baker, who had the opening lap excursion onto the grass, and Drew Davidson, who had the spin a lap later. They begin to make their way to try and catch back up to this field. Roberts continuing to lead the way then from Alex Jones as they cross the line 2.5 minutes into this 8-minute opening heat number 3, and we'll be able to put the numbers together and see where everybody is gridded up for the final. Simpson is still in 5th, Minto behind, trying to find a way through as Simpson goes defensive to the inside of the track. Minto then struggling to find a way, and that could back him into Samuel Lowdy. He's on the outside here as they make the run up, and Daniel Minto is going to try and hold it all the way around the outside, and Caden Simpson is having absolutely none of that. Has a quick tap of his helmet as well, suggests that to Minto that he might want to think of a different place on the track to find a way through, because that corner is only ever going to work for one driver. Minto, though, back into the slipstream of Caden Simpson as they head down towards the first corner. Dax Farah with the fastest lap of the race as Harry Neeson sweeps around the outside of Samuel Lowdy. Moves him up into 7th place. Now Simpson still defending to the inside of Daniel Minto. Minto this time goes to the outside, trying to get a better drive around that corner. Neeson behind. He's giving the instructions to Loudy that they want to work together. We've got Josh Hushka as well right into the mix as he continues his development since moving into this class. His first race in Micro Max for Josh Hushka. Acquitting himself very well. And it does look like now we have got a move done down the inside. That's Hasnan Khan coming back through down the inside of Ella Lucia and bouncing up and over the curbs. So just having a quick look at the points on the some comments coming in. Catherine Donachie asking, do you get points for fastest lap? You do not, but you get the bragging rights for doing so. Maisie Creed saying, wow, well done again, Lizzie. And she comes through. And she has done in most of the heats, sort of dropping back 1 or 2 places in the early phases of that junior road tax, and then the kart coming good and moving through towards the latter part of the race. And now Minto has managed to find a way through past Caden Simpson, but now has quite a big gap. So those in front, as you can see them bouncing through. Hasnan Khan is starting to come back through the field now, and he's up into 11th place at the very least. I think it could now be 10th. I think he's got past Josh Hushka into the first corner and has begun to move away and catch up onto the back of Logan Lauder, if possible, in front. Neeson is side by side with Caden Simpson as they head towards the S's. Now with 2.5 minutes remaining. In this one, Roberts and Jones still nose to tail out at the front. Then there's the field behind as Neeson tries to get to the inside of Simpson, and then that loses him a place to Loudy as Loudy comes down the inside. Then they're going to be 2 and 3 wide because that's Hasnan Khan to the inside of Harry Neeson at a corner where he's already had one excursion, and he's squeezed out once again is Hasnan Khan. That's going to drop him a few places. This time back behind Ellis Child, a driver that he's already had to come past once. And drops down now back into 13th place. A few laps remaining then. I think he's got back through as Khan, but we'll confirm that in a minute. No, he's up into 11th. Child's up into 10th place. So in terms of time on the last lap, you see who's dropped away on that one. Josh Hushka drops down to 14th, loses 3 places as Hasnan Khan this time does get down the inside of Ellis Child, but then carries a little bit too much speed into Josh Hushka. Minute and 40. The leaders go over start finish with a minute remaining. Daniel Minto sets a personal best. Fastest lap of the race is actually Drew Davidson, who's in 17th. After that opening lap excursion, we've got 3 and 4 karts wide, and Caden Simpson's going to get squeezed out into the run round the second corner as we follow the field down into the hairpin at the far end of the track. Caden Simpson on the previous lap dropped 2 places behind Loudy and Lauder. He's going to drop a few more now behind Neeson. And he's in front of, he could be all the way down into 15th, unfortunately, having been forced out wide. Alex Jones with the new fastest lap of the race this time with a 40.098 in second place. His quest to get past James Roberts as we stay with the rest of this field as they dive towards that first corner. And Simpson has indeed dropped down to 15th in front of Baker and Davidson. Child drops out of the slipstream, just trying to go defensive ever so slightly into the hairpin at the bottom. The time will elapse down to 0 at the top of the screen, which means that when James Roberts comes round in a few moments' time, as he has done, we go on to our last lap here at Hooton Park. They're making their way through some lap traffic, and Roberts and Jones. And Roberts has managed to take advantage and move away ever so slightly. At the front of this one is James Roberts with Alex Jones in second place and Aston Brown in third. Dukes, Minto, Loudy, Lauder, Khan, Child and Neeson, the top 10 as it stands at the moment. Or Brown gets a really good run there out of the double left through the chicanes. And then Alex Jones goes wide and opens the door for Aston Brown to come down the inside. Roberts takes the victory, and Aston Brown inherits second place. A mistake by Alex Jones at the final corner drops him down into third place, with Dukes, then Minto, Laudy, Lauder, Khan, Child and Neeson completing the top 10 in front of Lucia, Farah, Hushka, Jones, Baker and Simpson, with Davidson and Jack Hutchinson, your 18 runners. So just having a confirmed result there with putting the results into the championship standings for the final one. I'm fairly sure that this one isn't going to be wrapped up this time round, but it may well be a case that it could be, but I think Aston Brown might need to take a race victory to do so. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. I've just plugged them all in, ready to go for the final, and then we'll try and keep you up to date live throughout the race as to where everybody is in the championship standings for all of our classes as we head towards potentially crowning some champions here this weekend. A couple more heats though for you as the micros make their way out of the track. Next up, it's time for heat number 3 in mini Rotax. Zane Kuwaker, who has won both races so far today, goes off pole position. Alongside him, Freddie Lyons in the 83. Then we've got Benjamin Gordon and Jack Burgess on the second row. Callum Foster starts 5th with Ben Adrian in 6th place. Then it's Oliver Fabricius and Leon Barlow with Addison Smith and Jensen Pritchard completing the top 10. Taz Groom starts 11th. Lewis Goff in P number 12 with Ben Horner, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Sam Flynn completing your 15 runners in junior Rotax. Kuwaker slowing the field down as he comes through. That is his prerogative as the pole sitter. Alongside him, Freddie Lyons, who moved up into Minimax at Landau for the first time, having raced the early part of the season in Honda Cadet. Through into the tram lines they come then. It looks like we are good to go racing. Kuwaker, this contact, and Lyons is forced off at the first corner. He's into the tyres. He's not at all happy as he's forced off. You can see the tracks on the grass as he tried to get that kart stopped, but forced wide into the first corner. And then we've got another driver off. That's Taz Groom off into the tyres. He goes almost front back into the tyres and then puts the power down and moves away. So not the tidiest of opening laps in mini Rotax. Those at the front won't mind too much though, as Kuwaker leads them round over the line for the first time as they come through. We'll call the standings as they are. Kuwaker leads from Benjamin Gordon with Ben Adrian, Jack Burgess, Callum Foster. It looks like Fabricius is going fairly slowly in the middle of the pack there. He was in 6th place. He is, in fact, when he comes over the line, but just looked like he was offline a little bit. Then Leon Barlow goes down the inside. That drops him down into 7th. 8th place then looks to be Lewis Goff with Addison Smith in there as well. Then we've got Pritchard, Fox-Whiteley, Horner, Flynn, and then the 2 drivers who had the opening lap incidents. Taz Groom in 14th place. Now he's rejoined after that incident which saw him go into the tyres. Freddie Lyons hasn't come round after the opening lap straight on into the tyres. Leon Barlow in the background there, joining onto the back as we see Jack Burgess going down the inside of the 20 of Benjamin Gordon. That's going to open the door for Ben Adrian, Callum Foster and the aforementioned Leon Barlow to come through down the inside as well. And Lewis Goff will try and take advantage of that as they come through. There's contact there between Gordon and Barlow as they run up the back, and that's allowed Goff to sweep round the outside and take advantage of the kart slowing each other down. Fabricius makes up a place as well. Moves him, I think, up into 7th. Out at the front, though, Zane Kuwaker has bolted as if somebody's left the stable door open. And he's disappearing off as Addison Smith gets a little bit crossed up as he finds Jared Fox-Whiteley's 22 kart where he wanted to turn in. Now we've got Goff down the inside of Callum Foster, Horner down the inside of Fox-Whiteley. And then we've got Barlow off and onto the grass on the outside of turn 3. He rejoins in 12th place in front of Sam Flynn. There he is, rejoining, albeit a little bit further back. Having a quick look at something developing in Honda Cadet. We'll come to that when this one's calmed down a little bit in Mini-Max, because it is quite important to note, and we'll be there in a minute, as Benjamin Gordon chops across the front of Jared Fox-Whiteley, and then as soon as he goes out onto the wider line, Fox-Whiteley comes through down the inside, and both of them are taken by Addison Smith in the number 15, who sweeps all the way through and into position. Kuwaker then continues to lead the way from Jack Burgess and Ben Adrian, the top 3. Lewis Goff is in 4th place with Foster, Fabricius. Horner then up into 7th, Smith into 8th with Fox-Whiteley, although Horner dives down the inside of Fabricius. That moves him up into 6th place. Good move from Ben Horner. Fabricius then down into 7th, Smith and Fox-Whiteley 8th and 9th respectively, with Benjamin Gordon completing the top 10 in front of Pritchard, Barlow, Flynn, Groom, who will be some 10 seconds back after that opening lap excursion into the tyres. Freddie Lines as well, now running not classified in 15th place. As things have calmed down, there has been a very interesting development in Honda Cadet. 4th place, your championship leader Harris Roberts. 5-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. That drops him down the order, down into 8th place, so he's going to lose points in the championship battle as well for Harris Roberts. Kuwaker continuing to lead, 3.5 seconds in front of Jack Burgess, who, if he can hold on to 2nd or even 3rd, that'll be his best finish in Mini-Max here at the Junior Kart Championship. Kuwaker continuing to lead by a considerable margin at the front. And then 2nd, 3rd and 4th of Burgess, Adrian and Goff evenly spread as Addison Smith comes down the inside of Oliver Fabricius into turn 1. Now, can Jared Fox-Whiteley do the same? He thinks about it, goes down the inside and is through at turn 3. 3 minutes remaining. That moves him up into 8th place. There is Burgess in front of Ben Adrian and Lewis Goff. Fastest lap of the race, Zane Kuwaker goes sub 37 seconds. Immediately beaten as well, though, by Ben Horner, who goes 36.8 for 5th place. You see him come in there in the background in the 12. He's closing in as Lewis Goff goes down the inside of Ben Adrian. A late move by Goff, but it's clean, and through he goes into 3rd place. And with 2.5 remaining, interesting now as to whether he looks over as Burgess has a look over his shoulder, which now will be a very, very nervous look as the championship challenge of Lewis Goff is into 3rd place. Radiator adjustment, flap up from Goff, the same as well for Ben Adrian, as down the inside of Callum Foster goes Addison Smith. He's now up into 6th place. Good progress through from Smith in the 15 on his return to the Junior Kart Championship. Let's see now whether Goff can close in on Burgess. It was 0.5 second. He's been pushed along by Ben Adrian. In the background, though, Ben Horner closing in. It was 0.8 seconds on the previous lap. He's closing in on the back of Ben Adrian. Fastest lap once again from Kuwaker, who wrestles it back off Ben Horner as they come through and over the line. 1:35 in a laps that are around about 37 seconds. Should give us 4 more laps of racing. As they make their way round, they should cross the line with a little bit of time to spare on the end of that 2nd lap, so they're going to go to 1 more plus the final lap. 0.6 seconds now for 2nd and 3rd place, but from 3rd they're being pushed along by Ben Adrian and Ben Horner as well. onto the back of Jack Burgess, who's driven in second place absolutely faultlessly thus far, but now will come under a lot of pressure as Ben Horner is down the inside of Ben Adrian for 5th place. Good move. We heard him hard on the brakes as the tyres squealed to get that kart stopped down the inside. Horner with a good move then into turn 3. 30 seconds remaining, so the next time they come round will be the last lap as they begin the penultimate tour of the Hooton Park circuit. Burgess continuing to hold on to second place, the gap 0.4 of a second. With a quick look over the shoulder, knowing that Goff close enough, but not close enough to put a move in. As they have a yellow flag, that's the 35 of Jensen Pritchard, who was in a battle with Leon Barlow, although he was behind him on the previous lap and had a comfortable gap to Sam Flynn. Your leader will cross the line now to begin his last lap, and Zane Kawake is going to make it 3 out of 3 if he just keeps the kart on the track and the kart works as he wants. And that will put him on pole position for the final as well. Burgess second with Goff in 3rd place. Horner in 4th. Will there be a late move down the inside by Lewis Goff? There isn't. He stays in 3rd place. Horner though, 4th on the back of Goff. Last corner will be the only real place because there's not really a opportunity into the S's here. Out of the final corner though, Zane Kawake makes it 3 races and 3 victories for the 44. Burgess holds on for his best ever finish in a race here in Minimax for 2nd place in front of Lewis Goff and Ben Horner, with Ben Adrian, Addison Smith, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Callum Foster, Oliver Fabricius and Leon Barlow completing your top 10. So, whilst it does say it's finished, they were carrying a lot of speed around that corner, which is a strange one. I don't know whether they've seen the checkered flag in all the heat or whether they think that this one has got another lap to be done here, but we seem to still have a lot of pace. I think the checkered flag is now indeed out, although it was shown as being a lap before. I don't think anybody's changed positions on that previous lap, so we'll have to see as they come over the line. But still Kawake from Burgess and Goff, with Horner, Adrian Smith, Fox, Whiteley in 7th, Foster, Fabricius and Barlow completing the top 10. So as Mini make their way off the circuit, we've got one more heat before we head towards our Honda Cadet B final. And it is that heat of Junior Pro Kart that you can see down there waiting in the dummy grid. That's not the correct grid, but we definitely have Harry Brown on pole position, and then the 7 of Owen Roberts alongside. Then on the second row, we've got Max Shields and Harrison Johns, with Christian Oblag and Sophie Pawsey completing our runners in Junior Pro Kart. Now, the early developments in that class mean that Maximus Shields now only needs to finish his races here today to be crowned the 2022 Junior Pro Kart Champion here in the Junior Kart Championship. But with the exception that we may need to have the recovery of the 83 kart of Freddie Lines from that first corner, we should be good to go very, very soon in Junior Pro Kart. Couple of last minute inspections down there, but we should be good to go very, very shortly in our final heat as we hear them just out the window, just make their way out of the holding area here at Hooton Park. So after this one, we've got 6 more races. We've got a B final in Honda Cadet, and then we've got our finals, which will start with Junior Rotax, then on to Micros and Minis, Junior Pro Kart, and then the Honda Cadet A final to complete the day. All being well, we should be wrapped up for 5 o'clock here at Hooton Park in what has been a very, very entertaining day's racing so far here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Juniors then making their way round. Harry Brown in the 47 kart on the left-hand side on the inside. And then Owen Roberts in the 7 on the outside. He went very, very well in the preceding heat to this one, which was the final race before the lunch break. The drone takes up its position in P7. Junior Pro Kart is about to go racing. Lights out, and it's a good start from Harry Brown on the inside off the pole position berth. And Max Shields as well slots through from 3rd place into 2nd, and through as well I think it's going to come Christian Oblang, although he does take a huge chunk of curb and has to drop down a place back into 4th. Shields has come through down the inside of Harry Brown then, and will now move into the lead. Brown into 2nd place, Owen Roberts into 3rd, Christian Oblag 4th with Sophie Pawsey and Harrison Johns. The runners as they follow Johns round the final, through the complex of corners at the end of the lap, through the S's and round the final corner. You see there it invites you to turn in early, and as you run all the way around the outside with Maximus Shields leading the way from Harry Brown. Then it's Owen Roberts in 3rd place. Oblag comes out of the slipstream as they head down towards turn 3, and he's through down the inside and moves up into 3rd place. Then gives Owen Roberts a little bit of hurry up on the finger to ask him to push him along onto the back of Brown. But it's Max Shields that Oblang needs to get to in this one. He's right behind Harry Brown as they head down towards the first corner. And he's through into 2nd place. Brown doesn't defend that one too hard as Oblag makes his way through into 2nd place. The gap looks to be around about a second, although we don't have the timing up on the screen just yet, but it's 0.8 of a second between Shields and Oblag in 2nd place. So it was 0.8 to Brown on the previous lap, but now Oblang finds a way through in a fairly clean move. Let's see whether he can start making inroads at all into Maximus Shields, who, as we mentioned pre-race to this, just needs to finish the races now to take them points for 6th place. We've got a side pod hanging off Owen Roberts' number 7 car, and I can only fear that he's going to potentially get a mechanical flag for that. If it comes off completely, that's fine, because the bar is still going to be there. It's whilst it's hanging off the cart is the problem on that number 7, and it looks like Owen Roberts, as long as it's picked up out there by the marshalling team, that's going to be I think he's going to pick a mechanical flag up for that, the driver of the 7. That's going to move him out of 4th place. See if we can pick anything up as we come over start finish. There it is, the black flag with the orange circle on it, the meatball flag. They'll have the number 7 held with it as well for Owen Roberts there. You can see the side pod quite clearly hanging off the kart and bouncing around, and now it's finally displaced itself on the outside. The mechanical flag they're already out, and that kart will have to come in. Even though it's come off the kart, the mechanical flag already served, and I think the 7 of Owen Roberts will be called into pit lane. Shields leading though by 1.7 seconds from Christian Oblag. Let's see whether Roberts peels in. It won't be there because it's much further up where they're bringing drivers into the pit lane. Continues to carry on out there, and whether the fact that it's now come off will be he'll be allowed to continue, I'm not sure, but the flag signal there on the as he looks over at his discard, and maybe just having a quick look where he needs to stop at the end of the race to pick that one back up to take it back into the paddock. And there may also be a case that that kart could potentially, depending on how close they are pushing the envelope in terms of weight, be underweight. And junior pro kart weight limit 165 kilos. So most drivers, they run to maybe half a kilo over, and there comes into the pit lane Harrison Johns, although he's going to find the fact that the gate is closed down there is going to be somewhat of an inconvenience to him. But out of fourth place goes Owen Roberts. That's going to drop him all the way down. I don't know whether he's going to have completed half race distance. He's there or thereabouts, so may well be credited with the points for 6th place. But that's moved Horsey up into 4th and Harrison Johns up into 5th place. Over the line, your race leader Max Shields, personal best from Christian Oblag in 2nd place, with Harry Brown in 3rd, Horsey in 4th, Johns in 5th place with Owen Roberts. So Shields there, arm off the wheel, just has a quick loosening of the hand. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Have a quick look at some of the other results that are coming in to be classified. Micromax Heat 3 has been, looks to be clear without any incidents in there. Junior Max as well looks to be fairly similar in that race, so looks like they're all good to go as they've been them results have been published. Shields though continuing to lead the way, 2.6 seconds the gap back to Christian Oblag, and then we've got another second back to Harry Brown. Brown looking good for a podium potentially when it comes to finals time, particularly now that Owen Roberts won't be picking up too many points for 6th place. And Harry Brown has been very, very consistent so far today, 3rd and 4th in the opening 2 heats. It's going to be a 3rd place as well if he can bring this one home. He's got a comfortable gap back to Sophie Pawsey, who then comes into shot there. Shields has a look over his shoulder, potentially conscious that Oblag is closing the gap, although not by a huge amount lap on lap. There's a 10th on the previous. He's going to need bigger chunks than that in the remaining 1.5 minutes for Christian Oblag. These two, though, will start the final side by side on the front row. As we mentioned, Shields needs to finish that race. Sets the fastest lap, though. Opens the gap up by 0.3 of a second further to Christian Oblag. They make their way down to turn 3. 50 seconds remaining, which means that they will get round before the timer elapses. So we're going to have 2.5 more laps in Junior Pro Kart. With Shields comfortable out at the front, continuing to push as he did on the previous lap where he set the fastest lap of the race. We'll see whether he just keeps pushing. Obviously tyres important here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship because each class is limited on the amount of tyres that they can use. Some classes are limited in overall number of tyres. The Rotax classes, they're limited, so it's a case there where we've not had many rounds really this year, with the exception of Rowra, where it rained. And generally, no matter what series you race at Rowra, there's a 105% chance that it's going to rain up there. We had a little drizzle as well at Fullbeck. Other than that, everybody's been on slicks for most of the season. In the Pro Kart classes and in Honda Cadet, I think it's 2 sets all year, in terms of you have 2 sets of slicks and 2 sets of wets. So the tyres are a little bit more durable, and obviously not being put through the same sort of loads as we have in Rotax, as Harrison John sets his personal best with a 42.065. Through the chicane then for the final time comes Maximus Shields to take the victory in heat number 3 from Christian Oblag. And then it's going to be Harry Brown completing the top 3 in Junior Pro Kart. So as they come through in a few moments' time, we will be back with the first final of the day. It will be Honda Cadet B, and then we'll move through to Junior Max, Micro, Mini, Junior Pro and Honda Cadet A. That is after we catch up with a few of our kind sponsors. Honda Cadet B final then, the next one up for you here today at Hooton Park. 6 more races on the card, and on pole position will be Max Williams in the 24. Alongside him, Charlie Eyeball with Alex Lynn and James Winstanley on the second row. Rio Wardali and Riley Blakemore on row 3. Riley Sims-Ezard and Ralphie Branscombe are on row 4. Then it's Cameron Tippin and Maximus Lewis with Mason Webster and Toby Turner on row number 6. Alfie Forrester starts 13th with Red Lind alongside. Max Housego and George Ralston are on row 8. Isaac Huburn and Joshua Owen on row number 9. Then it's Jacob Cartledge and Freddie Walmsley for your 20 kart grid. The top 8 promoted through to the A final at the end of the day. As our runners make their way through, we've obviously had a race win already out of this class, with Alex Lynn taking victory in Honda Cadet Heat 2. Earlier on, though, in the day, he'd had an issue where he'd been involved in an incident and then the throttle cable snapped, hence why you're finding a driver that's had a race victory in the B final here at the Cadet Kart Championship. Into position they go then. Williams on the inside, Eyeball on the outside. As everybody gets themselves into position. Drivers getting themselves all sorted. We see Ralphie Branscombe in there as well. He's had a problem because he missed one of his races because the kart had too much damage to get it out in enough time. But our 20 runners for this Honda Cadet B final. Remember, the top 8 going through, so that's what we're looking for. Clear at the back of the grid. We're ready to go racing in the B final. It's a good start from Williams on pole position. And Eyeball slots in behind them as well. We've got Alex Lynn and Rio Wardali as everybody makes it nicely round the first corner in this Honda Cadet B final. The timer at the top is showing 12, although I thought we were going to have a 10-minute final, so we'll see how that one pans out later on and see whether we do get a 12-minute B final, but we will see. We'll see how they go. Round the double apex left, as we've got Cameron Tipping bouncing over the curbs. Max Williams, though, sliding that 24 kart through. As we've got Toby Turner facing the wrong way in the 16 kart. He's going to spin all the way down to the end, and his chances of getting through to the B final are going to be very, very slim. You see the timer at the top, that's changed down to 10 minutes, which means that I know my onions. Williams leads from Eibel and Lynn, the top three. Wardali, Blakemore, Sims Ezard, Branscombe and Lewis. Lewis, the driver, in the drop zone at the moment with Tipping, Winstanley and Webster behind. So Branscombe is clear. The top 7 have broken away in this Honda Cadet B. Then we've got Max Lewis with a train of karts behind him for the final space in this Honda Cadet B final. There he is in the orange helmet, the small driver, because he is only 8 years old. Getting his head down behind the steering wheel doesn't take too much for him, as Ralphie Branscombe gets down the inside of Riley Sims Ezard. As they head down the back straight, and Tipping has a thought of going down the inside of Lewis, as Forrester and Ralston battle it out. Eibel into second place then with Lynn, so he dropped straight across in front of Alex Lynn right at the start and did just enough to hold on to that second place, and then now has moved away. You see the field starting to spread out as Branscombe comes down the inside of Riley Blakemore into the first corner, and Ralphie Branscombe with a great move down the inside they go. He is up into 5th place behind Rio Wardali. In the background, though, it's Cameron Tipping coming down the inside of Maximus Lewis. And that's going to move Tipping up into 8th place. Lewis down into 9th. The top 8 promoted through into the Honda Cadet A final in around about an hour's time. Out to the front, though, Williams is comfortably clear. A look over the shoulder from Rio Wardali as Ralphie Branscombe comes to the inside of Wardali into the first corner. Wardali then has to go slightly wide, but Blakemore almost got too much speed down the inside and had to brake, or they almost collect the 7 kart. Now is in the background, Tipping and further in the background, it looked like Mason Webster had dropped a few places behind George Ralston. At least one in that corner. We'll try and keep an eye out where that kart is, because it looked like he was on the inside with a lot further back than where he was. I think he's behind Alfie Forrester at the moment. That could have dropped him down into 13th, and he was running in 11th on the back of James Winstanley on the previous lap. Through they come, though, over start finish. Williams still continuing to lead the way as we get confirmation of Branscombe getting past Wardali into this first corner on the previous lap. Wardali, another look over the shoulder on as Blakemore tries to come round the outside this time, then goes wide, and Riley Sims Ezard is going to come through and moves up into 6th place. Blakemore down into 7th. He's still in enough of a position to get through at the end of the day, and then we've got Tipping and Max Lewis on the back. So we've got Wardali there in the white helmet and the red suit. Sims Ezard is on the outside. Now Blakemore comes to the inside of Sims Ezard and has the nose chopped right across him. Then he's going to have to get hard on the brakes because it has to get it stopped. And Cameron Tipping moves through down the inside. Now Blakemore's going to be back alongside as they head down towards turn 3. And Blakemore holds on by the skin of his teeth. And that could allow Max Lewis to get a run, although he's elected to go on the outside. He has to slot back into position. 5 minutes remaining, so we're at half race distance in terms of time. Then we'll add that 1 minute on, that 1 lap on at the end of the race. Blakemore gets a little bit of snap oversteer into the right-hander to end the lap. Over the line they come, with Williams leading by 2 seconds. Then it's Wardali is in 5th place. This is the battle that we're currently watching at the moment, which has got Branscombe now has found a way past Alex Lynn on the previous lap, up into 3rd place. So now looks like Blakemore is back down the inside of Riley Sims Ezard. Sims Ezard could lose at least 1 place and then slots back into position, which means he only loses 1 rather than 2. So he's done very, very well there to hold that position with Blakemore coming through. None of them, though, can appear to do anything about Rio Wardali at the moment, who is still holding them all off in 5th place. Blakemore into the slipstream. There's your race leader, Max Williams. That's Max Lewis, who was in 9th place and right on the cusp of getting into the A final. Is facing the wrong way on the outside of the first corner. He was on the back of this battle with Cameron Tipping. Not quite sure why Lewis has round, but he was frustrated and hitting the steering wheel. Sims Ezard sweeps right the way round the outside of Riley Blakemore. What a move from Riley Sims Ezard in the 43. Blakemore just didn't get the drive, and Riley Sims Ezard shows immense confidence to sweep all the way round the outside. Branscombe now up, trying to get past Charlie Eibel, and does so. He's up into 2nd place. Eibel drops down to 3rd, but both of them still inside the top 8. Now it's Cameron Tipping right on the edge of that top 8. However, George Ralston is 2 seconds back in 9th place, and with only 3 minutes remaining, I'm not sure whether he's going to have the lap-on-lap pace to close that in. Looking at his last one, he was 2/10 slower than Tipping. So as long as the top 8 don't get involved with each other too much, in terms of, granted they want to maximise their position for the final, the further forward you finish in this one, the further forward you are for the final. The leader in the race will start in 21st place and then down into 22nd and 23rd respectively. However, if you go to try and make up 1 place and drop outside the top 8, then you are going home early, I'm afraid. At the moment, it's Williams, Branscombe, Eibel, Lynn, Wardali, Tipping, Blakemore and Ralston. Your top 10. We've got a driver drop down. Riley Sims Ezard, who made that fantastic overtake a few laps ago, has dropped outside of the top 8, loses 9 places down into 15th. And this is what we were saying a few moments ago about drivers getting too involved in this B final and potentially throwing away an opportunity to move through and progress into that A final in around about an hour's time. Now we've got Tipping on the back of Rio Wardali with Riley Blakemore dropping down into 7th. Ralston is in 8th place. Behind him we've got Jacob Cartledge, who's come through from right on the back row in 19th place, where he started to be on the cusp of getting into the A final. Is Jacob Cartledge in the number 9 in the 73 Kart. They're around about a second or so off the back of the battle that we've been focusing on for most of this race. There they are in the background. You can just see them coming into shot with the white helmet and the green suit on George Ralston, the blue suit, green Kart on George Ralston. But now all of those drivers are right back in the mix for getting through into the A final. Ralston currently the driver there as he runs very, very wide, bouncing over the curb. Jacob Cartledge behind. But then we can't really discount Winstanley, Forrester, Webster, Lind as well coming through. Walmsley's not too far back either. There's Rio Wardali still in 5th place, is holding on with Cameron Tipping. Blakemore then in 7th. He was on the back of this one, but now Ralston and Riley Blakemore turned round by George Ralston at the final corner, and Riley Blakemore drops all the way down to 14th place. As then we see Mason Webster trying to get through as well down the inside. That's going to lose him a place, I think, to Red Lind. And a race that looked like the top 8 were just clear for going through to the A final was turned on its head early doors with Riley Sims Ezard dropping down into 15th. Then Riley Blakemore, who's run comfortably inside the top 8 throughout, turned round by George Ralston in the final corner. Ralston, though, now running in 7th, Tipping in 8th. Winstanley is up there as well. As you know, we've got Cartledge right on the back in 8th place. So these are your drivers that are going through at the moment. Cartledge, the driver in the bright yellow helmet, off the back of this one. He's currently in 8th place. He's going to be the final driver to make it through in this Honda Cadet B final into the A, as long, and this is a big as long, everybody keeps it on the black stuff, because we thought Sims Ezard was going through, and he's had an off. We thought that Blakemore was going through. He's had a spin as well. And it's really not going to be over until the checkered flag here. Ralston getting very, very racy on the back of Rio Wardali. That's going to back him into Jacob Cartledge. And the rest of the field has come as well to join the back end of this one. Now we've got Tipping, I think, down into 8th place. The final driver at the moment to make it through as the last lap board is out for Max Williams. We're not bothered about the first 7. As long as it stays there, they're going through. It's the driver in 8th place that we need to worry about because that is the final driver to make it through into the Honda Cadet A final. And we've got a driver off on the outside. Let's see who's missing. That is the 13 of Red Lind on the outside. And then we've got Win Stanley's off as well. I think he's had a failure of something there. He's looked back in because that car just did not stop. Whew. Let's take a breath. Half a lap to go. Your leaders are already through. Williams is through. Branscombe and Eibel are through. Lynn is through. Wardali is going to come through for 5th place. Then it's going to be a drag race to the line with everybody else. Wardali's going to be in 5th. Ralston, Cartledge and Cameron Tipping, the final driver to make it through to the Honda Cadet A final. With Forrester, Walmsley, Webster, Blakemore, Lewis, Winstanley. Then it's Sims Ezard, Housego, James Winstanley with Red Lind classified probably as a lap down now. He was off on the previous lap, although I think he will come through, I think, to take the checkered flag in a few moments' time behind Isaac Huburn, Toby Turner, and then we've got Joshua Owen as well. An all-action Honda Cadet B final. If the A final is anything like that, you're going to want to stick around for another hour or so for that one. Next up, though, it's going to be your first main final of the day. It's time for Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax final then. Gridding up, ready to go. That's Jacob Dukes on the left and Ollie Naylor on the right-hand side. Dukes the one to watch in this one as he's taken 3 heat victories so far today. And if he repeats the same in the final, the championship is going back to Nottinghamshire. Dukes then will be off pole position with Ollie Naylor alongside Lizzie Mentier and Sam Stoner on the same amount of points, but virtue of a faster lap, Mentier goes off P3. Hurst Grover will start in 5th place alongside Maximus Shields with Bartek Filipiak and Sam Ardolino on row number 4. Then it's Tom Holden and Curtis Latimer to complete your top 10 with Morgan Hudson-Brown and Nicholas Ellis on row number 6. Then we've got Melissa Adrian, Jaden Hewitt, Oliver Green and Jacob Stott completing your runners. And Stott's kart once again stationary down there, and that is Lizzie Mentier, who appears to have had an on-grass excursion round the on the way out of the dummy grid on the opening lap. And, she will need to roll back up into 3rd place, which is her rightful starting position. Let's see if she's going to appear. There she is, coming back into position. So there's going to be a gap left for her. But as the drivers weave, that's the problem. They're all weaving to get heat into their tyres. And Mentier has got to find a way through into that 3rd place. She does so. That's why a lot of series, they prevent a lot of weaving after a certain point on the track. It does allow drivers that have had incidents earlier on to slot back in. Into the tramlines we go, and the first main final of the day is away and racing, and Mentier's down the inside of Ollie Naylor, but Naylor runs all the way around the outside, uses the curbs and holds on to 2nd place. So everybody else bounces their way over the rumble strips as they head down towards the inside. Stoner's there Ardolino as well. Shields is going to get a good run. And Lizzie Mentier, as we've seen in a number of races so far today, being shuffled back into the pack in the early phases of the race. We've seen, however, in the remaining parts of it, in the first 3 heats, that car comes very, very good after around about 3 minutes. And with it, these finals being another 4 minutes longer, plus that 1 lap, you'll notice at the top we're up to 12 minutes now, rather than 8, as Jaden Hewitt finds a way past Morgan Hudson-Brown. We've got a driver kicking up a huge amount of dust on the outside there. And it looks like everybody is still in the mix. Jacob Stott's kart, the number 13, was stationary down there on the holding area and hasn't made it out so far in this junior Rotax final. The 2 leaders moving away at the front, with Jacob Dukes and Ollie Naylor at the moment leading the way. The 2 drivers from Nottingham have a gap of over a second back to Sam Ardolino. Then it's Stoner, Shields and Holden, nose to tail. Then Mentier, who we're expecting to come good in about a minute and a half's time when she gets those tyres and the engines up to temperature. By then, though, the chances of getting a podium might be too far away, because Ardolino has broken away from Stoner and Shields and Holden, and now Shields is going to go down the inside. And Holden is going through the same gap as well. So Shields punching the hole. Holden taking full advantage. Now Sam Stoner down the inside in an ambitious move on Max Shields. He's come through. Melissa, we've got Holden off as well. And it looks like Lizzie Mentier might have been collateral damage in that one. She's dropped all the way down the back. That's going to drop her well down the order. She's currently behind Oliver Green at the moment. That's going to put her down into 14th place. Hurst Grover as well is out of position, down in 15th place. As Mentier crosses the line in 12th in front of Green and Holden. One-quarter race distance, 3 minutes in to this 12-minute plus 1 lap final. 4 minutes longer than the heats. And Jacob Dukes and Ollie Naylor have moved away at the front. Sam Ardolino in 3rd place. Then they've got to get back to Max Shields, who now has a lot more space than he had on that previous lap, because on the previous lap he had Holden and Stoner all over the back of him until Stoner tried to get down the inside of Holden and then went into the side of Shields into this corner that we're looking at now, with Hewitt, Latimer and Hudson-Brown all battling it out with each other into the double apex left. This is over 6th place. And Jaden Hewitt, who's had a tough day so far with a couple of off-track excursions, running very well in this final, in 8th place at the moment, on the back of Morgan Hudson-Brown. At the front, though, Ardolino has reeled in Ollie Naylor. As we see a move look like down the inside there, that would have been Latimer, Hudson-Brown and the Hewitt incident. Hewitt battle for 6th place. Your race leader, though, Jacob Dukes, now with a gap of 1.5 seconds from the battle for 2nd place, which on the previous lap saw Sam Ardolino all over the back of Ollie Naylor. In the background there now we see Melissa Adrian in the 10 car, and now Lizzie Mentier starting to make her way back onto the back of Sam Stoner after the incident on the few laps ago, and down the inside she goes into hairpin 3. Ardolino there has found a way past Ollie Naylor, so we'll get confirmation in a few moments. That's going to move him up into 2nd place, and he does that. The leader now with 2.5 seconds out at the front of this race. And as it stands, as long as he stays there, Jacob Dukes will be crowned champion with a round to spare in the Junior Kart Championship in the Junior Rotax class. Almost at half race distance. It will be when they come round next time, and then they'll have that one lap added at the end as well. Field spread fairly big in the early phases of this race. Then we've got this intense battle going on further down, which now sees Mentia fight past Sam Stoner and on the back of Nicholas Ellis, although there seems to be a little bit more of a gap than there was on the previous one. There's Mentia getting the run down into hairpin 3 into turn 3. Stoner down the inside of Ellis, with Tom Holden right on the back as well. He's starting to rejoin the fray after being involved in that incident earlier on as well with Sam Stoner. Fastest lap of the race from Jacob Dukes as he crossed the line that time. Mentia has managed to find the way through, as does Tom Holden. Tom Holden tries to get Nicholas Ellis as well as Sam Stoner into that first corner. Melissa Adrian right in the background there in the red kart. Ellis defends to the inside as Holden carries a little bit too much speed. Melissa Adrian's going to get the drive. Will she get to the inside of Sam Stoner? And she can't. Slots back into position. Personal bests for Ardolino and for Shields in second and fourth respectively. Holden getting past Sam Stoner is acknowledged on the screen, moving him up from 11th into 12th place. It's Latimer and Hudson Brown battling out over 6th place. They have Jaden Hewitt right on the back of them a few laps ago. He's dropped away ever so slightly and may come under pressure from Lizzie Mentia. In the final 4.5 minutes of this Junior Rotax final. Personal best then for Latimer, also for Mentia. Holden gets past Ellis on the previous lap. Ellis now coming under pressure from Sam Stoner and Melissa Adrian. We head down towards hairpin, turn 3. Hurst Grover in the background starting to close up as well. The side-by-side between Stoner and Nicholas Ellis into that double left. And still battling it out as well, as it looks like Stoner goes wide out onto the rumble strip. This is Curtis Latimer now behind Morgan Hudson Brown. Hudson Brown up into 6th place. This is the first real battle as those in front are fairly evenly spread. 3 seconds to Ardolino in second, then it's another just over a second to Ollie Naylor, who's comfortable in third from Max Shields. They make their way, 3.5 laps remaining. Hudson Brown holding off Latimer since he got through a few laps ago. In the background though, lurking, Jaden Hewitt and Lizzie Mentia. If she can get through, she's going to have a good chance of getting onto the back of Morgan Hudson Brown and Curtis Latimer in the final few laps of this race. Two minutes and 55, so we're going to have, I think, at least 5 more laps. Latimer sets a personal best, as does Hewitt. Mentia, though, closing in still on Jaden Hewitt. Hard on the brakes. 2.5 minutes remaining. It's whether Lizzie Mentia's got enough left in those tyres. You know it's come good for her towards the end of most of the races, but they have been 8 minutes plus 1 lap, this one being 12. Has to find the way past Jaden Hewitt and pretty much has to be on this lap, I think. There's a slipstream on Hewitt. They go down the start-finish straight, and Lizzie Mentia is through down the inside. I think if she'd been held up for another half a lap or so, then the chances of her getting on the back of Curtis Latimer and Jaden Hewitt would have been very, very slim. As she makes her way through now, the gap is 1 second to those in front of her. And she's shown decent pace so far today, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility that she could close this in. Whether she's going to have enough time to do anything in terms of an overtake, that remains to be seen. Minute and a half with Hudson Brown and Curtis Latimer still nose to tail, as they have been for most of this race, albeit not always in the same order. Bouncing their way through the chicanes with a minute and 10 remaining. Obviously Dukes is a lot further down the road in the 34 kart. We may even get some 4 more laps in for this one. Try and keep an eye out. Just having a quick look at Honda Cadet B and make sure nobody's had any penalties. Riley Blakemore got a 5-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage in that one. But he wasn't inside the positions anyway. Lead us through, and they're well down the road as this battle crosses the line at 24 seconds remaining. So there's going to be, I think, 3 more laps. So they could potentially get round before the timing elapses at 10 seconds for Jacob Dukes. Keep an eye on the top of the screen and on the left. If Dukes goes to 20, as he has done there before the time elapses, and it does, then we're going to get 2 more laps for Jacob Dukes. Filipiak has reeled in Maximus Shields, 4th place for Shields, 5th for Filipiak at the moment. They head down towards turn 3. When they come over the line in a few moments' time, that will be when Jacob Dukes gets his last lap board. And it will pretty much be a victory lap, not only for the race but also for the championship here in JKC for Jacob Dukes. Shields is coming under pressure from Bartek Filipiak for 4th place. See, Menti is closing in terms of time as well on Hudson Brown and Latimer, now within 7/10 of that battle. Can Shields hold on here from Bartek Filipiak? Almost they're heading towards the final corner. Will be our race leader. Jacob Dukes comes through, bangs the side pod, takes victory, and with it the 2022 JKC Junior Rotax Championship goes to Jacob Dukes. Sam Ardolino and Ollie Naylor complete the podium, and a hard-fought 4th place goes to Maximus Shields, with Bartek Filipiak, Morgan Hudson Brown, Curtis Latimer, Lizzie Mentier, Tom Holden and Jaden Hewitt completing the top 10. Harry Hurst Grover recovers to 11th, having been down in 15th in the early phase of that race. So there is your 2022 JKC Junior Rotax champion, Jacob Dukes, coming into the holding area, just having his front fairing checked by the scrutineer, and he will drive round to have the kart checked over, the formalities of the kart being weighed, etc. But Jacob Dukes climbs out of the kart as the 2022 Junior Rotax champion. For us, though, on the live stream, no time to dwell on Jacob's success. We've got 4 more finals to go to. The next one up is Micromax. there, if we need anything from the sun shining through, is confirmation that we're going to have a dry race day here at Hooton Park. Micromax, their final, is making their way out onto track. It's going to be James Roberts off pole position with Daniel Minto alongside. Alex Jones and Hasnan Khan are on row number 2 with Samuel Lowdy and Dax Farrer on row number 3. Logan Lauder and Aston Brown share row 4 with Jack Baker and Harry Neeson completing the top 10 in front of Drew Davidson and Ella Lucia. Toby Dukes starts in 13th place alongside Josh Hushka with Ellis Child and Caden Simpson on row 8. Jack Hutchinson and Logan Jones complete our 18 kart Micro Max grid. They're going to make their way round and into position. Let's see how we go here then in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Through we go. I think we could have potentially have a roll round there, but we've got contact in the middle at Hasnan Khan facing the wrong way. So a few drivers with their arms off the steering wheel, but Khan's facing the wrong way into the first corner. That's Dax Farrer as well. So I don't know whether there was a bit of confusion there. There was at least 2 drivers took their arms off the wheel, but it looks like we are away and racing in Micromax. At the front, Roberts has got a good run away in front of Daniel Minto. And then it looks like we could have Samuel Lowdy up running well. We'll confirm it when they come over the line. The timer at the top is good to go. So James Roberts will come through to take the lead at the end of the first lap. Minto, then Jones, Lowdy, Lauder, Neeson, Brown, Child, Lucia, Dukes and Hushka in front of Baker, Hutchinson. Then it's Jones, Caden Simpson, Hasnan Khan, who's dropped all the way down that opening lap incident. Then Drew Davidson, I think, who was involved as well. And Dax Farrer, who was the kart that was further down the straight, facing the wrong way as well. At the front, though, James Roberts, who's taken all the victories so far today. Oh, that's Jack Hutchinson facing the wrong way on the straight. We've got a yellow flag out as well. And we've also had a change for the lead as Daniel Minto comes through at the head of the field in front of James Roberts. So Minto leading the way. This is a move by Toby Dukes trying to get past Ellis Child. After an intense opening corner, let alone opening lap here in Micromax, Minto and Roberts looked like they were moving away, but if you look in the background, the entire field is still with them. Oh, Aston Brown, the championship leader, has gone wide onto the grass. I'm not sure who, that's Harry Neeson as well, who has been sent off there. Aston Brown dropping all the way down the order then. That's going to drop him down outside, I think, the top 15 potentially, because everybody's running nose to tail. I think he could be down in 16th place for Aston Brown, with Jones and Daniel Minto still in the championship battle with them at the moment. Minto currently leading the way, although has missed 2 rounds, so has a drop score of 0, but then also has to count the second 0. Hasnan Khan sets the fastest lap of the race in 13th place as he has a quest to get back through. Then in the background, let's see, that's Aston Brown's 57. Let's see where he is. He's classified in 11th, which is a lot further up than I thought he would be after he'd bounced across the grass. It was Neeson in the background, the driver that spun. He's down in 16th place in front of Dax Farrer, who had that opening lap spin the first 2 corners. Hutchinson's had a spin as well from 18th place. So there's no drivers really from outside the top 12 that haven't had issues in the opening opening few laps, as Baker gets down the inside of Ella Lucia. Then we've got Jos Hushka and Aston Brown on the back of that as well, as Brown takes the chunk of curb on the inside. As Logan Lauder goes down the inside and forces his way, is the only way to describe that, past Samuel Lowdy, and that's opened the door for Toby Dukes to come through as well, up into 5th place for Dukes. The top 3 Minto, Roberts and Jones as it stands. Then there's a gap back to Samuel Lowdy in 4th place now, who's come through and moves up with Toby Dukes into 4th and 5th respectively. Then Samuel Lowdy is in 6th place, though we've not had an update on the timing, certainly on the screen or on the Alpha on live timing as well, but it is definitely Lauder up into 4th place now. And Dukes as well. We'll see them come into shot now. There's Lauder and Dukes, the two drivers in the white helmet. Then it's Lowdy with the blue helmet behind as they make their way up and through an over start finish. We have had a pickup now on timing, and it is correctly classifying at 7 laps, so we did have a missed lap, so to speak, because it only classified to 5 and then jumped to 7 the next time they came round. So it is Minto leading from Roberts and Jones. That is your top 3, unless anything untoward's happened, or unless Logan Lauder and Toby Dukes and Samuel Lowdy, for that matter, can close in. There's a move down the inside. Is that Toby Dukes trying to get alongside Logan Lauder into the S's? I think it is. But Logan Lauder holds on. And certainly, if they're battling like that, they're not going to close in on the battle for the front, as Dukes then does indeed get down the inside of Logan Lauder. Lauder gets the cut back, but Dukes is through and up into 4th place. From 13th on the grid, Toby Dukes is up into P4. Could potentially have enough time to close in on this battle in front, albeit there is a 2.5 seconds to Alex Jones in 3rd place. And Dukes now just needs to hold on for a lap or so and then maybe start trying to pull away, and hope as well that Lauder pushes him along, although Lauder gets a good run out of the final corner and they come through almost side by side, although Lauder does have to slot back in. The top 3 on camera, Hassan and Khan, fastest lap of the race once again, down in 12th place as he continues his quest to try and get somewhere near the top 10, although there is a bit more field spread than we were expecting in junior in Micro Max. Dukes is to the inside again, Lauder on the outside as Lauder tries to get the cut back, and then Toby Dukes slides very, very wide over the curbs. Should be safe enough in the corner, but Logan Lauder is through, carrying a lot more speed after Dukes makes the error, and Samuel Lowdy could well come through as well. He is on the inside, although Dukes would have got a better exit out the corner, but track position all important. Dukes chops right across the bows of Samuel Lowdy. A great move there to hold on to 5th place. But the top 3 have been given this one by the fact that Lauder and Dukes and Lowdy are battling it out over 4th place. Behind them, Jack Baker running well in 7th in front of Ellis Child. There's a move once again by Toby Dukes down the inside of Logan Lauder into that double left. He is back up into 4th place. The lead battle in front of this one, or some 3 seconds further down the road, is split by only 0.4 seconds. Now Lowdy gets to the inside of Logan Lauder and he's through up into 5th place. This is the lead battle I was talking about a few moments ago, being split by 0.4 seconds with Minto, Roberts and Jones all nose to tail. Minto in the Hunter Motorsport kart, leading the 2 Soddy Academy karts behind. And Roberts and Jones nose to tail as they come over start finish to commence lap number 12. I think we're going to get 16 or 17 for this final, with Minto currently holding firm at the front. So far, Roberts has not had an answer for Daniel Minto since Minto managed to make his way through in the early part of this race. Roberts, who so far today is unbeaten, taking a maximum points haul of 105 into the heats with 3 heat victories at 35 points apiece, putting him on this pole position by a decent margin as well And let's see whether Ellis Child has a spin. That's going to drop him out of what was a very creditable 7th place. He rejoins in 11th in front of Ella Lucia. The 25 kart with the pink helmet. The top 3, though, still pulling away from Toby Dukes, Samuel Lowdy and Logan Lauder as Drew Davidson, Ella Lucia, Ellis Child now. And then the 73 of Logan Jones, Caden Simpson and Harry Neeson are all running nose to tail in the middle part of the track. Lucia has been overtaken there by Ellis Child. Forces his way through at the S's. And then Neeson now is going to try and get down the inside of Logan Jones into the first corner. Jones has too much though. He slots back into 15th place in front of Caden Simpson. Davidson now has been able to break away from this battle. Neeson gets a decent run. Not as good as the one that Simpson's got, and he has to take evasive action and move out of the way. As Hasnan Khan bounces over the curbs as he tries to get past the 57 of Aston Brown. He's currently in 9th place. Brown in 8th in front. Then they've got Jos Hushka as well behind them. That's this is the tail end of the top 10. Minute and a half remaining in this Micro Max final. Minto, Robertson, Jones still the top 3, 3/10 between them as Aston Brown gets a good run out of the final corner, gets alongside Jack Baker, and Baker could just be hung out here on the outside. Hasnan Khan gets through as well, and Jack Baker, unfortunately for him, loses 2 places. Now Khan is going to try and get down the inside of Aston Brown into turn 3 and does so. Hasnan Khan then making some steady progress since that opening lap spin across the grass, and possibly one that could have been for Hasnan Khan. So for getting on the podium here, if it wasn't for that excursion, he dropped some 7 seconds or so, and he's currently only 7.8 seconds off the lead as he now makes the move down the inside of the 33 of Logan Lauder. Lauder then gets a tap from Aston Brown as he has to take a slightly different line, and Hasnan Khan has moved right up now inside the top 6. Lauder will go defensive. He's on Aston Brown. He's dropped away off the Toby Dukes, Samuel Lowdy battle earlier on. This is the battle between those 2 drivers with Dukes and Lowdy. Lowdy's going to try and get to the inside as they head towards the S's, but can't get through. Last lap at board out then for your race leader, Daniel Minto, as James Roberts puts in his fastest lap of the race in 2nd place with Jones behind. So we head down towards turn 3 for the final time then for Daniel Minto. Is there anything that James Roberts can do? He's not going to be closest enough into this double left. It's going to be a do or die move into the final corner. Got to get the chicanes right though for James Roberts. Can't get alongside. Will need a good drive out the corner if there's anything he can do about Daniel Minto. Minto comes through to take victory in Micromax from James Roberts and Alex Jones, your top 3. Toby Dukes will come through for P4 in front of Samuel Lowdy. Hasnan Khan will get 6th place with Aston Brown, Logan Lauder, Jack Baker and Jos Hushka completing the top 10 with Drew Davidson in 11th place. Neeson up to 12th on the final lap in front of Child and Lucia. Simpson, Jones, Farah and Hutchinson complete your runners. So just had a quick look at Micromax in that one, and the championship will go down to the final round between Aston Brown and Alex Jones as we head to Ella Park in the opening weekend of October. We'll practice on the Saturday, the 1st, and we'll race on Sunday, the 2nd, for the final round of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championships. Micros making their way off. The juniors are still down there at the tail end of their scrutineering, so micros might take a minute or so to clear the grid. So we will be back in a few moments' time with our next final, which will be Minimax. Minis then making their way round. It will be Zane Kuwaker on pole position with Lewis Goff alongside Addison Smith and Ben Horner on row 2, Jack Burgess and Leon Barlow on row number 3. Championship leader Jared Fox-Whiteley goes off P7 with Ben Adrian alongside Oliver Fabricius and Callum Foster complete the top 10 with Benjamin Gordon and Jensen Pritchard on row 6. Then we've got Sam Flynn, Taz Groom and Freddie Lines completing your 15 runners in Minimax. The driver there rejoining towards the tail of the field, just getting back into position. That's the 20 of Benjamin Gordon. Looks like he's a bit of an opening lap excursion. Kuwaker then has slowed the field down to a pace that he is nice and happy with Lewis Goff on the outside. Addison Smith behind as well. He's going to be in P3 on the inside. That's probably a more favoured berth than it is for Addison Smith. He slides through from 3rd as we've got driver off bouncing. It's Ben Adrian bouncing across the grass on the outside. He will rejoin at turn 2, albeit down in 15th place. Gives the kart a wiggle and makes sure that it's okay as Benjamin Gordon goes off at the turn 3 as well. He's going to need to rejoin. He now and drops then down into 15th place. Lewis Goff has got past Addison Smith in the middle part of that lap, and he moves up into 2nd place. And then we're still battling it out further down. Jared Fox-Whiteley up into 4th place. There in the background, Ben Horner, Leon Barlow, that's Jack Burgess in the 94, rejoining just in front of Jensen Pritchard in the blue suit as Horner then gets forced wide and bounces over the rumble strip. Pritchard's on the inside, and Fabricius is going to try and come through as well with Callum Foster in the 69 karts, being left on the outside but trying to use it to get across into position. Minute in then to this Mini Max final. Kuwaker out at the front, moving away. Then it's Goff and Addison Smith, the top 3. Smith at the minute going with Goff. And there's another second back to Jared Fox-Whiteley, who in turn has got a bit of a gap to Leon Barlow, 4th and 5th respectively, in front of Burgess, Horner, Pritchard. Then it's Fabricius there in the white suit and the blue-coloured helmet, although he drops a wheel off the track there, and that's going to unstable that kart ever so slightly. Goff holds off Addison Smith for 2nd place. In the background, Fox-Whiteley coming under pressure a little bit from Leon Barlow. Barlow not close enough to make an overtake, but certainly closing in on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Half a second in terms of timing, but it was shown as 7/10 on the previous lap, so the gap definitely coming in. Goff in 2nd there. It took a slightly wider line, bounced over the curbs and allowed Addison Smith to try and get alongside and run up towards the S's. It's Callum Foster. Tries to get down the inside of Fabricius. Fabricius hard on the brakes. Gets that Kart stopped as there's a change in the order further down. Benjamin Gordon gets past Freddie Lines for 14th place. He's recovering from that off on the opening lap, as is Ben Adrian, who is now back up into 12th place as Goff bounces over them curbs again. Dare say here Addison Smith probably got a little bit more pace at this moment in time than Lewis Goff, but having pace is a lot different to finding a way through. And, they continue to push on. This now has Fox Whiteley in the grasps of Leon Barlow as they head down towards turn 3, with Burgess behind and Horner as well. Now towards that double apex left. 4th place at the moment for Jared Fox Whiteley will mean that he'll take a lead in the championship, albeit a smaller one than he came here at Hooton Park with, into that final round at Ella in a month's time. If he was to finish 6th, that would be send him on even points with Lewis Goff. And Barlow considers a move down the inside of Fox Whiteley. 8 minutes remaining, which was the same length of time as the heats in this class. An extra 4 minutes, plus that vital 1 lap as well. At the front, Zane Kawaka has a gap of 1.7 seconds as Ben Horner with a double chop goes one side of Burgess, then to the other, moves through, sets the fastest lap as well of the race in 7th place at the same time on Jack Burgess. Burgess then down into 7th, behind them Pritchard, Fabricius and Foster completing the top 10 with Ben Adrian in 11th. Bit of a gap back after the opening lap off, meaning he's still got 1.6 seconds to close in to get into the top 10. Kawaka leading the way. It was 1.7 on the previous lap. It's out to 1.8, but Goff is in his own battle, as is Leon Barlow down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley runs all the way around the outside and holds on. Don't know how much he knew about Leon Barlow going down the inside of him into that corner there. But kept his foot in, went all the way around the outside. Holds on to 4th place, does Fox Whiteley. There's Goff bouncing over the curbs once again. Much more noticeable lap on lap than what Addison Smith is. And over start finish, almost at half race distance. We will be next time round, and that will include that 1 lap as well. We are at 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Let's see whether Barlow considers a move down here into the turn 3. He doesn't. What Fox Whiteley doesn't want to, he doesn't want to be taken out of 4th place and, with a move that sends him all the way down the order. Picking up all the points. It's obviously damage limitation to an extent for Fox Whiteley, who came here off the back of an injury suffered at Landau. So any sort of half-decent result for Fox Whiteley, P4 would be fantastic, given the circumstances for the driver from Pontefract as he heads down into turn 3. Foster gets through on Leon Barlow. Sorry, Horner gets through on Leon Barlow. Foster's a little bit further back in his battle with Oliver Fabricius and now Ben Adrian. They're both all in front of Jensen Pritchard, who's dropped down from 8th place to 11th. Now, though, it's Ben Horner on the back of Jared Fox Whiteley. 5 minutes remaining. Goff in 2nd place. Horner down the inside of Fox Whiteley, and he is through. And Fox Whiteley bounces up and over the curbs and will drop down from 4th into 7th place. For Jared Fox Whiteley is behind Jack Burgess. Now the driver of the 22 drops from 4th down into P7. And having a look at the numbers, that will mean he takes a single points advantage into Ella Park if he stays where he is. A championship that is just bubbling away nicely and has got the makings of a fantastic final round in Suffolk in a month's time. Kuwaika leads the way, almost out of sight at 2.7 seconds at the front with Goff, and then Addison Smith completing the top three. Horner in fourth place, Barlow, then Burgess, Fox Whiteley, Foster, Adrian and Fabricius, your top 10. Throughout this race, Addison Smith has been all over the back of Lewis Goff, but not really shown a huge amount of interest in getting past. I think they just want to continue working together, pushing away, and they'll sort this one out. They'll sort it out right now, in fact, as Addison Smith tries for a move down the inside of Lewis Goff. I thought they were going to wait a couple of laps and sort this one out at the end, as to not back themselves into the pack, with Ben Horner setting consistent fastest laps, lap on lap in the 12 to try and close them in. Thought Addison Smith was going to wait a couple of laps, but obviously got a good run out of the final corner and tried to send one down the inside of Lewis Goff. Goff, though, hung on and drove all the way round the outside, holds on to second place, Lewis Goff. And with 3 minutes remaining, Kuwaika's lead extends to 3.2 seconds. This one's not over yet for the podium, though. Ben Horner closing in off the back once again. Takes half a second out on the previous lap, and Smith is down the inside of Lewis Goff. Goff's going to have the run on the way out of the corner, and Goff's telling Smith that he wants to go forward. He doesn't want to be backed into this pack, but Smith is through for second place. Goff down into third, and Horner, Barlow, Burgess are right on the back. Fox Whiteley's dropped away in seventh place. But now Lewis Goff is embroiled in a battle that he did not want to be in. He's right in the middle of a sandwich here, with now Addison Smith up into second, Goff in third, Horner running in what could be third place now as he dives down the inside. Goff's going to get the cutback, but Goff's going to be on the outside of Ben Horner as they head down towards the double apex left. And what was going so right for Lewis Goff in the early phases of this race is now going very, very wrong. Smith went wide, made a mistake early on, drops himself down from second place all the way down into what will be fifth as they cross the line. Horner's wanting Goff to push. Horner then is off now on the outside. There's contact between the two of them. He's done well to hold on. There's arms up off the steering wheel there from Ben Horner. Goff was on the inside. Horner forced wide. The arm is still off the steering wheel. Addison Smith is on the inside. Now he's dropped back behind Jared Fox Whiteley. I think Addison Smith's got a problem in the 15 car, going very, very slowly. I'm not quite sure what the problem is. I don't know whether his rear bumper was hanging off potentially there and he could be coming into the pit lane. But Addison Smith, although the bumper is just a bit of an angle, don't know why, but it looks like Addison Smith could be retiring from this one here in the 15. We'll keep an eye out as he drops all the way down the order. His arm was off the wheel earlier on. He obviously dropped away from second place all the way down to seventh, where he's going to cross the line. But if he does come into pit lane, then he's going to have crossed the line already. Can't see him in the background. So at the moment, Goff is back up into second place, but now he's got Leon Barlow for company for the final two steps on the podium, with Kuwaika some 5 seconds down the road as we head towards the timer elapsing at the end of this race. Now we've got Burgess coming under pressure from Jared Fox Whiteley. Fifth place is going to be a much better result for him when he was running down in seventh, and by all accounts was away a distant seventh place as well at times. Now we've got Barlow on the back of Lewis Goff. 30 seconds remaining, so Kuwaika's going to get through and be clear. Going to get 2.5 laps in this one, because he's going to get round. I think he's going to cross the line roughly at in the region of now. That's going to take him up to 19 laps. There he is crossing the line. So we're going to get a 21 lap final here in the Mini Max at the Cadet Kart Championship. Horner once again sets the fastest lap in 6th place, albeit now some distance off the back of Jared Fox Whiteley, but will have the bit between his teeth to try and close in on the back of Fox Whiteley into the final lap, as they're going to head into in around about 10 seconds time for your race leader Zane Kuwaika. Goff and Barlow battling it out. There's the confirmation that we are on the final lap, with they move to the inside to try and defend off, and Barlow tries a double chop to the outside, then to the inside with Lewis Goff defending venomously to the inside. Will do so the same as they head down towards the corner. Goff almost looking behind him more than he is forward. Barlow's going to try and get the run, but Goff's going to be tight into these two double apex left. Barlow's got to line this one up for a run into that final corner. Goff's going to be tight into the S's, and as you'd expect, Zane Kawaka though comes through to take the checkered flag in commanding fashion in Minimax. Lewis Goff's going to get second place from Leon Barlow over the line. Jack Burgess, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ben Horner, and then we've got Ben Adrian and Callum Foster to come through. Adrian, a superb 7th, having been off the track on the opening lap and down to 15th place, with Foster, Fabricius and Pritchard completing the top 10, with Sam Flynn, Benjamin Gordon and Taz Groom completing your runners in front of Addison Smith and Freddie Lines, both drivers retiring from that race. What that means, though, as we head towards the final round of the championship at Ella Park, with only 3 points between your championship leader, Jared Fox-Whiteley, and Lewis Goff in second place. The scene set for a fantastic championship culmination in a month's time in our Mini-Max class. Two more races, 2 more potential championships to be settled. The first up is Junior Pro Kart. On the front row then, Maximus Shields and Christian Oblag, with Harry Brown and Sophie Pawsey row 2, Harrison Johns and Owen Roberts on row number 3. Roberts slightly out of position, having been pulled into the pit lane in the third heat when his side pod came off. So we'll just wait for them to make their way out onto track, and then Honda will be able to get their karts into their grid positions for their final. Max Shields there getting a final few words from his dad in the light blue on the left-hand side. And I don't know how much Max knows about where he needs to finish to take the Junior Pro Kart Championship for 2022. But I can tell you, he just needs to get that kart over the finish line. In fact, he just really needs to get it to half race distance, because that's where you get your points classified at half race distance. But Max Shields, who has not had a retirement all season in Junior Pro Kart, just needs to bring that 181 machine through to the checkered flag to be crowned champion for a second time in Junior Pro Kart here at the Junior Kart Championship. Standing start, of course, for our Pro Kart. They're going to make their way round into position, and they'll get their race underway for their 12-minute plus 1 lap final. Then it's going to be Honda Cadet as well to bring our race day to a close. All being well, we're going to have this one wrapped up by 5 o'clock. So thank you for everybody that stuck with us, and we'll be watching that Honda Cadet final as well. Junior Pro Kart then on the grid here at Hooton Park. There is Shields on the inside. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Sophie Pawsey, who slots out of 4th place and drops across. Harry Brown tries to get up into 2nd, but then has to slot into 3rd place, with Shields leading the way then from Christian Oblang and Harry Brown the top three. Shields to the inside, defends off Oblang with Sophie Pawsey 4 in front of Harrison Johns and Owen Roberts. Roberts, I think, up into 5th place on the opening lap. 11 minutes for this championship to be decided then in Junior Pro Kart, plus that one lap at the end, and Max Shields is already starting to open up a gap at the head of this race. Brown is already moving away as well in 3rd place, with Pawsey in 4th. Owen Roberts will need to find a very, very early way through, if he can, on Sophie Pawsey to give himself a chance of a podium, and does so down the inside into turn 3 on Sophie Pawsey, and moves through into 4th place. And now we'll have that battle with Harry Brown for the final step on the podium, because the top 2, who have been the top 2 for most of this season in this championship, moving away at the front. Shields once again in that gold helmet, somewhat befitting his status as the reigning champion in the class here in the Junior Kart Championship, having taken the crown last season. Is now leading the way in the final here at Hooton Park, with Oblang and Brown in the top 3. Let's see whether Owen Roberts can make any sort of inroads into Harry Brown. On the previous lap, he dropped a couple of tenths off the back, so the field's starting to spread out a little bit. See whether he closes in. Obviously, on the previous lap, he got past Sophie Pawsey. Oblang closing in on Max Shields. There's another opening up of the gap between Brown and Owen Roberts for 3rd and 4th. So they make their way down the back straight into the turn 3 hairpin. And Shields, who doesn't need to win this race, remember, just has to take that kart to the checkered flag. They make their way round the final corner. 1/3 race distance for Shields, and then Oblang as well, who with every lap just sees the championship slipping away from the driver of the 76. Shields at this rate will go to Ella Park with a trouble-free, risk-free weekend. No pressure on him as long as he can bring that 181 machine home. Doesn't need to defend Christian Oblang either if Oblang gets alongside or anything like that. Doesn't need to do anything, although I'm sure he'd like to take a win, not only on track but also the championship as well. In the background, we see Owen Roberts starting to chip away now at Harry Brown's 3rd place. Fastest lap of the race, Christian Oblang with a 40.542. Then in the background, the final step on the podium sees Roberts taking 4 tenths out of Harry Brown on that previous lap. The gap to them 6 tenths of a second now, so they are closing right up to each other. 8 minutes for Christian Oblang to find a way through, and then hope, and for him at the very least, that Max Shields doesn't make it to the checkered flag, unfortunately. But the further Shields goes into this race, as Roberts takes another 3 tenths out of Harry Brown, out onto the back straight, onto the rumble strip. Keep an eye on the background as well as this battle on track between Shields and the 76 of Oblang. Oblang getting a lot closer now to Max Shields. Shields, remember, doesn't need to defend this one. Had a little poll as well in the live chat as Oblang goes down the inside of Max Shields into the final corner. Now Shields just going to sit in the wheel tracks of Christian Oblang. 57% of you think the drone could lap quicker than one of the karts round here. Well, don't know whether the drone's actually got brakes or whether he's just forced to take the corners flat out. So I think you could possibly be right, the 57% of you. Out at the front there now, Christian Oblang leading the way from Maximus Shields. Harry Brown Owen Roberts, Sophie Pawsey and Harrison Johns. As it stands, though, it looks like Owen Roberts could well have found a way past. He has there in the background on Harry Brown. Anything that Brown can do to get back past Owen Roberts, at the very least wants to stick with him. Sophie Pawsey in the background, who's had a tumultuous day, unfortunately for her. Much better showing in the final, and lap times wise sticking with the top four. Oblang going defensive on Max Shields. Brown has indeed dropped away ever so slightly off the back of Owen Roberts. Beyond half race distance now as they come over start finish in terms of the timing. Then we'll have that one lap to add as well, as there we are over start finish. Oblag leading from Shields. In the wheel track, Shields just going right the way down the back straight, taking the normal line. Oblang goes into the inside, then slips back outside in a defensive move that stops Shields from considering a run down the inside into that turn 3 corner. In the background, we've still got Owen Roberts and Harry Brown contesting the final step on the podium here in Junior Pro Kart. Five minutes remaining. Max Shields sets a personal best, as does Harry Brown. Expect him to come in the background. There he is in the background behind Owen Roberts. Four minutes and 45 seconds plus one lap currently separate Max Shields from a second Junior Pro Kart Championship. Oblang has been his main challenger all season, picked up victories not only in heats but finals as well as Christian Oblang. But as the season has come towards a close here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship, GYG, Max Shields was formidable at Landau as well. He really stepped his game up. And he's making his way towards a championship. Oblag leading the way though. He's at this rate he's going to take the winner's trophy home. Out of the final corner they come though with 4 minutes remaining. Shields in the wheel tracks, Oblang defending to the inside. Personal best for Shields. Shields looks content at the moment with second place, almost as if he knows that the season's work is done for him in Junior Pro Kart. He's still got a good chance as well of finishing inside the top 3 in the Junior Rotax Championship, which he's also contesting as well. And I imagine the focus will be heavily on that when they go to Ella Park for the final round of the championship. Shields has a bit of a thought about going down the inside of Christian Oblag into the first corner with 3 minutes remaining. Into hairpin 3 they go for Oblag, just holding off Shields at the moment. The battle for third place still out there between Owen Roberts and Harry Brown, albeit some 4 seconds further back now. They're still in the background, battling it out for that final step on the podium. Gets the good run, does Roberts, out of that corner. Shields with the fastest, with his personal best, once again, as he's had on most laps so far in this one. Brown there, looks like he seemed to be struggling a little bit to get it stopped into the first corner, and has lost a couple of kart lengths off the back of Owen Roberts. Max Shields, though, on the back of Christian Oblag. And now you can really just sense that he's content to follow the 76 round unless Christian Oblag makes a mistake. As they head towards the checkered flag here at Hooton Park. out onto the pit entry, or the pit exit, which gives the better entry into that first corner. Personal best for Owen Roberts in third place as he opens up a little bit of a gap then to Harry Brown. You see them in the background, still in that battle for third place, the final step on the podium. About 4 or 5 kart lengths between them since Brown made that slight error into turn 1 lap and a half ago. He's having to try and reel that one in. 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining, so they'll get round for another one before the final lap. Shields comes to the inside as they head towards the first corner. Sets the fastest lap of the race as well at 40.276. And whilst I'm sure Shields is enjoying himself and racing at the front and trying to go for the victory here, I'm fairly sure there's going to be a very nervous mum and dad watching out there on the bank as he considers moves down the inside into that first corner. 39 remaining. Has, I think, thought about it into the S's. 2 laps remaining for Max Shields, who's not been more than 1/10 of a second off Christian Oblang since Oblang came through. Looking at that, looks very, very windy out there now at Hooton. It was definitely not that windy during the lunch break when I was out walking around the paddock, speaking to a few people and finding out about a few issues that people have had in the early part of the race day. Last lap board will be out though when they come round this time, as the time at the top of the screen elapses down to 0. Owen Roberts and Harry Brown in the background. That gap has closed back up again with Brown right on the back once again of Owen Roberts. Out of the final corner, 40 seconds await Christian Oblag taking victory, but it also awaits Maximus Shields being crowned the 2022 Junior Pro Kart Champion. Not only are we going to crown Jacob Dukes here this weekend, and Shields has a thought about going down the inside of Oblag. Oblag's going to run all the way around the outside and slot back in. Shields hasn't given up hope on taking a victory in this one, but doesn't need to, of course, as we've mentioned throughout. Out of the double apex left, through the flat out kink in the middle of the track, and then round the final corner. Oblag will come through to take the victory and the checkered flag. He's happy with that, but Maximus Shields will cross the line in second place to be crowned the 2022 Junior Pro Kart Champion here in the Junior Kart Championship. Adding to his 2021 success, Shields becomes a double champion in the junior ranks here in JKC. Owen Roberts completes the podium in third place, holding off Harry Brown, who has to settle for fourth, with Sophie Pawsey and Harrison Johns completing your runners in Junior Pro Kart. Junior Pro Kart will make their way round then as they'll head off the track towards the holding area. They're getting a round of applause from the start line marshal. There they go into the holding area. Christian Oblag leading the way into there as well. Max Shields rolls into second place as the Mini Maxers are just still having their kart scrutineered. Oblang, first one round. Max Shields has his nose checked. Everything's good on that one. And he rides round the corner and parks his kart up. The driver in the green, your race winner, Max Shields, straight there with the handshake between the two of them. But the driver in the gold helmet, now a 2-time Junior Kart Champion here in the Junior Pro Kart class. One more race for you here today in the Junior Kart Championship. There we are, in the blue, just running across the screen to the right-hand side is Max Shields' dad. He is very, very happy. No time for us, though, to dwell on that one once again, because Honda Cadet are out for their final. Jack Collinson then starts on pole position with Larry Price alongside Harris Roberts and Stanley Clark on row 2 Amy Peacock and Thomas Potter on row 3. Then we've got Jensen White and Sam Hayes with Harris Ali and Max Wheatley completing the top 10. Tom Drake starts 11th with Lewis Hall alongside. Then it's Max Greatrex and James Fabricius with Jake Borey and Ayrton Rye and Freddie Housego and Harry Samuel on row 9. Then it's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Max Borey. They're your automatic entries. Then we've got Max Williams, who won the B final with Ralphie Branscombe and Charlie Eibel in 23rd with Alex Lynn 24th. Rio Wardali, George Ralston, Jacob Cartledge and Cameron Tipping complete your 28 runners for the Cadet Kart Championship. We are getting reports in that we've got potential for rain in around about 20 minutes, which is handy because this final should only take about 14. So as long as the rain stays away, we're going to have a lovely, nice, dry race day. Redline Cardiff have been on saying good luck to Max Greatrex. You can do it. We're about to find out as our final race of the day in Honda Cadet is about to go racing. There's other support coming in as well for Max Shields, saying go on, and we've got support coming in as well for Harris Roberts to try and go on and win the championship from that 3rd place berth. Well, we're going to find out how he does and how he can do in this one. We'll find out as we head towards the checkered flag. It's a good start from Collinson. It's a good start from Stanley Clark as well, and he's come right across in front of Harris Roberts, and he's got past Larry Price as well. So the runners make their way round the first corner, the top 10 already into single file as they make their way down the back straight towards turn 3 with 12 minutes on the clock in this A final for our Honda Cadets. Tail of the field sorting themselves out as well as they head towards that double apex left, a corner you don't want to go through there in more than single file, as we've seen on a number of occasions earlier on today. So Collinson leading then from Stanley Clark with Larry Price in 3rd place, Harris Roberts in 4th. And then that's Jensen White going down the inside of Sam Hayes and doesn't carry enough speed, almost gets into a half spin, and then Harris Ali in the background. Then you've got a bit of hand signals from most of the drivers in front, all wanting everybody to work, which is a nice way of saying, please don't overtake me. Although, as we've seen throughout championships all around the country, it very rarely works. Drivers just generally want to do all the overtaking and will just find a way through unless they've got a pre-race plan. It looks like Harris Roberts has found a way past Larry Price. He has done. He is up into 3rd place, is Roberts. So that drops Roberts into 3rd, Price into 4th. And Fabricius is further down as Potter and Peacock get side by side into the first corner. Peacock in 5th place, closing the door. Larry Price looks like he's actually got back up into 3rd place round that first 2 complexes of corners. We'll confirm that in a few moments. I think he might have been alongside, but then he's had to drop back in as Jake Borey and Freddie Housego battle it out with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in there as well. That's Harris Roberts now up into 2nd place with Stanley Clark leading the way. Jack Collinson's dropped from the lead down into 4th place and then takes a huge chunk of curb and bounces wide. That may allow Amy Peacock to come down the inside. Stanley Clark, though, leading the way at the moment, but Harris Roberts trying to move out the slipstream and get through. Potter once again to the inside of Amy Peacock. Peacock having none of it, though. Keeps the door firmly shut, and Potter has to drop back into 6th place. Behind them, Harris Ali and Sam Hayes battling it out over 7th. It's still nose to tail pretty much all the way then back, all the way down to the tail of the field. 4 seconds split the top 19 after the first 3 laps of action. Clark leading the way from Harris Roberts in 2nd place. Roberts, that 2nd place will be enough with Fabricius being outside the top 10. Larry Price currently in 3rd place at the moment will be enough. Fabricius is down in 14th at present to hand the championship to Harris Roberts with a round to spare. As long as he sticks it inside the top 4 or 5 and he's somewhere close to Larry Price as well, that will get, as it stands, he's got a 17-point lead in the championship. If he was to not even attend the last round, he would still win, even if Fabricius or Price were to get a maximum score going into that final round at Ella Park. 3 minutes into this 12-minute final, the top 6 have broken away, and now it's Sam Hayes in 7th, as it was earlier, but it's Jensen White past Harris Ali for 7th place. There's a change for the lead down the inside. Harris Roberts moves through. Larry Price gets past as well, and Stanley Clark drops 2 places down into 3rd place. Collinson 4th, Peacock, and then Potter the top 6. Then there's a train all the way from Sam Hayes all the way down to, I think, Jacob Cartledge, which is outside the top 20, behind Freddie House, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Freddie Housego. Through the S's with 8 minutes remaining, and Harris Roberts has moved to the head of the field. A quick nod of the head. I think he might have been getting a message from his dad as Thomas Potter gets down the inside of Amy Peacock and forces her wide into the first corner. That move's been coming for a few laps though with Potter, because he's tried it at least twice. This time gets the move done down the inside, and then there's that whole train of karts all the way down to the periphery of the top 20. Max Williams in 21st, the runner who made his way through that B final and started the race in 21st, is still where he started. Albeit there's been a bit of a change around with a bit further down, because Ralphie Branscombe has broke inside the top 20. Stanley Clark sets the fastest lap of the race in 3rd place. Fabricius has moved up to 12th now, but still not going to be enough to keep the championship hopes alive, as Borey gets a bit of a bump and run in the middle part of that corner there, and the 444 kart. 6.5 remaining, so it's going to be a roundabout. This time, next lap will be half race distance. Roberts, who'd moved away, has been reeled in by Clark and Price. Harry Samuel, I think they're in the 12 kart. So Max Wheatley, sorry, in the 12. Going toe-to-toe with Fabricius. The top 3 have got a kart length or 2 back to Jack Collinson, who's the early pace setter from pole position. The timer goes past the half race mark. Then we'll have that 1 lap at the end as well. Roberts leading the way at the front. Be very interested if he goes on to win this one as to whether he brings the Honda with him to Ella Park, or whether the Micromax gets another outing as it did at Landau. Move as they head down towards the first corner though. Now sees Larry Price making the move down the inside of Harris Roberts. Got that move done nice and cleanly into the first corner, with Roberts slotting straight back into 2nd place. Roberts only needing that 2nd to take the championship, as long as he stays close enough to Price and in front of Fabricius. It's going to be enough for Harris Roberts to take the championship in this Honda Cadet class at the start of the day. As long as he scored within 4 points of James Fabricius and scores more than 110 points, was enough for him to take the championship. Drops back into 3rd then now, behind Stanley Clark. In the background, Thomas Potter closing in on the back, the yellow and red helmet, a different helmet to what we normally see Thomas Potter in. Collinson has a look over the shoulder in 4th place. Potentially knows what's coming as Potter closes in on the back. He's moved away slightly from Amy Peacock, who's down in 6th place and has a gap. Then it's Harris Ali, Jensen White, Max Wheatley and James Fabricius. Sam Hayes has dropped all the way down into 15th place, having run in 7th place at the head of that train behind. So not sure what's happened there, as Potter puts in the fastest lap. In the number 20 kart, the green kart on the back of this one, behind the 90 of Jack Collinson. 4 minutes remaining, and down the inside goes Stanley Clark, and Larry Price is going to get forced out and drop down into 3rd place behind Harris Roberts. Clark, who's won finals here in the IKR meeting, as has Harris Roberts. So certainly knows his way round this Hooton Park circuit. Largely unnecessary there to see Josh East waving at the camera, but he does love it when the camera's pointing at him. Down the inside goes Larry Price into the right-hander in front of Harris Roberts. Has a quick helmet tap because Price wants victory here at Hooton Park. 3 minutes and 13 seconds remaining, plus that all-important one lap. Third place is enough for Harris Roberts, so he doesn't need to get too embroiled in a battle. Even if Collinson gets alongside Potter even, he can drop down the order, I think, to at least 6th or 7th. I'll confirm in a few moments once I've just plugged the numbers in. That even if Price gets 2nd place, even 6th is going to be enough for Harris Roberts. So that's why he's not defending too much as Collinson goes down the inside into the corner. I think he could drop all the way down to 8th, Roberts, so he doesn't need to worry about this one. He can drop behind Peacock on the back of this battle if necessary and still take the Honda Cadet Championship. Hence why we're not seeing him defend corners at all. Getting reports that potentially we've got drops of rain out there on circuit. We'll have a quick look at the lap times. It's around about 40 seconds for our Honda Cadet class. We'll see whether anything's sort of dropping away. It's 41.5 is the fastest lap of the race so far for Thomas Potter. Let's see whether the lap times start to tumble. They're pretty much on par with that. Clark sets a 41.6 with Price a 41.7 behind, exactly a half a tenth between them on that previous lap. There's this big movements down the order for one of our drivers. Branscombe and Greatrex are dropping like a stone down to 25th and 26th respectively, so they've had an excursion. Everybody else moving up 1, 2, 3, 4 places in the case of Max Williams up into 17th. So they've had excursions. Jacob Cartledge as well loses 3 places, drops him down into 28th, and the final classified runner at present. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining as they come over the line. They're going to get round, I think, in just enough time that we could get at least 3, potentially even 4 more laps, and we could get a 19-lap final. Fabricius is in front of Harris Ali now, up in 7th place, but don't think that's going to be enough for James Fabricius to keep the championship hopes alive. Oh, we've got a red flag here at Hooton Park. Not quite sure what the incident is, but with 1 minute remaining, I think that we may have this race drawn to a premature end here at Hooton Park. The results will be taken back a lap and then classified, I think, because we are well beyond the beyond 75% of a race distance. So we'll wait for confirmation on that one, but I can't see this race resuming as we are over 75% of the racing at present. So in terms of race time here at Hooton, we've got a minute or so left on the clock. The rain, the drizzle is starting to come down. The results at the time when the red flag came out and the lap previous saw Stanley Clark leading the way from Larry Price and Jack Collinson, with Thomas Potter up into 4th, but whether that will be redressed and put him back down into 5th place, we will find out next when they come round, when they classify the results eventually. Certainly if it's been classified, because if they go back 1 lap after that red flag, then I think Harris Roberts may well have been in front. Nonetheless, I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference, because I think Harris Roberts will be crowned the champion of 2022. We'll wait and find out. And wait for the final confirmation on that and what they're going to do, as the initial importance is making sure the driver that is off the track is okay, as our Honda cadets just get themselves composed, not knowing at present whether they're going to be going racing once again or whether the results are going to be classified here at CKC. So I'm just going to have a quick look at the results from some of the previous races, make sure we've not had any infringements in there. Got a penalty applied in a big one as well, in fact, to Lewis Goff for gaining an unfair advantage, and that's dropped him outside the top 3 and drops him into 5th place, with Jared Fox-Whiteley promoted up into 3rd. So what we thought was going to be a 3-point swing going into the final round of the championship at Ella Park is now a 13-point lead for Jared Fox-Whiteley. So it'll be very, very interesting in that one for Lewis Goff. Must have been something that was off camera, because I don't recall seeing anything too untoward in that one, but as our drivers vacate their carts, we'll try and get confirmation as to whether the results in this one are going to be classified. Normally, when we go beyond the 75% of a race distance mark, it is normally classified in that position. So we'll just have a quick look. Our driver's just getting themselves into position. Sam Hayes has took his helmet off down there. They're just putting the drivers with the neck braces back on again and just getting themselves back into their machines, I think. They've got some parent helpers coming over. Back onto track. That could well be because the engines have been turned off on the carts by there, and then they're going to get the drivers back into their machines. And then so our grid of Hondas having their engines restarted and putting their helmets back on. Certainly in the case of Sam Hayes down there, who'd taken it off just to give himself a little bit of respite. Making their way then into the pit lane area will be your race winner. Classified from a lap back, the win for the first time in Honda Cadet goes to Stanley Clark, with Larry Price and Jack Collinson completing the top 3. On screen at the very least, Thomas Potter classified in 4th place. And then in 5th place, we have Harris Roberts, who crosses the line to not only take that top 5 finish, but also with it the 2022 Cadet Kart Championship Honda 200 title as well, with a round to spare in that class. Be very, very interesting to see whether he brings the Honda with him to Ella, or whether he brings whether he takes the Micro Max that we saw him race at Landau. But nonetheless, he'll be there, and we'll be back as well to crown the two champions in the 2 remaining classes. We've got Micro Max and we've got Mini Max, so we've got 2 more championships to crown at Ella Park in a month's time. Thank you for joining us throughout the day. Thank you for the marshals, the medical team, all of our camera staff that have worked tirelessly throughout the day. We look forward to welcoming you back in a month's time for the final round of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship over the weekend of the 1st and 2nd of October from Ella Park in Suffolk.